Some secrets don't stay buried. They wait patiently for someone brave enough to uncover them. And as you step into this story, you'll find that every answer comes with a darker question, and every truth leaves a scar. This is The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo by Stieg Larsson, a gripping mystery that blends investigative journalism, family secrets, and chilling suspense into a story that refuses to let go. Larsson drew inspiration from his lifelong work exposing extremism and corruption, along with a haunting question about violence and silence that stayed with him for years, shaping the unforgettable world you're about to enter. First published in 2005, the novel quietly became a global phenomenon, selling more than 100 million copies worldwide as part of the Millennium series, earning its place among the most celebrated crime thrillers of modern times. Larsson never lived to see its extraordinary success, but his work transformed Scandinavian crime fiction and continues to captivate readers across generations. Its unforgettable characters found new life on screen, with acclaimed Swedish film adaptations beginning in 2009 and an English-language adaptation released in 2011, bringing the story's haunting atmosphere to audiences around the world. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow each clue and every unsettling revelation, I'll also share fascinating facts about the novel, its creation, its adaptations, and behind-the-scenes stories that make its legacy even more remarkable. The story begins. The ritual arrived like clockwork, a fixture of his 82nd year. The flower was there, and he unwrapped it with the same familiar motions, then reached for the phone to call his old colleague, a retired detective superintendent now living far away by a lake. They shared not just an age, but the very day of their birth, a coincidence that carried a strange weight given everything that had come to pass. The retired policeman answered from his kitchen, coffee in hand, having been waiting for the call that he knew would come. The old man gave the news that this year's delivery had arrived. He was asked what it was, and he admitted he didn't know the species yet, only that it was white. The frame was the same simple, do-it-yourself kind as before, and there was no letter, just the flower itself. The postmark was Stockholm, and the handwriting, if it could even be called that, was the usual neat, upright block capitals. With that, the conversation exhausted its subject, and a long silence fell between them. The retired detective leaned back and drew on his pipe, understanding that his role was no longer to offer keen observations or sharp questions that might crack the case. Those days were long over. Their exchange had become pure ceremony, a shared nod to a mystery that had long since ceased to interest anyone else in the world. The flower itself was a small, unassuming thing, a Leptospermum rubinet, the botanist at Uppsala would later determine, known in its native Australian bush as desert snow. It was a plant seldom cultivated in Sweden, requiring dry conditions, pampered care, and half the year indoors. What set it apart from its more common cousin was a faint pinkish tinge at the tips of its petals, visible only under scrutiny. It had no known use, no medicinal or hallucinogenic properties, no place in dyes, but the indigenous people of Australia held its region sacred, around the great rock at the heart of their land. The botanists had never seen one before, and could only guess that a few enthusiasts might have obtained seeds or plants through private channels. No registry, no licenses, no way to trace it. The flower was one in a long series, each arriving on the 1st of November, each pressed and mounted in the same simple frame. They were always beautiful, always rare, and always utterly untraceable. The strange story had never been reported, never made public. 30 years ago, it had been studied by forensic experts, graphologists, and investigators, but now the drama had shrunk to just 3 players. The old man himself, the retired detective, and the anonymous sender. The first two were approaching the end of their lives, and soon even this small circle would be gone. The detective had seen it all over a long career: violent drunks, poachers, wife-beaters, con men, thieves, drug dealers, rapists, even a deranged bomber. 9 murder cases had crossed his desk, most of them quickly solved, often by the perpetrator's own confession. One had taken 2 years and the help of national police, and another had been solved in the sense that they knew who did it, but the evidence was too thin to prosecute, and the statute of limitations eventually ran out. He could look back on a career of distinction, but he felt no satisfaction. For years, this case of the pressed flowers had gnawed at him, his last unsolved and most frustrating puzzle. And it was doubly absurd because after thousands of hours of brooding, he couldn't even say for certain that a crime had been committed. He and his old friend both knew that the sender would have worn gloves, leaving no prints. The frame could have come from any stationery or camera shop in the world. The parcels had been posted from Stockholm most often, but also from London, Paris, Copenhagen, Madrid, Bonn, and even Pensacola, Florida, places the detective had to look up on a map. After setting down the phone, the old birthday boy sat for a long time, studying the flower in his hands. He didn't yet know its name, only that it was beautiful and perhaps meaningless. Then his gaze drifted to the wall above his desk, where 43 pressed flowers hung in their frames, 4 rows of 10, and 1 row below with 4. The 9th slot in the top row was empty, waiting for desert snow to become number 44. And then, without warning, he began to weep. The sudden emotion caught him off guard. He had not expected this, not after nearly 40 years. The trial had reached its final, irrevocable end, and Mikael Blomkvist had never truly believed he would win. The verdict landed at 10 o'clock on that Friday morning, and now the only thing left was the gauntlet of reporters waiting in the corridor. He spotted them through the doorway and slowed his pace, steeling himself for what was to come. He didn't want to talk, but he understood, better than most, that questions had to be asked and answered. This was what it felt like to be on the other side, to be the subject rather than the hunter. He straightened his posture and forced a smile onto his face, and the reporters returned his greeting with a mix of friendliness and embarrassment. He scanned the small crowd, representatives from the major papers, the wire services, the television networks, and made a dry joke about his sudden celebrity, trying to break the tension. One of the tabloid reporters called him by a nickname he loathed, and he had to fight the urge to roll his eyes. The name came from an old story, one that had launched his career but left him with a moniker he could never shake. Years ago, as a young journalist on his first summer job, he had stumbled upon a gang of bank robbers. They had pulled off 5 heists with military precision, always hitting 2 banks at once, wearing Disney masks that earned them a ridiculous nickname from the police, later changed to something more menacing by the press. He had been at a girlfriend's cabin, far from the city, when the news of their 6th robbery broke. Something about the report triggered a memory. He had seen a group of athletic, blonde men playing badminton nearby, their intensity striking him as odd even in the summer heat. He couldn't explain why he suspected them, but he went to a hill overlooking their cabin and watched as they returned in a hurry, carrying sports bags. One of them retrieved a rifle from the boot and covered it with his jacket. Even from a distance, he recognized the weapon from his own military service. He called the police, and what followed was a 3-day siege, blanket media coverage, and a hefty fee from a tabloid that made his name. But the same paper also saddled him with the mocking nickname, referencing a famous children's book detective. The photograph they ran, his mouth half open, finger pointing, only made it worse. He had never gone by the name Carl, but from that day on, he was Kalle Blomkvist to his peers, a taunt delivered with varying degrees of friendliness. He had earned enough serious journalistic success over the years to make the nickname fade, but it still made him wince whenever he heard it. Now, faced with the reporters, he managed a placid smile and deflected a request for a soundbite with a light remark. His tone was pleasant, he recognized most of them, and the worst of his critics hadn't shown up. One of the journalists was an old colleague. Another had almost gone home with him at a party years ago. A young part-timer from a major newspaper asked how it felt to take such a hit, and the question was so naive that Blomkvist exchanged an amused glance with the television reporter. He gave a stiff answer, expressing regret that the court hadn't seen things differently. The severity of the sentence, 3 months in prison and a hefty fine, was noted, but he brushed it off as something he would survive. When asked if he would apologize to the financier Wennerström, he said he wouldn't, and when pressed on whether he still believed his target was a crook, he sidestepped carefully, not wanting to invite a new round of litigation. He explained that he had published what he believed was justified information, but the court had ruled otherwise, and he had to accept that. He deflected further questions about journalistic responsibility, repeating that he had nothing more to say. The television reporter stood him against the courthouse doors and asked her questions on camera, her tone kinder than he deserved. He answered clearly enough to satisfy the rest of the press pack, and soon they dispersed, heading back to their newsrooms. He considered walking, but the December wind was biting, and he was already cold from the interview. As he descended the courthouse steps, he spotted William Borg getting out of his car, clearly having watched the whole scene from a safe distance. Their eyes met, and Borg smiled, openly mocking him. Blomkvist said nothing. They had known each other for 15 years, once working together as cub reporters, but something about their chemistry had always been off. In Blomkvist's eyes, Borg was a third-rate journalist and a troublesome person, prone to crass jokes and snide remarks about older colleagues. Their quarrels had escalated over the years, finally becoming personal when Blomkvist published a book that quoted some of Borg's most inept articles. Later, a chance meeting in a bar nearly came to blows. Borg had since left journalism for public relations, earning a much higher salary at a firm that belonged to Wennerström's sphere, a fact that only sharpened Blomkvist's contempt. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then Blomkvist turned and walked away, disgusted by Borg's act of petty gloating. A bus pulled up and he hopped on to escape. He got off at Fridhemsplan, the judgment document still in his hand, uncertain what to do next. He ended up at a cafe near the police station, ordering coffee and a sandwich. Moments later, the lunchtime news came on the radio, leading with a suicide bombing in Jerusalem and a government inquiry into construction industry cartels. And then the item about his own sentencing, which he heard relayed as a simple, cold fact. The judgment ran to 26 pages, laying out the court's reasoning for finding Blomkvist guilty on 15 counts of aggravated libel against Hans-Erik Wennerström. Each count had cost him 10,000 kronor and 6 days in prison, and on top of that came court costs and his own lawyer's fees. He couldn't bear to calculate the full total, though he took some small comfort in the fact that he had been acquitted on 7 other counts. Still, as he read through the document, a growing heaviness settled in his stomach, a physical unease that surprised him. He had gone into the trial knowing it would take a miracle to avoid conviction, and he had resigned himself to that outcome. He had sat through the 2 days of testimony with surprising calm, and for 11 more days he had waited without feeling much of anything as the court deliberated. It was only now, holding the final verdict in his hands, that the weight of it truly hit him. He took a bite of his sandwich, but the bread seemed to swell in his mouth, impossible to swallow. He pushed the plate aside. This was his first criminal charge, and in relative terms the offense was minor, not armed robbery, not murder, not rape. Financially, though, it was serious. Millennium was no media powerhouse with deep reserves. The magazine barely broke even. The damages he would pay from his own pocket, wiping out nearly all his savings. The magazine would cover the court costs, and with careful budgeting, they could survive. But the deeper problem was his dual role as both part owner and publisher of the magazine. The fine was one thing, but the professional damage was another matter entirely. He found himself contemplating the sale of his apartment, the thought of which pained him deeply. He had bought it in the late 80s, back when he had a steady job and a decent salary, stumbling upon an attic flat of 700 square feet at the end of Bellmansgatan. The previous owner had been in the middle of renovations when a job offer abroad forced him to sell quickly, and Blomkvist had bought it at a bargain price. He had rejected the designer's original plans and finished the work himself, putting money into the bathroom and kitchen, but instead of installing parquet flooring and dividing the space into rooms, he had sanded the floorboards, whitewashed the rough walls, and hidden the worst patches behind 2 watercolors. The result was an open living space, with a sleeping area tucked behind a bookshelf and a dining area adjacent to the small kitchen. The apartment had 2 dormer windows and a gable window that framed a stunning view of the rooftops towards the old town and the water beyond. He could see the Slussen locks and the city hall from his windows. Today he would never be able to afford such a place, and he desperately wanted to hold on to it. But the thought of losing his apartment was nothing compared to the professional blow he had taken. The damage to his reputation would take a long time to repair, if it could be repaired at all. Trust was the currency of his profession, and for the foreseeable future, editors would hesitate to publish anything under his byline. He still had friends in the business who would understand that he had been unlucky, but he could never afford to make another mistake. What hurt most was the humiliation. He had held all the cards and still lost to a man he considered a semi-gangster in an expensive suit, a despicable stock market speculator whose celebrity lawyer had sneered through the entire trial. How had things gone so wrong? The Wennerström affair had begun with such promise, a year and a half earlier on Midsummer Eve, in the cockpit of a 37-foot sailboat. It had started by chance, when a former journalist colleague, now working in public relations for the county council, had tried to impress his new girlfriend by hiring a boat for a few days of romantic sailing. The girlfriend had agreed, but only if her sister and the sister's boyfriend could come along. None of the trio had any sailing experience, and Blomkvist's old colleague had more enthusiasm than skill. 3 days before the trip, he had called Blomkvist in desperation and persuaded him to come along as a navigator. Blomkvist hadn't been keen, but the promise of good food and pleasant company had swayed him. Those promises proved hollow, and the expedition turned into a disaster. The girlfriend was instantly seasick, her sister bickered with her boyfriend, and none of them showed any interest in learning the basics of sailing. It quickly became clear that Blomkvist was expected to take charge of the boat while the others offered well-meaning but useless advice. After the first night, he was ready to abandon the trip and take the bus home, but their desperate appeals convinced him to stay. At noon the next day, they tied up at the visitors' wharf on the island of Arholma. They had just finished lunch when Blomkvist noticed a yellow fiberglass sailboat gliding into the bay under mainsail alone. The boat tacked gracefully as its skipper scanned the wharf for a space. Blomkvist saw that the only slot left was a narrow gap between their scampi and another boat, and the M30 would just fit. He stood up in the stern and pointed, and the man in the M30 raised a hand in thanks, steering toward them. The skipper moved with practiced efficiency, dropping the mainsail and guiding the boat perfectly into the gap. Only as the man tossed the painter to Blomkvist did they recognize each other, old friends from school, smiling in delight. They exchanged greetings, and Blomkvist couldn't help but rib his friend about not using the engine, to which his friend replied that the engine had died 2 days earlier. They shook hands across the railings. In the 70s, at Kungsholmen School, Blomkvist and Robert Lindberg had been very close, but like so many school friendships, it had faded over time. They had seen each other only a handful of times in the past 20 years. Now, they studied each other with interest. Lindberg with his tangled hair, sun-tanned and bearded after days at sea. Blomkvist's spirits lifted instantly. When his sailing companions went off to dance around the midsummer pole, he stayed behind with his old school friend, sharing herring and aquavit in the cockpit of the M30, talking late into the evening. As the conversation deepened, they moved below deck to escape the mosquitoes, and over many rounds of aquavit, their banter turned to the ethics of the corporate world. Lindberg, who had gone from school to the Stockholm School of Economics and into banking, and Blomkvist, who had become a journalist dedicated to exposing corporate corruption, debated the morality of golden parachute agreements. Lindberg eventually admitted that there were indeed a few immoral bastards in the business world. Then, with a sudden seriousness, he asked Blomkvist why he didn't write about Hans-Erik Wennerström. Blomkvist admitted he knew nothing about the man. Lindbergh urged him to dig deeper, asking how much he knew about the Agency for Industrial Assistance, a state-backed program from the 90s designed to help Eastern European industries rebuild. The program, Lindbergh explained, was a hybrid of state aid and corporate investment, with government guarantees and contributions from both the state and private industry. Swedish companies could get subsidies to establish themselves as part owners in Eastern European enterprises, and the projects ranged from paper mills in Poland to cement factories in Estonia. Blomkvist confirmed that the money came from taxpayers, and Lindbergh agreed, though he added that the banks and corporations were in it for profit. When Blomkvist asked about the scale of the investment, Lindbergh told him to hold on. The program was dominated by heavy industry, not speculation, though Blomkvist pointed out that even heavyweights like Skanska had been involved in risky dealings. Blomkvist asked where Wennerström fit into all of this, and Lindbergh described him as the joker in the pack, a man with no background in heavy industry, who had amassed a fortune on the stock market and invested in solid companies, slipping in through the back door. Blomkvist leaned back, filling his glass with brandy, and tried to recall what he knew about Wennerström. Born in the north, he had set up an investment company in the 70s and moved to Stockholm, where his career took off in the 80s. He created the Wennerström Group, opening offices in London and New York, and was soon mentioned alongside the likes of Vanger. He traded stocks and options, made quick deals, and emerged in the celebrity press as one of Sweden's billionaires, with a city apartment on Strandvägen, a summer villa on Värmdö, and an 82-foot motor yacht bought from a bankrupt tennis star. He was a bean counter, like so many in that decade of property speculators, but he had never made a major splash, remaining more of a shadow figure. He lacked the flamboyance of Jan Stenbeck or Percy Barnevik. He moved out of real estate and into massive investments in the former Eastern Bloc, and when the 90s bubble burst, his company emerged in surprisingly good shape, a Swedish success story, as the Financial Times called it. Lindbergh told him that in 1992, Wennerström had contacted the AIA and secured 60 million kronor for a packaging factory in Łódź, Poland, called Minos. Blomkvist guessed that was the last anyone saw of the money, but Lindbergh corrected him. The money was actually invested. The company produced enthusiastic reports in 1993, then fell silent, and in 1994 Minos collapsed without warning. The problem, Lindbergh explained, was that the AIA had no real system for reporting on projects. Those were the optimistic days after the Berlin Wall fell, when everyone believed democracy and capitalism would bloom overnight. The government wanted to secure democracy in the East, and capitalists were eager to join the effort, especially since they were only required to put up token investments. In total, the AIA consumed about 30 billion kronor of taxpayer money, supposedly to be repaid through future profits. The board was dominated by industry, effectively operating independently. Blomkvist asked if there was a story in all this, and Lindbergh told him to be patient. Financing had been easy at first, before Sweden's interest rate shock, and the government had promoted the AIA as a major effort to support Eastern democracy. Politics, Lindbergh said, didn't matter. This was all about money. Eventually, foreign exchange problems arose, and some politicians began to question the lack of oversight. In the spring of 1994, a commission was appointed to investigate, and Minos was one of the first projects examined. Wennerström produced an excellent report showing that 54 million kronor had been invested, but administrative problems in Poland had doomed the factory, which was outcompeted by a similar German project. The state guarantees kicked in, and Wennerström was indemnified, needing only to repay the lost money and prove he had lost a corresponding amount of his own. Blomkvist summarized the arrangement. The government supplied billions. Industries used the money for joint ventures, and later reaped profits. Lindbergh called him cynical, but Blomkvist pressed on, noting that the loans were interest-free, meaning taxpayers got nothing back. Wennerström had received 60 million and invested 54 million. What happened to the other 6 million? Lindbergh explained that Wennerström had sent a check for 6 million back to the AIA when the investigation loomed, legally settling the matter. Blomkvist observed that this seemed like small potatoes compared to other scandals. $500 million from Skanska, $1 billion plus golden parachute from ABB, and wondered if there was more to the story. Lindberg promised it got better. He revealed that he had worked at Handelsbanken in the 90s and had written reports for the bank's representative on the AIA. Wennerström's documents were meticulous, and everyone, the AIA, the bank, the government, had been satisfied. But Lindberg had always sensed something odd about the story, though he couldn't pinpoint anything wrong. He had only signed off because there was no evidence of wrongdoing. Later, when his bank did business with Wennerström in the mid-90s, his impression was not positive. The man seemed like a bluff, not particularly bright, though he had sharp young advisors. Lindberg personally disliked him. Years later, on a trip to Poland, Lindberg found himself at a dinner with investors in Łódź, seated next to the mayor. When he mentioned the Minos project, the mayor looked astonished, as if he had never heard of it. He dismissed it as a crummy little business that never amounted to anything, laughing that if that was the best Swedish investors could do, Sweden wouldn't last long. Blomkvist noted that the mayor was a sharp fellow and urged Lindberg to continue. The next day, after his morning meeting, Lindberg's curiosity got the better of him. He drove out to the small town near Łódź to see the shuttered Minos factory for himself. What he found was a ramshackle corrugated iron structure, a relic from the Red Army's occupation in the 50s. He met a watchman who spoke some German, and through him learned that a cousin had worked at the factory. They went to the cousin's house nearby, and the watchman translated. Lindberg recounted what he had heard. Minos opened in the autumn of 1992 with at most 15 employees, mostly elderly women paid about 150 kroner a month. Initially, there were no machines, so they spent their time cleaning. In early October, 3 obsolete cardboard box machines arrived from Portugal, worth only a few thousand kroner in scrap, constantly breaking down with no spare parts. They produced simple cardboard boxes and egg cartons through 1992 and into 1993, later switching to paper bags. But raw materials were always scarce, so production was never significant. Blomkvist noted that this didn't sound like a major investment, and Lindberg agreed. He had run the numbers. Rent for 2 years around 15,000 kronor, wages at most 150,000, machinery and freight perhaps 250,000, plus permits and a few visits from Sweden. The whole operation likely cost under 2 million. In the summer of 1993, the foreman arrived and announced the factory was closed. Soon after, a Hungarian lorry came and took away the machinery. That was the end of Minos. Blomkvist often thought back to that Midsummer Eve conversation. The evening had felt like old times, a friendly argument between school friends, though as adults they were effectively strangers who had grown into very different people. He remembered Lindberg as a reserved boy, painfully shy with girls, who had become a successful player in the banking world. Blomkvist rarely drank, but that chance meeting had salvaged a disastrous sailing trip and turned into a pleasant evening. The schoolboy tone of their talk meant he didn't take Lindberg's story about Wennerström seriously at first, but gradually his professional instincts sharpened and logical objections surfaced. He pointed out that Wennerström was a billionaire, a top market speculator with a group worth close to 200 billion. Why would such a man risk his reputation for a mere 50 million? Lindberg countered that it wasn't obviously a swindle. The AIA board, bankers, government, and Parliament's auditors had all approved Wennerström's accounting without dissent. Blomkvist pressed further. Why take such a vast risk for such a small sum? Lindberg explained that Wennerström had approached the AIA in 1992, just as the market was about to collapse. Interest rates had shot up 500% in October of that year, and Wennerström, like everyone else, was grappling with severe cash flow problems. The company had billions tied up in paper assets, but little liquidity, and selling real estate was impossible in that market. Blomkvist recognized the problem, cash flow issues. Lindberg clarified that Wennerström had received 60 million kroner, paid back 6 million after 3 years, but the real cost of Minos had been only about 2 million. The interest on the remaining money over 3 years was substantial, and depending on how Wennerström had invested it, He could have doubled or even multiplied the money tenfold. That was no small sum. Lindbergh raised his glass in a toast, and Blomkvist began to see the outlines of a real story emerging. Dragan Armansky had been born in Croatia 56 years earlier, the son of an Armenian Jewish father from Belorussia and a Bosnian Muslim mother of Greek extraction. His mother had raised him and educated him, which meant that in the eyes of the media he was lumped into the broad category of Muslims, though the Swedish immigration authorities had inexplicably registered him as a Serb. His passport identified him as a Swedish citizen, and his photograph showed a squarish face with a strong jaw, a hint of 5 o'clock shadow, and graying temples. He was often called the Arab by people who didn't know him, though he had no Arab blood at all. He had the look of a stereotypical local boss from an American gangster movie, but in reality he was a talented financial director who had started his career as a junior accountant at Milton Security in the early 70s, rising over 3 decades to become its CEO and COO. He had become fascinated with the security business. It was like a war game, identifying threats, developing counter-strategies, and staying one step ahead of industrial spies, blackmailers, and thieves. His breakthrough came when he uncovered how a client had been swindled through creative bookkeeping, identifying the perpetrator from a group of a dozen suspects. He was promoted, played a key role in the firm's development, and became an expert in financial fraud. 15 years later, he became CEO and transformed Milton Security into one of Sweden's most competent and trusted security firms. The company now employed 380 full-time staff and 300 freelancers, small compared to giants like Falk or the Swedish Guard Service. But under Armansky's leadership, it had evolved from a small operation providing floorwalkers and guards for shopping centers to an internationally recognized firm with cutting-edge technology. Night watchmen and uniform fetishists had been replaced by ex-policemen, political scientists specializing in terrorism, and experts in personal protection and industrial espionage, as well as top telecommunications and IT specialists. The company had moved from Solna to state-of-the-art offices near Slussen, in the heart of Stockholm. By the early 90s, Milton Security was offering a new level of service to an exclusive clientele: medium-sized corporations and wealthy private individuals, rock stars, stock market speculators, and dot-com entrepreneurs. The company provided bodyguard protection and security solutions for Swedish firms abroad, especially in the Middle East, a sector that now accounted for 70% of their turnover. Under Armansky, sales had grown from 40 million kronor annually to nearly 2 billion. The business was divided into 3 main areas: security consultations to identify threats, countermeasures such as cameras, alarms, and electronic locks, and personal protection for individuals and companies, a market that had grown 40-fold in a decade. A new client group had emerged: affluent women seeking protection from former partners or stalkers. The company also handled security for international visitors, including an American actress shooting a film in Trollhättan, whose agent insisted on bodyguards for her infrequent walks. A fourth, smaller area was personal investigations, or pinders in internal jargon, which Armansky viewed with some unease. It was troublesome, less lucrative, and demanded more judgment and experience than technical expertise. Such investigations were acceptable for credit checks, pre-employment background checks, or suspicions of employee misconduct, but clients often tried to drag in private problems: concerns about a daughter's boyfriend, suspicions of infidelity, or fears of blackmail. Armansky frequently refused such requests, believing that adults had the right to choose their own partners and that marital problems should be resolved privately. These inquiries were potential traps that could lead to scandal and legal trouble, so he kept a close watch on them despite their modest revenue. The morning's topic was just such an investigation. Armansky straightened the crease in his trousers and leaned back in his chair, casting a suspicious glance at his colleague Lisbeth Salander, 32 years his junior. He thought, for the 1000th time, that no one seemed more out of place in a prestigious security firm than she did. His mistrust was both wise and irrational. In his eyes, Salander was unquestionably the most able investigator he had ever met in the business. In 4 years, she had never fumbled a job or turned in a mediocre report. Her work was in a class of its own. She had imagination and always brought back something unexpected, though how she did it remained a mystery to him. Sometimes it seemed like sheer magic. She knew the bureaucratic archives inside out and had an uncanny ability to get under the skin of her subjects. If there was dirt to be dug up, she homed in on it like a cruise missile. He would never forget the time he assigned her a routine check on a pharmaceutical researcher before a corporate buyout. The job was supposed to take a week, but after 4 weeks of silence and ignored reminders, she delivered a report documenting that the subject was a pedophile who had bought sex from a 13-year-old prostitute in Tallinn and had an unhealthy interest in his partner's daughter. She had laid the report on his desk without warning, and he only read it late that evening at home, over a glass of wine. The report was precise and exhaustive, with footnotes and photographs, including images of the man with his hand under the girl's sweater. Salander had tracked down the girl and recorded her account. The report created exactly the chaos Armansky had wanted to avoid, forcing him to call an emergency meeting with the client and, over fierce objections, refer the material to the police, risking a libel suit if the evidence couldn't be substantiated. But it wasn't Salander's lack of emotional involvement that most troubled him. Milton's security projected an image of conservative stability, and Salander fit into that picture about as well as a buffalo at a boat show. She was pale and anorexic-looking, with hair cut short as a fuse, pierced nose and eyebrows, and a wasp tattoo on her neck, a looped tattoo on her biceps, and another around her ankle, and a dragon on her left shoulder blade. She was a natural redhead who dyed her hair raven black, and she looked like she'd just emerged from a week-long orgy with hard rockers. She didn't have an eating disorder. She seemed to consume junk food constantly, but she was simply born thin, with slender bones, small hands, narrow wrists, and childlike breasts. At 24, she sometimes looked 14. She had a wide mouth, a small nose, and high cheekbones that gave her an almost Asian look. Her movements were quick and spidery, and when she worked at a computer, her fingers flew over the keys. Her extreme slenderness would have made modeling impossible, but with the right makeup, her face could have graced any billboard. Sometimes she wore black lipstick, and despite the tattoos and piercings, she was, well, attractive. It was inexplicable. That Salander worked for Armansky at all was remarkable. She was not the sort of woman he would normally come into contact with. She had been hired through Holger Palmgren, a semi-retired lawyer who managed old J.F. Milton's personal affairs, and who described her as quick-witted but with a trying attitude. Palmgren had appealed for Armansky to give her a chance, and Armansky had agreed against his better judgment, knowing that Palmgren was the type who took no as a challenge to redouble his efforts. He knew Palmgren devoted himself to troubled kids and social misfits, but he trusted the man's judgment. He regretted the decision the moment he met her. She wasn't just difficult, she was the quintessence of difficult, a dropout with no higher education. Her first few months were a disaster. She showed up sporadically, made coffee, ran errands, and handled copying, but conventional office hours and routines were alien to her. Worse, she had a gift for irritating her colleagues, earning a reputation as the girl with 2 brain cells, one for breathing, one for standing up. She never talked about herself, and colleagues who tried to engage her got little response. Her attitude encouraged neither trust nor friendship, and she quickly became an outsider, wandering the corridors like a stray cat. Everyone considered her a hopeless case. After a month of trouble, Armansky summoned her with the intent to let her go. He listed her offenses, and she listened without objection or reaction. Concluding she lacked the right attitude, he was about to suggest she find work elsewhere when she interrupted him. She told him bluntly that if he only wanted an office serf, he could get one from a temp agency. She could handle anything, and if he didn't have better use for her than sorting post, he was an idiot. Then she pointed out that a colleague had spent 3 weeks on a useless report about a potential recruit, which she had copied and seen on his desk. She had also found the man's previous report in the canteen. Armansky was stunned and angry. He raised his voice, reminding her that confidential reports were off limits, but she calmly pointed out that the security routines had shortcomings. The report had been shoved at her before the colleague went to the bar. She had put the previous report back in his inbox, and the man had written the combination to his document safe and his computer password on a paper under his blotter. More importantly, his investigation was worthless. He had missed the subject's gambling debts, cocaine use, and history of domestic violence against his girlfriend. Armansky examined the report, which was competently written and full of source references, and then told her to prove it. She had 3 days. 3 days later, she delivered a report that transformed the outwardly pleasant yuppie into an unreliable bastard, with exhaustive source references. Armansky read it over the weekend and spent part of Monday double-checking her assertions, already knowing they would prove accurate. He was bewildered and angry with himself for having misjudged her. He had taken her for stupid, even retarded, never expecting that a dropout could produce such grammatically correct, detailed work. He couldn't imagine how she had obtained her information, especially excerpts from a confidential doctor's journal at a women's crisis center. When he asked, she refused to reveal her sources. It became clear she wouldn't discuss her methods with anyone. This disturbed him, but not enough to resist testing her further. He thought about it for days, recalling Palmgren's words that everyone deserves a chance, and his own Muslim upbringing teaching him to help the outcasts. Though he didn't believe in God and hadn't been to a mosque since his teens, he recognized Salander as someone in need of resolute help, something he hadn't provided in decades. Instead of firing her, he summoned her for a meeting, trying to understand what made her tick. He confirmed she had serious emotional problems, but also discovered unusual intelligence beneath her sullen facade. She was prickly and irksome, but to his surprise, he began to like her. Over the following months, he took her under his wing as a small social project, giving her straightforward research tasks and offering guidance. She listened patiently and then did things her own way. He asked the technical director to give her a basic IT course, and after an afternoon together, the director reported she seemed to have a better understanding of computers than most of the staff. But despite development discussions and in-house training offers, she had no intention of adapting to Milton's routines, which put Armansky in a difficult spot. He wouldn't tolerate such behavior from any other employee, but he sensed that giving her an ultimatum would only make her shrug and leave. A more serious problem was his own feelings. She was like a nagging itch, repellent yet tempting. It wasn't sexual attraction. He preferred blonde, curvaceous women, and he had been happily married for 20 years to a Finnish woman who still satisfied those desires. He had never been unfaithful, though something might have happened once, and his wife might have misunderstood. He had 2 daughters Salander's age, and he wasn't interested in flat-chested girls who could be mistaken for skinny boys. Even so, he caught himself having inappropriate daydreams about her. The attraction, he thought, was that she was a foreign creature, like falling in love with a painting or a Greek amphora. She represented a life he couldn't share, and she forbade him from sharing it. Once, sitting at a cafe in Gamla Stan, he saw her with 3 girls and a boy, all similarly dressed. She was just as reserved as at work, but she almost smiled at a story told by a girl with purple hair. He wondered how she'd react if he showed up with green hair and worn-out jeans. She was sitting with her back to him, seemingly unaware of his presence, but when he got up to leave, she turned and stared straight at him, as if she'd known all along he was there. Her gaze felt like an attack, and he pretended not to see her, hurrying out. She followed him with her eyes, he was sure, until he turned the corner. She rarely laughed, but over time Armansky noticed a softening in her attitude, a dry sense of humor that could prompt a crooked, ironic smile. Her lack of emotional response sometimes made him want to grab her and shake her, to force his way into her shell and win her friendship, or at least her respect. Only once, at a Christmas party after 9 months, when he wasn't sober, had he tried to discuss his feelings. He told her he liked her, that he felt protective, and offered help if she ever needed it. He tried to give her a hug, all in friendliness, but she wriggled out and left the party. She didn't appear at the office or answer her mobile for 3 weeks. Her absence felt like torture, and for the first time he realized with appalling clarity what a destructive hold she had over him. 3 weeks later, working late on year-end bookkeeping, he became aware of her standing in the shadows inside his doorway, watching him. He had no idea how long she had been there. She offered him coffee, handing him a cup from the espresso machine in the canteen. He accepted it silently, feeling both relief and terror as she pushed the door shut with her foot. She sat down opposite his desk and fixed her gaze on him. Then she asked a question that could not be laughed off or avoided. Was he attracted to her? Armansky sat paralyzed, frantically searching for an answer. His first impulse was to feign insult, but he saw her expression and realized this was the first personal question she had ever asked him. It was serious, and if he tried to dismiss it, she would take it as an affront. She wanted to talk, and he wondered how long it had taken her to muster the courage. He slowly put down his pen and leaned back in his chair, finally relaxing. He asked what made her think that, and she cited the way he looked at her, and the way he didn't, as well as the times he had stopped himself from reaching out to touch her. He smiled and said she'd bite his hand off if he laid a finger on her, but she didn't smile back, just waited. He admitted that there had been times when he felt attracted to her, though he couldn't explain it, and insisted it wasn't physical. She said that was good because it would never happen. He laughed the first time she had said anything personal, and it was the most disheartening news a man could imagine. He struggled to find the right words, saying he understood she wasn't interested in an older man, but she corrected him. She wasn't interested in an older man who was also her boss. She acknowledged that he was sometimes stupid and maddeningly bureaucratic, but also attractive, and she felt something too. But he was her boss, she had met his wife, she wanted to keep her job, and getting involved with him would be idiotic. He said nothing, hardly daring to breathe. She went on, aware of what he had done for her and not ungrateful, appreciating that he had risen above his prejudices to give her a chance. But she didn't want him as a lover, and he wasn't her father. He sighed helplessly and asked what she wanted from him. She said she wanted to continue working for him, if that was okay. He nodded and answered honestly that he wanted her to work for him, but also wanted her to feel friendship and trust. She nodded. He observed that she wasn't the type to encourage friendship, but he would try not to interfere in her life. Was it all right if he continued to like her? She thought about it for a long time, then got up, walked around the desk, and gave him a hug. He was utterly shocked. Only when she released him did he take her hand. They could be friends. She nodded once. That was the only time she ever showed him tenderness, the only time she touched him, a moment he would fondly remember. After 4 years, she had still revealed hardly anything about her private life or background. Once, he had used his own investigative skills on her and talked at length with Holger Palmgren, who seemed unsurprised to see him. What he learned did not increase his trust in her, but he never mentioned it to her or let on that he had been snooping. Instead, he hid his unease and intensified his watchfulness. Before that strange evening ended, they had reached an agreement. She would work on research projects as a freelancer, receiving a small monthly income regardless of assignments, with the real money coming from per-job fees. She could work however she wanted, but she pledged never to embarrass him or risk scandal for Milton's security. For Armansky, it was a solution advantageous to everyone. He reduced the PI department to a single employee handling routine work and credit checks, turning all complex assignments over to Salander and a few other freelancers who were, in the end, independent contractors. She earned a good salary, though it could have been higher. She worked only when she felt like it. He accepted her as she was, but she was not allowed to meet clients. Today's assignment was an exception. She was dressed for the day in a black t-shirt with a fanged ET and the words, "I ansås an alien," a frayed black skirt, a worn leather jacket, a rivet belt, heavy Doc Marten boots, and horizontally striped green and red knee socks. Her makeup suggested she might be colorblind. In short, she was exceptionally decked out. Armansky sighed and shifted his gaze to the conservatively dressed guest with thick glasses. Dirk Frodo, a lawyer who had insisted on meeting the employee who had prepared the report. Armansky had tried everything to avoid it, claiming Salander had a cold, was away, or swamped with work. But the lawyer calmly replied that the matter wasn't urgent and he could wait. There was no avoiding it now. Frodo, in his late 60s, was looking at Salander with evident fascination, while she glowered back with no warmth. Armansky sighed again, looking at the folder she had placed on his desk, labeled Carl Mikael Blomkvist, with a neatly printed social security number. He said the name aloud, and Frodo snapped out of his bewitched state, asking what they could tell him about Mikael Blomkvist. Armansky introduced Salander as the report's author, apologetically urging Frodo not to be fooled by her youth. She was their best researcher. Frodo seemed unconvinced and directed his question to Armansky as if she weren't in the room. She blew a gum bubble and asked if Armansky could ask the client whether he wanted the long or short version. Frodo hesitated, then turned to her with an avuncular tone, asking for a verbal summary. Her expression turned so hostile that Frodo felt a chill, but it quickly softened, leaving him wondering if he'd imagined it. When she began to speak, she sounded like a civil servant. She explained that the assignment was not complicated, though the description was vague. He had wanted everything that could be dug up about Blomkvist, so the report was a potpourri of his life, 193 pages long, with 120 pages of copies of articles and press clippings. Blomkvist was a public person with few secrets and not much to hide. Frodo pressed further, asking if there were secrets. She replied that everyone has secrets. It's just a matter of finding them. She began her summary. Blomkvist was born in 1960, making him 42. Born in Borlänge, but never lived there. His parents, both deceased, were a machinery installer and a housewife. The family moved to Stockholm when he started school. He has a younger sister, Annika, who is a lawyer, and some cousins. She paused to ask if Armansky was planning to serve coffee, prompting him to hastily pour 3 cups from the thermos. She continued. The family lived in Lilla Essingen in 1966. Blomkvist attended school in Blomma and then prep school on Kungsholmen, earning decent marks. In prep school, he studied music and played bass in a rock band that put out a single played on the radio in the summer of 1979. After prep school, he worked as a ticket collector, saved money, and traveled abroad for a year, mostly in Asia and Australia. He started journalism school at 21, interrupted his studies for military service as a rifleman in Kiruna, a macho unit where he left with good marks, then completed his degree and worked in journalism ever since. She offered to provide more detail if he wanted. Frodo said to just tell what she thought was important. She described Blomkvist as a bit like Practical Pig from The Three Little Pigs, an excellent journalist who had many temporary jobs in the 80s before his breakthrough with the Bear Gang story, the bank robbers he identified. Frodo acknowledged the nickname Kalle Blomkvist. She noted that Blomkvist hated the nickname, and who could blame him? She'd punch anyone who called her Pippi Longstocking on a newspaper placard. She cast a dark look at Armansky, who swallowed hard, having often thought of her exactly that way. He waved for her to continue. She explained that Blomkvist had originally wanted to be a crime reporter and had interned at an evening paper, but he became known for political and financial reporting. He'd primarily freelanced, with one full-time position in the late 80s, leaving in 1990 to help start the monthly magazine Millennium. The magazine began as an outsider without a major publisher backing it, and its circulation had grown to 21,000 copies monthly. The editorial office was on Gotgatanen, only blocks away. Frodo asked if it was a left-wing magazine. She replied that it depended on how one defined left-wing. Millennium was generally viewed as critical of society, but anarchists probably considered it a wimpy bourgeois publication, while conservatives likely thought the editors were Bolsheviks. There was no indication Blomkvist had ever been politically active, even during his prep school days. While at journalism school, he had lived with a girl who was active in the syndicalists and now sat in parliament for the Left Party. But he seemed to have earned his left-wing label primarily because his investigative reporting focused on corruption in the corporate world. He had done devastating portraits of industry leaders and politicians, well-deserved, in her view, leading to resignations and legal repercussions, most notably the Arboga affair, which forced a conservative politician to resign and sent a former counselor to prison for embezzlement. Pointing out crimes, she argued, hardly made someone left-wing. Frodo moved on to other topics. She told him Blomkvist had written 2 books, one on the Arboga affair and one on financial journalism titled The Knights Templar, which had been controversial and sparked media debate. Frodo asked about money. She replied that he wasn't rich, but wasn't starving. Tax returns were attached, showing about 250,000 Swedish kronor in bank accounts and retirement funds, plus a 100,000 kronor account for working expenses. He owned a paid-off co-op apartment on Bellmansgatan, 700 square feet, with no loans or debts. He also had a summer cottage in Sandem, 270 square feet, inherited from an uncle who bought it in the 40s. She had no idea what it was worth today, certainly a few million, but he seemed unwilling to sell and visited often. As for income, he took only 12,000 kronor monthly as salary from Millennium, earning the rest through freelance work, which varied. A big year 3 years ago brought in 450,000, but last year only 120,000. Frodo noted he would have to pay 150,000 in taxes plus legal fees, and would lose income during his prison term, which meant he'd be cleaned out. Frodo asked if he was honest. She said that was his trust capital. His image was as a guardian of robust morality against the business world, and he was often invited to pontificate on television. But after today's conviction, much of that capital would be gone. It would be a long time before he won any journalism prizes. He'd made a fool of himself. Armansky widened his eyes. In the years she'd worked for him, she'd never made a personal comment in an investigation. But she continued, off the record, saying she'd followed the trial and was flabbergasted. The whole thing felt wrong, entirely out of character for Blomkvist to publish something so off the wall. She scratched her neck, and Frodo waited patiently. Armansky wondered if he'd misjudged her uncertainty, but then she seemed to make up her mind. She was convinced Blomkvist had been set up. Something totally different was going on than the court's verdict indicated. Frodo scrutinized her, and Armansky noticed the lawyer's interest sharpen. It wasn't the Winterstrom affair that interested him, but Salander's hint that Blomkvist had been tricked. Frodo asked what she meant, and she explained it was speculation, but she was convinced someone had set him up. Every controversial revelation Blomkvist had published before was well documented, yet in court he seemed to give up without a fight, completely out of character. If the court was to be believed, he'd made up a story without evidence and published it like a journalistic suicide bomber. That simply wasn't his style. She could only guess. He believed in his story, but something happened and the information turned out false, meaning his source had either deceived him or someone deliberately fed him bad information, though that seemed improbably complicated. The alternative was that he was threatened so severely he'd rather be seen as incompetent than fight back. But it was just speculation. Frodo held up a hand, drumming his fingers on the armrest, then asked if they hired her to unravel the truth. What chance was there she'd find anything? She couldn't answer. There might be nothing to find. But would she be willing to try? She shrugged, saying it wasn't her decision. She worked for Armansky, who assigned jobs, and it depended on what information they were looking for. Frodo put it plainly, speaking in confidence. He knew nothing specific, but he knew Winterstrom had acted dishonestly in other situations. The case had seriously affected Blomkvist, and he wanted to know if her speculations held any weight. The conversation took an unexpected turn, putting Armansky on alert. Frodo was asking them to investigate a concluded case with potential threats to Blomkvist, risking collision with Winterstrom's lawyers. Armansky was uneasy at the thought of turning Salander loose in such a situation. It wasn't just the company. Salander had made it clear she didn't want him acting as a worried stepfather, and he'd been careful to respect that. But he never stopped worrying about her, sometimes comparing her to his own daughters. He wouldn't tolerate his daughters behaving like her, living the life she led, and in his Croatian, or Bosnian, or Armenian heart, he couldn't shake the conviction that her life was heading for disaster. She seemed the perfect victim for anyone who wished her ill, and he dreaded the morning he'd learn someone had harmed her. He warned that such an investigation could be expensive to gauge Froda's seriousness. Frodo said they'd set a ceiling and praised Salander's competence. Armansky turned to her with a raised eyebrow, and she confirmed she wasn't working on anything else. He agreed, but wanted to set clear constraints on the job. She continued the rest of her report. Blomkvist had married Monica Abrahamson in 1986, had a daughter, Pernilla, that same year, divorced in 1991, and they remained friends. The daughter lived with her mother and didn't see Blomkvist often. Froda asked for more coffee and then returned to her earlier comment about everyone having secrets. Had she found any? She clarified that she meant private matters people didn't air publicly. Blomkvist was clearly popular with women, had several love affairs and casual flings, but one person kept recurring over the years in an unusual relationship. Froda asked what she meant. The investigator's report painted a portrait of Erika Berger that was as detailed as it was dispassionate. A catalogue of her social and romantic entanglements laid bare for the lawyer's scrutiny. She came from a world of old money, her lineage a blend of Swedish nobility and Belgian industry, a fact that seemed to carry its own quiet weight in the narrative being constructed. Her connection to Mikael Blomkvist was not a recent development. It was a thread woven through 2 decades, stretching back to their shared time in journalism school, a bond that had frayed and reknotted itself countless times over the years. The report moved on to the more complicated terrain of her marriage. Her husband was an artist named Gregor Beckman, a man whose minor celebrity stemmed from public works that were often described with a hint of scandal. The arrangement between Berger and Blomkvist, however, was no secret. The lawyer's quiet observation that this made her unfaithful was met with a subtle correction. The situation was one of full disclosure, accepted by all involved, including her husband. Her life was divided between 2 homes, sometimes with her lover, sometimes with her spouse, a balancing act that the investigator admitted they didn't fully understand. Yet, in the clinical detachment of the report, one conclusion was drawn with certainty. The enduring nature of this affair had played a significant role in the eventual collapse of Blomkvist's own marriage to Monica Abrahamson. The chill of the December evening clung to Mikael Blomkvist as he entered the Millennium offices, his body still registering the long, aimless walk he'd taken through the city. Erika Berger looked up from her desk, her expression a mixture of relief and concern. She'd been waiting since lunchtime. He offered a brief apology for his lateness, explaining that the weight of the verdict had driven him to solitude, to a need for motion and thought before he could face anyone. She had already heard the news on the radio and told him that a reporter from TV4 had called, seeking a comment. She had deflected them, stating they would review the judgment thoroughly before making any statement, a strategy she privately believed made them appear weak and would likely result in some sort of media report that evening. He moved to his favorite armchair by the window, sinking into its familiar comfort as he gazed down at Gokatan, where the city's Christmas shoppers hurried through the early darkness. He admitted the situation felt like a raw deal. A sentiment she understood was shared by the entire staff. Their conversation touched on the managing editor, John Dahlman, who had left early that day. Blomkvist shook his head, reflecting on the 9 months since Dahlman had been hired, a period coinciding with the crisis of the Wennerström affair. Though competent, Dahlman possessed a draining pessimism, a quality Blomkvist had come to regret in their choice. When he brought up their art director, Christer Malm, who was abroad, he suggested that Malm might need to take over as publisher. Erika dismissed the idea, reminding him that being a publisher meant absorbing such blows. But he countered, arguing that his unique position as both the author of the libelous article and the publisher of the magazine made the situation different, one of clear, poor judgment. He felt his credibility was shattered, and the only way to protect the magazine was to step away entirely, to stop the bleeding. She moved to sit on his lap, putting her arms around him, and insisted they were in this together, that she shared the blame, and they would simply have to weather the storm. He argued that there was no storm to ride out, only a fatal wound to the magazine's reputation, and the only way to save it was to remove himself. He knew she would fight to the death for her colleagues, but that loyalty could ultimately destroy them both. The conversation turned to the possibility of publishing everything they had, of going down fighting. He rejected it, stating they had no proof and no credibility left. They had lost this round. He needed a break, a period of rest, and the prison sentence that awaited him. She offered him her company for the night, and he accepted, knowing she had already made arrangements with her husband. Later, in the dim light of his apartment, he lay awake after she had fallen asleep. He watched the slow rhythm of her breathing, the tension in his body finally beginning to ease. For 2 decades she had been a constant, a force he couldn't imagine living without. He thought of their history, the party at journalism school where they'd met, the instantaneous recognition that they would end up together, a certainty they'd acted upon within a week. He knew it wasn't a traditional love that demanded a shared home and life, but something more addictive. He recalled the times they discussed moving in together, only for her to pull back, fearing they would ruin what they had. They functioned together with an uncanny ease, a connection as powerful as any drug. Their relationship had been a source of profound pain for others. His own marriage had collapsed because he couldn't stay away from her, even though he had always been honest about his feelings. She had married Gregor Beckman around the same time, and Blomkvist had assumed their professional relationship would be the extent of it. But millennium had rekindled the flame, and the cycle of infidelity had been too much for his wife, just as Salander had later deduced. He still couldn't understand why Beckman, an artist wrapped up in his own world, accepted the situation so readily. Berger had been frank with her husband, and their arrangement, one where she spent time with both men, seemed to be a peculiar kind of accommodation he had agreed to. At 4 a.m., unable to sleep, he left the bed to read the court judgment again. Holding the document, he felt a strange, almost fatalistic sense about the chance meeting with Robert Lindberg at Arholma, the man who had first told him the story. He still couldn't be certain if Lindberg had shared the details of Wennerström's crimes as mere gossip or with the genuine intention of seeing the story exposed to the public. He leaned toward the simpler explanation for Lindberg's confession, but he couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility that his old-school friend had been motivated by personal or professional vendetta, seizing the chance to use a captive journalist as a weapon against Wennerström. What made the theory plausible was Lindberg's insistence on anonymity, a safeguard that allowed him to speak freely, knowing his friend would never reveal the source. If it had all been a setup, Lindberg had played his part with flawless precision, yet the meeting itself had to be a genuine coincidence, something that couldn't have been orchestrated. The thought crossed his mind that Lindberg couldn't have known the depth of his contempt for men like Wennerström. He'd spent years studying the financial world and had reached a private, unshakable conclusion. Every bank director and corporate executive was, at their core, a cretin. He had never heard of Lisbeth Salander and was blissfully unaware of the report she delivered earlier that day. But if he had read it, he would have recognized the accuracy of her observation about his loathing for financial types being rooted not in left-wing politics, but in a deeper conviction. He wasn't apolitical, but he was deeply skeptical of all isms, having cast only a single parliamentary vote in his life, a hesitant choice for the Social Democrats in 1982, driven more by a desperate need to avoid another term with certain politicians than by any genuine enthusiasm. His prime minister had been assassinated, and the years that followed had been marred by the Bofors scandal and the Ebbe Carlsson affair. His contempt for his fellow financial journalists was grounded in what he saw as a simple matter of morality. He believed it was straightforward. A bank director who squandered millions on reckless speculation should lose his job. A CEO who manipulated shell companies should face prison. A slum landlord exploiting young people should be exposed and shamed. The role of a financial journalist was to scrutinize those who profited from chaos and destroyed the savings of ordinary investors, to hold company boards accountable with the same relentless fervor political reporters applied to ministers and members of parliament. He simply couldn't grasp why so many influential financial reporters treated mediocre speculators like rock stars. This stubborn, recalcitrant viewpoint had repeatedly put him at odds with his colleagues. William Borg, for instance, was destined to be a lifelong enemy, having embraced the role of social critic that made him a frequent, prickly guest on television, always appearing whenever a CEO was caught with a golden parachute. He could easily imagine champagne corks popping in the back rooms of certain newspapers that evening. Erika Berger shared his philosophy about the journalist's role, a vision they had entertained even back in journalism school, dreaming of a magazine with that very mission statement. She was the best boss he could imagine, an organizer who led with warmth and trust but didn't shy away from confrontation and could be ruthless when needed. Her intuition about the content of upcoming issues was icy and unerring. They often clashed over perspectives, engaging in healthy arguments, but their confidence in each other was absolute, making them an unbeatable team. He did the legwork, tracking down stories, while she packaged and marketed them. Millennium was their shared creation, yet it would never have come to life without her ability to secure funding. It was a union of the working-class man and the upper-class woman. Her family's old money had provided the initial seed capital, which she then augmented by persuading her father and various acquaintances to invest substantially. He'd often wondered why she'd set her sights on Millennium. As majority partner and editor-in-chief, she enjoyed prestige and control over publicity she couldn't get elsewhere. She had been a natural on television after journalism school, looking fantastic on camera and able to hold her own against any competitor. With her strong contacts in the bureaucracy, she could have easily secured a managerial position at a TV channel with a much higher salary. She had also convinced Christer Malm to buy into the magazine, an exhibitionist gay celebrity, whose relationship with actor Arnold Magnuson had made them a media sensation. As a sought-after professional photographer and designer, Malm gave Millennium its modern look, managing his business from the same floor and contributing his graphic design skills 1 week each month. The staff was small: 3 full-time employees, a full-time trainee, and 2 part-timers. And while it wasn't a lucrative business, the magazine had been breaking even, with circulation and advertising revenue steadily increasing. Until today, the magazine had been known for its frank and reliable editorial style. That reputation was now at serious risk. He reread the press release they'd drafted, which had been picked up by the wire service and was already on Aftonbladet's website, the headline announcing his departure from Millennium. Berger was furious about the press release. She predicted that most people would see him as an idiot and her as a bitch who had taken the opportunity to push him out. He tried to make light of it, but she remained unamused, insisting she didn't have a backup plan and believed they were making a mistake. He argued there was no other way. The magazine's collapse would mean all their years of work were for nothing, and the advertising revenue was already taking a beating. When he asked about a computer company that had been a potential advertiser, she sighed and told him they had declined space in the next issue, a decision he immediately attributed to Wennerström's influence. The financier held a chunk of stock in that company. She countered that they could find new clients. Wennerström didn't own everything in Sweden, and they still had their contacts. He pulled her close, assuring her that someday they would nail Wennerström hard, but for now, Millennium had to retreat from the spotlight. She knew all of that, but she hated being portrayed as a bitch, and she felt he was being forced into a humiliating position by pretending there was a rift between them. He reminded her that as long as they trusted each other, they had a chance, and the only viable strategy now was to retreat. She reluctantly accepted the grim logic of his argument. The weekend passed in a haze of intimacy and conversation. They barely left the apartment, emerging only for necessities, but their time together was about more than just physical connection. Hours were spent lying in each other's arms, talking through every possible future, weighing options and calculating odds until the early hours of Monday morning. As dawn broke on the day before Christmas Eve, Erika kissed him goodbye, a promise of until next time, and drove away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Blomkvist spent the day in a quiet, methodical rhythm. He washed dishes, cleaned the apartment, then walked to the office to clear out his desk. He had finally convinced Erika that he needed to step away from the magazine for a while, though he had no intention of severing ties completely. He would work from home, maintaining his connection from a distance. The office was closed for the holidays, and his colleagues were all gone, leaving him alone to sort through papers and pack books into cartons when the phone rang. The voice on the other end introduced itself as Dirk Frodo, a lawyer representing a client who wanted to meet with him personally. Blomkvist, assuming it would be a standard arrangement, suggested the client come to the office, but the lawyer insisted the client wanted Blomkvist to travel to Hedestad. He pushed a filing tray aside, his mind immediately cataloging the kind of unsolicited tips that newsrooms attract, from UFO enthusiasts to conspiracy theorists, all convinced they held the key to some grand mystery. He remembered a lecture on the Palm assassination, where a woman in the audience had claimed to know who the murderer was, only to refuse to share the information because it was too dangerous. He wondered if Frodo was cut from the same cloth. His initial refusal was firm. He didn't make house calls. But the lawyer persisted, explaining that his client was over 80 and traveling to Stockholm would be exhausting. When pressed, Frodo revealed the client's name, Henrik Vanger. Blomkvist leaned back in surprise. He knew the name well, an industrialist who had once been a titan of Swedish industry, a patriarch of the old school, a cornerstone of the welfare state's industrial backbone. The Vanger companies, still family-owned, had been battered over the past 25 years by reorganizations, market crises, and foreign competition. Today the company was run by Martin Vanger, a man Blomkvist vaguely recognized from occasional television appearances. Henrik Vanger had been out of the public eye for at least 2 decades. When Blomkvist asked what the meeting was about, Frodo was evasive, saying only that Vanger wanted to discuss a possible job. It wasn't a press secretary position, but something more private and personal. The lawyer's vagueness was frustrating, but it also piqued his curiosity. Frodo mentioned that the publicity surrounding the Wennerström trial had brought Blomkvist to Vanger's attention, and the old industrialist wanted to offer him a freelance assignment. The call was odd, and Blomkvist took the lawyer's number, promising to think it over. After hanging up, he sat staring at the chaos of his desk, unable to imagine what kind of job Vanger could possibly offer him. He turned to his computer, Googling the Vanger company and its key figures. The company might be in the backwaters, but it appeared in the media almost daily. He saved a dozen analyses, then searched for Frodo and the Vanger family members. Martin Vanger seemed diligent in his role as CEO, while Frodo kept a low profile, serving on the board of the Hedestad Country Club and the Rotary Club. Henrik Vanger appeared only in background articles, with one exception, a tribute piece published in the Hedestad Courier on his 80th birthday. Blomkvist compiled a folder of about 50 pages, then finished packing his desk, sealing the curtains, and heading home without knowing if he would ever return. That same Christmas Eve, across the city, Lisbeth Salander sat in the nursing home in Uplands Väsby, watching her mother struggle with the ribbon on a Christmas present. She had brought a bottle of eau de toilette and an English fruitcake, and she drank coffee as the 46-year-old woman fumbled with the knot. There was tenderness in Salander's eyes, but also a familiar sense of distance. This strange woman was her mother, yet she could see no resemblance in looks or nature. When her mother gave up, Salander silently pushed the scissors across the table, and the woman seemed to wake from her fog. Her mother worried that Salander thought she was stupid, but Salander assured her that she wasn't. Life was just unfair. They spoke of Salander's sister, who never visited, and of Salander's work, which was going fine. When her mother asked where she lived, Salander reminded her that she lived in the old apartment on Lundagatan, the one she'd taken over payments for. Her mother spoke of visiting in the summertime, and Salander agreed, though she knew it was unlikely. When the present was finally opened, her mother thanked Camilla, and Salander corrected her. Lisbeth. I'm Lisbeth. Embarrassed, her mother looked away, and Salander suggested they go to the TV room. Meanwhile, Blomkvist spent the Christmas Eve hour of the Disney special with his daughter Pernilla at his ex-wife's home in Sollentuna. Together with Monica, they had given Pernilla an iPod, and father and daughter spent time together in her room upstairs. Pernilla's parents had divorced when she was 5, and she'd had a new father since she was 7. She visited Blomkvist about once a month and spent week-long holidays with him in Sandem. He had always let her decide how often she wanted to see him, especially after her mother remarried. There had been a couple of years in her early teens when contact almost stopped, but recently she'd been seeking him out more often. She had followed the trial and believed in his innocence, convinced he simply couldn't prove it. She told him about a sort of boyfriend in another class, and then surprised him by mentioning she'd joined a church. He held his tongue, choosing not to comment. He had been invited to stay for dinner at his ex-wife's home, but he was already expected at his sister's house in the suburb of Stacket. That morning, he had also received an invitation to celebrate Christmas Eve with the Beckmans in Saltsjöbaden, but he had politely declined. He was certain there was a limit to Gregor Beckman's tolerance, and he had no desire to discover where that boundary lay. Instead, he found himself knocking on the door of his sister Annika, now Annika Giannini, who lived with her Italian husband and their 2 children. The house was full of her husband's relatives, and they were about to carve the Christmas ham. Over dinner, he fielded questions about the trial, receiving well-meaning but ultimately useless advice from everyone except his sister, who remained conspicuously silent despite being the only lawyer in the room. She had worked as a clerk and assistant prosecutor before opening her own law firm specializing in family law, and she had become a visible advocate for battered and threatened women, appearing in newspapers and on television as a feminist voice. As he helped her prepare coffee, she asked how he was really doing, and he admitted he felt as low as he ever had. She suggested he get a real lawyer next time, but he doubted it would have made a difference in this case. He promised they would talk it through properly when the dust settled. She hugged him and kissed his cheek before they carried out the coffee and Christmas cake. Then he excused himself and used the kitchen phone to call the lawyer in Hedestad, hearing the buzz of a family gathering in the background. Frode greeted him with a Merry Christmas and asked if he had made up his mind. Blomkvist admitted he had no immediate plans and was curious to know more, agreeing to come up the day after Christmas. Frode was pleased and promised to call the next day to arrange a time. Blomkvist regretted his decision almost immediately, but by the time he got home, it felt too awkward to cancel. So on the morning of December 26th, he found himself on a train heading north. He had a driver's license but had never felt the need to own a car. The journey wasn't long, past Uppsala, through a string of small industrial towns along the Norrland coast, until he reached Hedestad, a small town a little more than an hour north of Gävle. A snowstorm had hit on Christmas night, but the skies had cleared and the air was bitingly cold when he stepped off the train. He immediately realized he wasn't dressed warmly enough for a Norrland winter. Frodo, who knew what he looked like, met him at the platform and guided him into the warmth of his Mercedes. The town's streets were being cleared of snow, and the high banks presented a picturesque contrast to Stockholm. Hedestad felt like another planet, though it was only 3 hours from the heart of the city. He stole a glance at the lawyer, an angular face with sparse white hair and thick glasses perched on an impressive nose. Frodo asked if it was his first time in Hedestad, and Blomkvist nodded. The lawyer explained that it was an old industrial town with a harbor, a population of only 24,000, but people liked living there. Vanger lived in Hedeby, at the southern edge of town. Frodo himself had moved there after graduating in 1962, having started working for Vanger and become a friend over the years. He was now officially retired, with Vanger as his only client. When Blomkvist joked that his job was only to scrape up journalists with ruined reputations, Frodo assured him he wasn't the first to lose a match against Wennerström. Blomkvist pressed him on whether the invitation had anything to do with Wennerström, but Frodo said no, though Vanger had followed the trial with interest and wanted to discuss a different matter entirely. The road into Hedeby was still unplowed, and Frodo navigated carefully through frozen ruts. The town center consisted of houses along the Gulf of Bothnia, with larger modern homes clustered around them. A bridge led to a hilly island, where a small white stone church stood on the mainland side, across from an old-fashioned neon sign reading Suzanne's Bridge Café and Bakery. Frodo drove a short distance farther and turned into a courtyard in front of a stone building, too small to be a manor, but larger than the surrounding houses. This was the Vanger farm, now home only to Henrik and his housekeeper, though it had once been full of life. Blomkvist wondered what insane impulse had led him to accept the invitation, and he decided to return to Stockholm that evening if possible. As they approached the entrance, the door opened, and he immediately recognized Henrik Vanger from the photographs he'd seen online. The old man looked surprisingly vigorous for 82, a wiry figure with a weathered face, thick gray hair combed back, and thin steel-rimmed glasses. He wore neatly pressed dark trousers, a white shirt, and a well-worn brown jacket. He welcomed Blomkvist inside, where the warmth was a relief after the cold. A housekeeper named Anna Nygren took his coat and offered him slippers. Blomkvist thanked her, but told Vanger he wasn't sure he would stay for dinner. It depended on what this game was all about. Vanger exchanged a glance with Frode, an unreadable understanding passing between them. Frodo excused himself, saying he needed to attend to his grandchildren, and gave Blomkvist directions to his house if he was needed. Blomkvist, still uncertain, reached into his jacket and turned on a tape recorder, wanting a precise record of anything strange that might happen after the chaos of the past year. Vanger led him upstairs to his office, a spacious room dominated by a long bookshelf and a dark oak desk. On the wall behind the desk hung a large collection of pressed flowers in neat rows. Through a gable window there was a view of the bridge and the church. Coffee and pastries had been set out, but Blomkvist ignored them, instead studying the room, the books, the flowers, the desk, and a silver-framed photograph of a dark-haired girl with a mischievous look. Vanger asked if he remembered her, then revealed that Blomkvist had been in this room before as a child. He explained that he had known Blomkvist's father, who had worked for him in the 1950s and 60s. The family had lived in the wooden house across the road during the summer of 1963, when Blomkvist was 2 or 3, and Harriet Vanger, the girl in the photograph, had often looked after him. Blomkvist had no recollection of any of this and couldn't even be sure Vanger was telling the truth. Vanger continued, recalling how he remembered Blomkvist as a child, running around the farm with Harriet in tow. He mentioned a yellow sheet metal tractor he had given the boy, a toy he had played with himself as a child. Blomkvist felt a chill. He did remember that tractor, which had stood on a shelf in his bedroom when he was older. Vanger was delighted to learn the tractor was now in the Toy Museum in Stockholm, and he showed Blomkvist a photograph album, pointing out a black-and-white snapshot of a fair-haired boy in shorts, Blomkvist himself, with his parents in the background and a young Harriet partially hidden by his mother. His mother was visibly pregnant, his sister on the way. Vanger spoke warmly of Blomkvist's parents, mentioning that he had helped his father get a job at Zarender's Mechanical and had followed Blomkvist's career ever since. But Blomkvist grew impatient with the reminiscing, sensing it was all leading somewhere. Vanger admitted he had been preparing for this conversation for days and wanted to ask for help with what he called his closing of accounts. He spoke of his age, his failing health, and his need to settle unfinished business before he died. Blomkvist, feeling the old man was a practiced manipulator, set a strict time limit, 30 minutes to explain what he wanted, or he would call a taxi and leave. Vanger acknowledged the ultimatum with a grim smile, then asked Blomkvist to hear him out before making a decision. He explained that he wanted Blomkvist to do 2 things. The first was a pretext, to write a history or biography of the Vanger family, a scandalous chronicle that would expose the family's dark secrets, even if it was never published. His motive was revenge against his relatives, whom he detested. He described the Vanger Corporation's decline, blaming the family's infighting and incompetence for its fall from being a serious competitor to the Wallenberg Group to a shadow of its former self. The second, unspoken part of the job was the real objective, and he asked Blomkvist to listen before deciding whether to accept. Blomkvist sensed the old man was trying to hook him with carefully staged revelations, but he was curious enough to stay and hear him out. Vanger spoke with pride about his reputation as a man of his word, someone who had never played political games and had earned the respect of even Prime Minister Erlander. He saw himself as an ethical leader, responsible for the livelihoods of thousands, and noted that Martin, despite his different nature, shared that same sense of responsibility. But he lamented that he and Martin were rare exceptions in a family riddled with greed and short-term thinking, the very forces that had brought the Vanger Corporation to its knees. Blomkvist, unmoved by the appeal, bluntly stated he lacked the motivation and energy to research and write such a book. Vanger, undeterred, insisted he could convince him, but Blomkvist pressed for the real objective beneath the biographical pretext. The old man rose stiffly, retrieved the photograph of Harriet Vanger, and placed it before him, revealing his true assignment: to solve the mystery of her disappearance. He then launched into the family's dark history, beginning with his eldest brother Richard, a fanatical anti-Semite who had joined various Nazi movements in the 1920s, eventually dying as a captain in the Finnish Winter War and becoming a martyr for the cause. Richard had fathered a son, Gottfried, but had been a brutal abuser, beating his wife and son until his death. Gottfried, in turn, grew up cowed and bullied, later becoming a charming but unreliable drunkard who drowned in 1965, leaving behind a legacy of disappointment. Gottfried had married Isabella Koenig, a German woman who had come to Sweden after the war, and together they had 2 children, Martin and Harriet. Their marriage was chaotic, marked by Isabella's frequent absences and Gottfried's alcoholism. Vanger, childless himself, had taken the children under his wing, becoming the closest thing they had to a stable parent. Martin had been troubled in his youth, but eventually straightened out, becoming CEO of the company. Harriet, however, had been the apple of Vanger's eye. Intelligent, morally grounded, and destined for greatness. But when she was 16, she disappeared, and Vanger was convinced she had been murdered. He now wanted Blomkvist to find out who in the family had killed her and who had been tormenting him for almost 40 years. The old man's words landed like a physical blow, stunning Blomkvist into silence. He had to ask Vanger to repeat himself, certain he must have misheard. Nothing in the cuttings had even hinted at murder. Vanger began to recount the events of September 24, 1966, with the precision of a man who had relived them countless times. It was a Saturday, the day of the annual family dinner and the Children's Day parade in Hedestad. Harriet, who had been watching the parade with friends, returned to Hedeby Island just after 2 in the afternoon. The dinner was set for 5, and she was expected to join the other young family members. Moments after her arrival, a violent accident occurred on the bridge. A car had collided head-on with an oil truck, the tanker flipping over and spilling flammable heating oil across the roadway, its trailer hanging precariously over the edge. The driver of the car was pinned inside, screaming in pain, while the truck driver managed to escape his cabin. The bridge was immediately blocked, and the island was cut off from the mainland for 24 hours, accessible only by a fireboat that was initially reserved for rescue crews. Vanger emphasized the significance. During those critical hours, everyone on the island was trapped, making the list of potential suspects finite. Harriet had been seen by several people in the moments after the accident. She had spoken briefly with Vanger in his office, saying she needed to talk to him about something, but he had been too busy with other family members and promised to come to her room later. She left through the door, and that was the last time he saw her. She was later spotted in the kitchen drinking milk, then crossing the courtyard, where she was seen by her mother, Isabella. She then ran into the pastor, Otto Falk, who waved her off as he hurried to the bridge. Falk was the last person to see her alive. It wasn't until the delayed dinner that evening, around 8 o'clock, that anyone noticed Harriet was missing. Vanger, preoccupied with family arguments, assumed she had gone for a walk or hadn't been told dinner was served. It wasn't until the next morning, when Isabella went to find her, that they realized no one had seen her since the day before. She had vanished without a trace. Blomkvist pressed for details about her death, but Vanger admitted he didn't know how she had died. He had considered all possibilities, running away, an accident, suicide, or murder, but he was convinced murder was the only reasonable conclusion. A 16-year-old from a sheltered world couldn't have simply disappeared and stayed hidden for decades without money, a social security card, or an address. An accident was also unlikely. Even if she had died, her body would have been found on the small, limited island. He pulled out a map of Hedeby Island, showing its irregular shape, dense forest, and the small holding at the far end. The island was only 2 miles long and a mile wide, a confined space that made it impossible for a body to simply vanish. Vanger pressed the point with the gravity of a man who had spent decades turning over the same grim arithmetic. The island itself was the cage, he reminded Blomkvist. An accident could happen anywhere, of course, but the body would still be there. Lightning, a fall, a horse's kick. He had considered every mundane disaster. Yet the one unshakable fact, the detail that ruled out both accident and suicide, was the geography itself. A body, no matter how it died, would have to remain somewhere within that finite patch of land, and they had found nothing. His voice hardened as he drove the point home with his fist against the map. In the days immediately following her disappearance, the search had been exhaustive. Men had pushed through every ditch, every patch of brush, every outbuilding, and forgotten corner of the estate. He had persisted long after the official searches were called off, walking the island obsessively through the autumn and into the winter, refusing to accept the silence. When spring came, he had hired experienced woodsmen who brought dogs and combed the terrain a second time, inch by inch. They had spent 3 months looking for a grave, a hidden hollow, any sign of where a body could be concealed. They found nothing. The girl had simply ceased to exist. Blomkvist offered a counter-thought: the water. An island was surrounded by it, and water could hide almost anything. Vanger conceded the point but dismantled it methodically. If she had drowned, it would have had to happen close to the village. She wouldn't have wandered to the far side during the commotion on the bridge. The currents were weak, and the winds that time of year pushed debris toward the mainland shore, which was heavily built up and would have revealed anything that surfaced. He had dragged the likely spots and hired divers to search the bottom of the sound. He was convinced the water held no answers. Blomkvist pressed further, wondering if she might have tried to cross to the mainland by swimming or rowing. Vanger dismissed the idea with quiet finality. The water was too cold for swimming, and any such attempt in the chaos of that afternoon would have drawn immediate attention from the hundreds of witnesses on both sides. As for the boats, he had counted every single one on the island that day, 13 in total, and each had been checked and found in its proper place. None was missing, none had been used to ferry anyone across. If she had rowed away, the boat would have been found on the opposite shore, and it wasn't. He raised a fourth finger, his conclusion landing like a verdict. The only possibility that survived the scrutiny was that Harriet had been taken against her will, killed, and her body removed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Elsewhere, on that same Christmas morning, Salander sat alone with Blomkvist's book, turning its pages with a growing sense of respect. The writing was sharp, accessible, and laced with a withering sarcasm that she found oddly entertaining. His opening chapter read like a declaration of war, a blistering indictment of Swedish financial journalism as a profession of spineless mouthpieces who simply parroted the statements of powerful men. He argued that the same standards demanded of crime reporters or foreign correspondents should apply to financial journalists. But instead, the field had become an echo chamber for corporate propaganda, where the most successful reporters were those who asked the fewest difficult questions. The chapters that followed made his case with mounting evidence. He dissected coverage of a high-profile.com, exposing the questions no one had bothered to ask. He lampooned the handling of the Telia IPO and named names, including one William Borg, who drew his particular scorn. The closing comparisons with foreign financial press left Swedish journalism looking amateurish by any standard, and his final conclusions drove home the larger point. In no other beat would a reporter survive such abdication of critical thinking, yet in financial journalism it was the path to success. Salander could easily imagine the backlash the book had provoked, the angry debates in trade publications, the front-page denials. Even though Blomkvist had only named a few individuals, anyone in the business would know exactly who he was talking about, and she understood why he had made enemies. She closed the book and studied his photograph on the back. That careless shock of hair, the ironic smile, the boyish charm that seemed staged. An attractive man, she thought, who was about to spend 3 months in prison. She murmured his old nickname to herself with a mocking edge, almost as if she were testing him. Then she set the book aside and turned to her computer. She composed a brief, encrypted message to Plague, a contact she trusted in matters of digital subterfuge, and sent it off before changing her appearance with deliberate care. She swapped her usual piercings for a subtle lipstick, donned plain, practical clothing, and studied her reflection, a woman who would pass unnoticed in any crowd. That was the point. Riding the tunnelbana to Östermalmstorg, she walked the central stretch of Strandvägen until she found the building she was looking for. She positioned herself across the street, patient and unobtrusive, watching the flow of pedestrians in the December cold. Most walked along the quay. Few came to the pavement side. She waited nearly half an hour before a woman with a cane approached from the direction of Djurgården. The old lady paused to study her, and Salander offered a friendly, non-threatening smile in return. The woman seemed momentarily uncertain, as if trying to place her, and Salander used the pause to turn her back, pacing a few steps away to feign the impatience of someone waiting for a friend. In that brief interval, she caught the number punched into the security lock, 1260. Salander waited 5 more minutes, then approached the door and punched in the sequence she had observed, 1260. The lock clicked open. She stepped inside and scanned the stairwell. A security camera caught her eye, but she recognized the model. It was the same kind Milton security used, one that only activated when an alarm was triggered. She dismissed it as a non-threat. Past the antique elevator cage, she found a second lock and tried the same code. It worked again. Careless, she thought. Very careless. She descended into the cellar, moving quickly through a laundry room and a recycling area. From her jacket pocket she produced a set of picklocks, liberated from Milton's own locksmith, and used them to open a door marked for the condominium association's meeting room. Beyond it, a hobby room offered nothing of interest, but at the far end she located the electrical room. That was what she had come for. She inspected the meters, fuse boxes, and junction boxes, then pulled out a compact digital camera, barely larger than a cigarette pack, and took 3 photographs. On her way back up, she paused to read the nameplate next to the top-floor apartment. Wennerström. She left the building without lingering and walked briskly to the National Museum, where she found a seat in the cafeteria. The coffee warmed her as she sat for half an hour, collecting her thoughts. Then she made her way home to Söder. Back in her apartment, she checked her email. A reply from Plague had arrived. She decoded it and read the single word, 20. Blomkvist realized he had already missed any chance of catching the afternoon train. From the window he stared at the illuminated church across the bridge, rubbing his neck as he listened to Vanger's account. The scrapbook of newspaper clippings told a familiar story. Brief media frenzy, then silence. The official theory from the late 60s had been drowning, swept out to sea. A tragedy, but an ordinary one. The old man's narrative had drawn him in, but when Vanger excused himself, skepticism crept back. He had promised to hear the whole story, and when Vanger returned, Blomkvist pressed him directly. What did he think had happened? Vanger laid out his reasoning with cold precision. Of the 60-plus people on the island that day, at least 20 could be ruled out. Of the remainder, someone, and likely a family member, had killed Harriet and hidden the body. Blomkvist raised objections. The first and most obvious was the search itself. If it had been as thorough as described, how could a body simply vanish? Vanger countered that the search had been even more extensive than he'd first indicated, and that only after he began treating it as a murder did he consider possibilities for how the body could have been concealed. He walked Blomkvist through the timeline. Harriet was last seen around 3 o'clock, just before the chaos of the bridge accident. A photographer had arrived at almost the same moment and spent the next hour documenting the scene. Every person in the village appeared in at least one of those photographs, except Harriet. The police had confirmed that. Vanger produced an album of images, pointing to the last known photograph of Harriet, taken at the Children's Day parade around 1:15. Then he turned to the bridge accident photos, nearly 180 of them. Blomkvist studied the black and white images, the overturned tanker, the gesticulating younger Vanger soaked in oil, the crowd along the foreshore. Vanger identified his brother Harold in one shot, a man he dismissed as unpleasant, but unlikely to be the killer, since he had spent almost the entire afternoon on the bridge. Then Vanger paused on a specific photograph. It was taken between 3:40 and 3:45, about 45 minutes after Harriet had run into Pastor Falk. In the preceding image, a window in Harriet's room had been closed. In this one, it was open. Someone had been in her room. Vanger had asked everyone, and no one had admitted to it. Blomkvist noted the implications. Either Harriet had opened it herself, meaning she was still alive at that point, or someone was lying. But why would a murderer open a window, and why would anyone lie about it? Vanger had no explanation. The photographs also allowed Vanger to eliminate some suspects and add others based on who was visible at key moments. Blomkvist pressed further. How could the body have been removed so cleanly? Vanger had a theory. The killer could have struck around 3 o'clock in a blind spot near the courtyard, strangled Harriet, and placed her in the trunk of a car. At that point, no one was thinking of murder, so no one checked the vehicles. By the following evening, when the bridge reopened, the killer could simply drive away and dispose of the body elsewhere, under the noses of the searchers. They continued the conversation over supper. Blomkvist acknowledged the story's fascination, but still didn't understand why Vanger had brought him here. Vanger answered plainly. He wanted to hire Blomkvist to find out who had murdered Harriet. The obsession had consumed 36 years of his life, he admitted, gradually pulling him away from the company. His motivation had shifted from grief to a need for resolution, and now it was almost a consuming hobby, a systematic collection of every scrap of information about a single day. When Blomkvist suggested the killer might be dead by now, Vanger dismissed the idea with a certainty that raised eyebrows. He promised one more detail, the most perplexing of all, before the story was done. Elsewhere, on that same December evening, Salander parked a borrowed Toyota by the commuter station in Sundbyberg. She hadn't exactly asked permission to use the car from Milton Security's motor pool, but Armansky had never explicitly forbidden it. Blomkvist had missed the train. The old man was still talking, and he found himself caught in the gravity of the story. Vanger led him to the wall of pressed flowers, 43 frames, each one a birthday gift from Harriet, beginning when she was 8. The tradition had ended with her disappearance in 1966. But then Vanger pointed to a gap in the row, and Blomkvist felt a chill crawl up his neck. In 1967, a year after she vanished, a pressed violet had arrived on his birthday. Wrapped in gift paper, posted from Stockholm, no return address, no message. And every year since then without fail. The implication was unmistakable. Someone was deliberately tormenting him, using Harriet's own tradition as a weapon. Vanger admitted he had wondered whether Harriet had been taken specifically to hurt him. Blomkvist pressed for the job description. Vanger wanted him to live in Hedeby for a year, pore over every scrap of investigative material, and look with fresh eyes at what the police and Vanger himself might have missed. Blomkvist objected. It was a waste of time, an impossible task after nearly 40 years. But Vanger had prepared a contract. He didn't demand success, only that Blomkvist try. And he offered a salary that made Blomkvist's objections falter. 200,000 kroner a month for a full year. And if he actually solved it, a bonus of 5 million. Blomkvist sat stunned. This wasn't healthy, he stammered. But Vanger was calm, explaining that he had resources, no heirs he cared about, and only one thing left in the world that mattered. He wasn't asking Blomkvist to succeed. He was asking him to make one last attempt, and he had one more card to play. Later that night, Salander returned the borrowed Corolla to Milton Security's garage. She used her card key to enter the office building and took the lift to the 3rd floor, avoiding the main entrance and the duty officer on the 2nd floor. She used the toilet, helped herself to coffee from the machine Armansky had installed after realizing she would never make it herself, and went to her small glass-walled office. It was a cramped space with an old computer, a desk, a shelf of directories, and a dead plant on the windowsill. She looked at it with mild curiosity, then dropped it in the wastebasket. She rarely visited the office, only a few times a year, mainly when she needed quiet to finalize a report. Armansky had insisted she have her own space, partly to make her feel part of the company, and partly, she suspected, so he could keep an eye on her. He had moved her to this cubbyhole after it became clear she wouldn't share a larger office with anyone else. She took out the electronic cuff Plague had given her, studying it with a thoughtful frown, biting her lip. It was past 11 and the floor was empty. Boredom crept in. She got up, walked to Armansky's office, and found it locked. She looked around. No one would come at this hour, and used a pirate copy of the company's card key she had made years ago to let herself in. Armansky's office was spacious and immaculate. She hadn't snooped here in a while, so she took her time at his desk, catching up on internal matters, the search for a suspected mole, which colleagues were undercover in a theft ring investigation, and security measures for a client afraid her child might be kidnapped. She replaced everything exactly as she had found it, locked the door behind her, and walked home, satisfied with her evening's work. Back at the cottage, Vanger pressed his offer further. He wanted to buy a year of Blomkvist's life, 2.4 million kroner for a year's work, and if by some miracle Blomkvist cracked the case, a 5 million kroner bonus. He could pay it anywhere, in any form. Blomkvist stared at the old man, calling it unhealthy, absurd. But Vanger had anticipated his objections and countered each one. The money was irrelevant to him. He had no children and no interest in leaving his fortune to relatives he despised. What he wanted was an answer before he died, and he was willing to pay whatever it cost. Vanger met Blomkvist's objections with the calm of a man who had long ago made peace with his own mortality. He was 82, in full command of his faculties, with a fortune large enough to spend however he pleased. He had no children and no desire to leave his money to the relatives he despised. The bulk of it would go to the World Wildlife Fund, with smaller amounts to those close to him, like Anna. He had accepted that he would die soon. What he could not accept was dying without an answer to the question that had haunted him for half his life. He didn't expect Blomkvist to find it, but he wanted one last attempt. He owed it to Harriet, and he owed it to himself. Blomkvist pointed out the absurdity. Vanger would be paying millions for nothing. He could sign the contract and do nothing for a year. Vanger shook his head with quiet certainty. Blomkvist wouldn't do that. He would work harder than ever, and Vanger knew why. Because he could offer something that couldn't be bought, something Blomkvist wanted more than anything. His eyes narrowed as he delivered the final hook, Hans-Erik Wennerström. He could prove Wennerström was a swindler, had known him since the beginning of his career, and could hand Blomkvist the evidence to turn his defeat in court into the story of the year. It was the morning of January 3rd. And the snow that had blanketed Stockholm had been washed away by New Year's rain. Erika stood at Blomkvist's window, gazing at the familiar view of Gamla Stan, remarking that she could easily trade Saltsjöbaden for this apartment. Blomkvist, closing his suitcase, told her she had the keys and could move in any time, but her mood shifted sharply when she turned to face him. Disbelief etched across her features. He couldn't be serious, their worst crisis, and he was packing for some backwater town. He tried to reassure her, explaining it was only Hedestad, a few hours away and not forever. She countered that it might as well be Ulan Bator, and that leaving now would look like retreat. He admitted that was exactly what he was doing, and he still had prison time ahead of him. Christer Malm sat on the sofa, acutely uncomfortable. He had never seen them in such disagreement. They had clashed before, always over business, always resolving things before returning to their usual closeness, or to bed. But the autumn had been grim, and now a rift seemed to have opened between them. He wondered if he was witnessing the beginning of the end of millennium. Blomkvist insisted he had no choice. He poured coffee and sat at the kitchen table trying to explain. Berger shook her head and sat across from him, then turned to Krister for his opinion. He had dreaded being asked. He was the third partner, but everyone knew it was Blomkvist and Berger who were Millennium. They only asked for his advice when they couldn't agree. He admitted honestly that his opinion probably didn't matter much. He loved his work, loved making pictures, but was helpless at intrigue and policy decisions. The silence stretched between Blomkvist and Berger. Malm thought it looked less like an argument and more like a divorce. Blomkvist laid out his case one last time. He wasn't giving up on Millennium, too much work had gone into it, but he was burning out and needed a break. A paid sabbatical in Hedestad might be exactly what he needed. The money was good, $2.4 million for a year, and it would serve a strategic purpose. Round 1 with Wennerström was over, and round 2 had already begun. Wennerström was trying to sink the magazine because he knew the staff here knew what he had done. Blomkvist had to get out of the office to stop being a red flag. He was the one Wennerström was paranoid about. As long as Blomkvist was at Millennium, he would keep coming. They needed to retreat, rebuild, and find something they could actually use against him. Berger understood the logic but still thought he was grasping at straws. She suggested he just take a holiday, lie on a beach for a month, relax. But he argued that nothing would change when he came back. Wennerström would crush them unless Blomkvist was gone. The only thing that might stop him was if they had real leverage. And that, Blomkvist believed, might be what Henrik Vanger could offer. He had checked the cuttings. Wennerström had worked at Vanger from 1969 to 1972, left in a hurry. If Vanger had something on him, it was worth pursuing. Berger was skeptical. Old evidence would be hard to prove after 30 years, but Blomkvist pressed the point. Vanger was obsessed with the missing girl case, but that obsession might be the key to getting him to burn Wennerström. He was the first person willing to go on record with evidence. Berger still had doubts. Even if Blomkvist found incontrovertible proof that Wennerström had been involved in the girl's death, it wouldn't be usable in court after so many years. But Blomkvist had already considered that. Wennerström had no connection to the Vanger companies at the time Harriet disappeared. He wasn't leaving Millennium, just making it look like he had. He would disappear, and Berger and Krister would hold the fort. If she could arrange some kind of truce with Wennerström, she should. But she couldn't do that if Blomkvist was still on the editorial board. Berger admitted the situation was rotten, but she thought he was chasing shadows. She argued they should rebuild the original story from scratch, do it right this time. Blomkvist countered that the story was dead. Dejected, she rested her head in her hands. She was furious with him, but not because the story had been baseless. She had been as much a part of it as he was. And not because he was stepping down as publisher. That was a smart move. She could even play along with the idea that there was a schism between them to make Wennerström think she was harmless. What made her furious was that he was making a mistake. Wennerström wouldn't fall for it. He would keep destroying Millennium. The only difference was that now she would have to fight him alone, and Blomkvist was needed more than ever on the editorial board. She'd love to wage war against Wennerström, but she felt abandoned at the worst possible moment. Blomkvist reached over and stroked her hair, reminding her she wasn't alone. She had Krister and the rest of the staff. She immediately brought up John Dahlman, whom she didn't trust and who had seemed gleeful about Blomkvist's troubles all autumn. Blomkvist agreed she might be right. When she asked if she should fire him, he told her she was the editor-in-chief and senior shareholder. If she had to, she should. But she noted they had never fired anyone, and now he was dumping that decision on her too. Mom surprised them both by standing up and reminding them of the train. He agreed the situation was terrible, but if Blomkvist was really hitting the wall, he needed to leave for his own sake. They owed him that much. Mom was the third partner, but he knew the magazine was really Blomkvist and Berger. He could be replaced, but they needed to do what was right. As for Dahlman, he agreed with Erica and offered to do the firing himself if she wanted. Then he said he'd drive Blomkvist to the station. Berger's quiet fear was that he might never come back. Later that afternoon, Salander was jolted out of sleep by a call from Armansky. She answered groggily, and he told her the client Frodo had called to cancel the Wennerström investigation. She had just started working on it, and now it was being dropped without explanation. Frodo wasn't interested anymore, Armansky said simply. Salander's frustration was clear, but she had no say in the matter. Armansky asked how much time she had invested. She counted 3 full days. He explained the terms. They had agreed on a ceiling of 40,000 kronor, so he would invoice for 10,000, and she would receive half, acceptable compensation for wasted effort. Since Frodo had initiated the assignment, he would have to pay. When she asked what to do with the material she had gathered, Armansky asked if there was anything dramatic. She admitted there wasn't. Since Frode hadn't requested a report, she could shelve the material in case he came back, or shred it. He promised her a new job the following week. Salander sat with the phone in her hand after Armansky hung up, then moved to her work corner in the living room. She looked at the notes pinned to the wall and the papers stacked on her desk, mostly press cuttings and downloaded articles. She dropped them into a drawer, frowning. Blomkvist's strange courtroom behavior had been an intriguing puzzle, and she disliked abandoning an assignment once she'd started. She held on to a simple conviction: people always have secrets. It was just a matter of finding them. Blomkvist stepped off the train in Hedestad for the second time. The sky a pale winter blue and the air so cold it bit at his lungs. The station thermometer read 0 degrees Fahrenheit. He was wearing shoes entirely unsuited to the weather. No one was waiting for him this time. He had only told them the day, not the train. So he crossed the square to the taxi stand, not wanting to haul his luggage through the snow. The driver, Hussein, confirmed that the region had been hit by the worst snowstorm in decades, and he lamented not taking his Christmas holiday in Greece. Blomkvist directed him to Henrik Vanger's courtyard, paid, and watched the taxi disappear. Standing alone with his suitcases on the cobblestones, he felt a sudden wave of loneliness and uncertainty. Then the door opened behind him, and Vanger emerged, bundled in a heavy fur coat and boots, a cap with ear flaps pulled low. Blomkvist, still in jeans and a thin leather jacket, shook the old man's hand and received a gentle scolding. If he was going to live here, he needed to dress properly. Vanger led him to a small timbered guest house near the bridge, one of the oldest buildings in the village, where Blomkvist and his parents had stayed in 1963. It had been modernized and heated for his arrival. Inside, the house was modest but clean, a large kitchen and 2 small rooms. From the kitchen table, Blomkvist could see the bridge. The kitchen had an electric stove, a small refrigerator, and a wood stove for cold days. The bedroom was tiny, with a narrow double bed, and the office was barely more than a cubbyhole. A bathroom had been installed in a converted storeroom. Vanger warned that the pipes might freeze if the cold persisted, and told him where to find a bucket for water. A telephone was already ordered and would be installed soon. Blomkvist decided the place would suit him fine. Vanger suggested they take a walk while daylight remained and lent Blomkvist boots and heavy socks. As they toured the village, Vanger explained that the official reason for Blomkvist's presence was to help write his autobiography, which would give him cover to ask questions. The real assignment, the investigation into Harriet's disappearance, was to remain between them and Frodo. Blomkvist repeated that he didn't think he'd solve it, but Vanger only asked that he try. He warned Blomkvist to be careful about what he said in front of others. Their first stop was Gunnar Nilsson, the caretaker, whose father had been Vanger's caretaker in the 60s. Gunnar had been 19 when Harriet disappeared, and had been questioned because he and Harriet had been close friends, perhaps more. His alibi was airtight, but it had been unpleasant for him. They continued along the road. Vanger pointed out the houses, explaining that all the land on the island belonged to him, except for a few privately owned summer cottages. One year-round resident was Eugen Norman, an elderly painter whose work Vanger dismissed as kitsch. They passed Harold Vanger's house, Henrik's brother, a recluse now 92, with whom he had barely spoken in nearly 60 years. Harold trained as a doctor, spent most of his career in Uppsala, and moved back to Hedeby when he turned 70. Vanger admitted he found him detestable. Next was Isabella's house, Harriet's mother, stylish and vain, who had largely ignored her children. Her relationship with Harriet had never been close. Then Cecilia Vanger's house, Harold's daughter, a teacher, shrewd and sharp, someone Vanger held in high regard. She had been a guest on the island the day Harriet disappeared. When Blomkvist asked if that meant he didn't suspect her, Vanger gave a non-committal answer, suggesting that she too had to be considered. Vanger made it clear that Blomkvist should think without constraints, uncolored by his own beliefs. He continued the tour, pointing out the remaining houses, a leased property occupied by an elderly couple who had moved to the island in the 80s and had no connection to Harriet's disappearance. The empty house of Birger Vanger, Cecilia's brother, who had moved to Hedestad, and finally Martin Vanger's modern white brick home, built in 1978 after a fire destroyed the old parsonage. Martin was Harriet's brother and the CEO of the Vanger Corporation. Across the road lived Gerda Vanger, the ailing widow of Henrik's brother Gregor, and her son Alexander, who ran his own businesses and spent part of each year in Barbados. The tour ended as dusk fell. Blomkvist laid out his terms. He would write the autobiography and read through the Harriet material, but he reminded Vanger he was not a private detective. Vanger accepted, saying he expected nothing. They agreed Blomkvist would work from the guest house, not an office in the main house, and they would meet only when questions arose. Vanger said he was a night owl and available after lunch. Blomkvist warned that he would have to serve a prison sentence sometime that year, and Vanger suggested they could request a postponement. Blomkvist also made it clear that if Millennium needed him in Stockholm, he would have to go. Vanger agreed, but warned that if he found Blomkvist wasn't working, it would be a breach of contract. The conversation turned to Millennium's crisis. Vanger offered to help with advertising, but Blomkvist said the real problem was trust. When Blomkvist asked for Wennerström's head on a platter immediately, Vanger refused. If he gave the information now, Blomkvist might quit the job. He would deliver it in a year. Blomkvist pointed out that Vanger might not be alive in a year, and the old man conceded, promising to discuss the matter with Frodo. But he could help with advertising in the meantime. Blomkvist returned to the guest house, teeth chattering, the thermometer showing 5 degrees. He spent an hour unpacking his essentials: books, CDs, notebooks, recording equipment, and his iBook. He arranged his useless research material on Wennerström, beside his other belongings, then realized there was no broadband connection, not even a phone jack. He called Telia, got the order located, and learned that ADSL was possible via a relay in Hedeby, but it would take days. He went out again, found a key hanging on a nail in the pantry, and walked across the bridge to Consume, filling 2 bags with groceries. On the way back, he stopped at Suzanne's Bridge Café, introduced himself, and sat with coffee and a newspaper while the church facade glowed like a Christmas card. The cafe closed at 6. He tried calling Birger, but she wasn't available. He ate a simple meal and tried to read a novel that failed to hold his interest, then drifted to an old comic book. The night was eerily quiet. Only the half-hourly church bells, a car crossing the bridge around 9, and lights in the Nilssons' window. At midnight, the church lights went out. He tried Birger again, left a message, and went to bed. The last thought on his mind the fear of going stir-crazy in Hedeby. The silence was the first thing that registered, an absolute, pressing quiet that seemed to have its own weight. Blomkvist surfaced from sleep not gradually, but with a jolt, his eyes open and his mind clear before he'd even taken a full breath. He lay motionless, listening to nothing, feeling the cold seeping into the room from the walls. He checked his watch on the bedside stool. 7:08, a minor miracle. He was notoriously difficult to rouse, usually needing a chorus of alarms to drag him from unconsciousness. Yet here he was, awake on his own, and actually feeling rested. The absurdity of his situation struck him as he set water to boil for coffee. Kalle Blomkvist, the nickname he despised, now on a research trip to the absolute middle of nowhere. The shower was a battle, the water swinging from scalding to icy with the slightest nudge of the tap. The butter was frozen solid. There was no cheese slicer to be found, and the world outside the window was still pitch black, the thermometer reading 6 degrees below zero Saturday. He executed his plan to resupply in Hedestad, taking the bus from the stop across from the Consume. The town center was small and quiet. He methodically worked through his list: heavy winter boots, thermal underwear, flannel shirts, a proper thigh-length winter coat, a warm hat, and lined gloves. At an electronics shop, he found a small portable television with rabbit ears, the clerk assuring him he'd at least get the state channel. Blomkvist promised to return it if he didn't. He stopped at the library, got a card, and checked out 2 Mysteries by Elizabeth George. He bought pens, notebooks, and a rucksack for his haul. A final, almost unconscious decision saw him buy a pack of cigarettes. He'd quit a decade ago, but old habits died hard, and the pack sat unopened in his pocket. Last stop was the opticians for contact lens solution and to order new lenses. Back in Hedeby by 2 in the afternoon, he was still peeling price tags off his new clothes when the front door opened. A blonde woman in her 50s stepped across the threshold, a sponge cake on a platter. She introduced herself as Helena Nilsson, his neighbor from across the road. They shook hands, and she mentioned she'd seen him on TV, adding it would be nice to have lights on in the cottage again. He put on coffee, and she soon spotted her husband approaching with Henrik Vanger and a dolly full of boxes. Blomkvist went out to help unload the 4 packing crates, setting them by the stove. He cut into Mrs. Nilsson's cake and poured coffee for everyone. The Nilssons were easy company, showing no real curiosity about his presence. Working for Henrik Vanger seemed explanation enough. The conversation was relaxed, lacking the usual master-servant formality, flowing around village anecdotes and the history of the guest house itself. Vanger told a story about the village idiot trying to break in through a window one night, only for Nilsson to point out the front door was unlocked. Nilsson eyed the small TV with some skepticism, but generously offered his own living room if Blomkvist ever wanted to watch something properly. Vanger lingered briefly after the Nilssons left, suggesting Blomkvist sort through the files himself and come to the main house if he had any trouble. Alone again, he carried the crates into his office and began inventorying their contents. Vanger's investigation into his grandniece's disappearance had spanned 36 years and produced a staggering archive. It felt less like an obsession and more like an intellectual game, a systematic archaeological dig conducted by a meticulous amateur. The material would fill perhaps 20 feet of shelving. The bulk was 26 binders of copies from the police investigation. An extraordinary volume for a missing persons case, no doubt a testament to Vanger's influence in keeping the Hedestad police on the hook for years. Beyond the police files, there were scrapbooks, photograph albums, maps, local histories, Harriet Sparse diary, her school books, and medical certificates. 16 bound 4 volumes, each over 100 pages, formed Vanger's own investigation logbooks, filled with his impeccable handwriting. His speculations, theories, and digressions on the case, the prose so polished it felt like a fair copy. There were another 10 binders of typed material on individual members of the Vanger family, compiled over the years, his own private investigations into his own relatives. Around 7, a loud meowing at the door announced a reddish-brown cat, which slipped past him into the warmth. He called it Wise, pouring milk into a dish. The cat lapped it up, then hopped onto the kitchen bench and curled up, staying put. It was past 10 by the time he'd fully grasped the scope of the material and arranged it on the shelves. He made coffee and sandwiches, realizing he hadn't eaten a proper meal all day, though he felt strangely uninterested in food. He offered the cat some sausage and liverwurst. Then he finally opened the pack of cigarettes he'd bought earlier. He checked his mobile. No call from Berger. He tried her again. Voicemail. One of his first tasks had been to scan the map of Hedeby Island. With the names of the inhabitants fresh in his mind, he started noting who lived where. The Vanger clan was extensive, and it would take time to learn them all. Just before midnight, dressed in his new warm clothes and boots, he walked across the bridge and down along the sound below the church. Ice had formed near the shore, but further out he could see a dark strip of open water. The lights on the church facade went out, plunging him into darkness. The cold was biting, the stars sharp and clear. A wave of depression washed over him. He couldn't understand how he'd let Vanger talk him into this. Berger was right. He should be in Stockholm, in her bed, planning his counterattack against Winterström. But he felt apathetic about that too, with no idea how to even begin. If it had been daylight, he'd have walked straight to Vanger's house, cancelled the contract, and gone home. But from the rise beside the church, he could see the dark shapes of houses on the island side. Harold Vanger's was dark, but lights were on in Cecilia's home, in Martin's villa on the point, and in the leased house. Down in the small boat harbor, sparks rose from the artist's chimney, and lights glowed in the top floor of the cafe. He wondered if Suzanne lived there, and if she was alone. Sunday morning, he woke in a panic to a deafening din, taking a second to realize it was the church bells calling parishioners to service. Nearly 11. He stayed in bed until he heard the urgent meowing and got up to let the cat out. By noon, he'd showered and eaten. He decided to tackle the police investigation, taking down the first binder. Then he hesitated, spotting Suzanne's Bridge Cafe from the gable window. He stuffed the binder in his shoulder bag and headed out, finding the cafe packed with customers. It answered his unspoken question. She thrived on the Sunday church crowd, likely catering coffee and cakes for funerals too. He took a walk instead. The consume was closed, so he continued a few hundred yards toward Hedestad and bought newspapers at a petrol station. He spent an hour exploring Hedeby proper, the area before the bridge, noting the older stone buildings from the 1910s and 20s that formed the short main street, and the more modern apartment blocks for families further north. South of the church, along the water, were mostly single-family homes. Hedeby struck him as relatively affluent, a place for Hedestad's decision-makers and civil servants. When he returned to the bridge, the cafe rush had subsided, and Suzanne was clearing tables. He made a comment about the Sunday rush, and she acknowledged him with a smile, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She remembered his name. She'd followed his trial on TV, she said. He muttered something about the news needing filling, then moved to his usual corner table with a view of the bridge, meeting her smile with a nod as he sat down. Suzanne called out that she was closing up at 3, and Blomkvist realized he'd been absorbed in the police binder for hours, only a handful of customers having come and gone since the church rush. He tucked his notebook into his bag and walked briskly back across the bridge. The reddish-brown cat was waiting on the steps, and he wondered briefly whose it was before letting it inside anyway. Company was company. He tried Berger one more time, but her voicemail picked up again. She was still furious, clearly, and he'd already left his limit of messages on her direct line and home number. He gave up, made coffee, nudged the cat further along the bench, and opened the binder on the table. He read carefully, deliberately, not wanting to miss a single detail. By late evening, he'd closed the binder with several pages of his notebook filled, reminders and questions he hoped subsequent binders would answer. The material was arranged chronologically, though he couldn't tell if that was Vanger's reorganization or the original police system. The first page was a photocopy of a handwritten report from the Hedestad Police Emergency Center, signed by a duty officer named D.O. Reitinger. The caller was Henrik Vanger, and the report was dated Sunday, September 25, 1966, at 11:14 a.m. The text was stark, a call from Vanger, stating that his brother's daughter, 16-year-old Harriet Ulrika Vanger, had been missing from her home on Hedeby Island since the previous afternoon, and that the caller was greatly concerned. A note at 11:20 indicated that a patrol had been dispatched to the site. Another at 11:35, in a less legible hand, reported that the bridge to Hedeby Island was still blocked, requiring transport by boat. At 12:14, a telephone conversation confirmed that Harriet had been missing since early Saturday afternoon, that the family was greatly concerned, that she was not believed to have slept in her bed, and that she could not have left the island due to the blocked bridge. None of the family members had any knowledge of her whereabouts. By 12:19, a detective inspector had been informed, and by 1:42, that inspector, Gustav Morell, was on site and taking over the matter. Morell's formal reports, typed and highly readable, followed the initial notations with their terse abbreviations. The subsequent pages detailed the measures taken with an objectivity and wealth of detail that surprised Blomkvist. Morell had first interviewed Henrik Vanger and Isabella Vanger, Harriet's mother, then moved down a list that seemed ordered by decreasing importance. Ulrika Vanger, Henrik's mother and the family matriarch, provided no information. She'd gone to bed early and hadn't seen Harriet for days, her insistence on meeting Morell apparently only to demand immediate police action. Harold Vanger had seen Harriet briefly when she returned from Hedestad, but not after the accident, and had no idea where she might be. Gregor Vanger, Henrik and Harold's brother, reported seeing Harriet in Henrik's study asking to speak with him, but he hadn't spoken with her himself, only greeting her. He offered no explanation for how she might have left the island, suggesting she'd likely gone to visit a friend without telling anyone and would soon reappear. Martin Vanger was interviewed cursorily. He was in his final year at a preparatory school in Uppsala, living with Harold Vanger, and had arrived too late to cross the bridge, stranded on the wrong side until evening by boat. The interview was conducted in the hope that his sister might have confided in him about running away, a prospect that met with protests from Isabella, though Morell was perhaps thinking it was the best outcome they could hope for. Martin hadn't spoken with Harriet since the summer and had no useful information. Anita Vanger, erroneously listed as Harriet's first cousin, was in her first year at university in Stockholm and had spent the summer in Hedeby. She was close to Harriet, almost the same age. She'd arrived with her father on Saturday and was looking forward to seeing Harriet, but hadn't had the chance. She felt uneasy, saying it wasn't like Harriet to disappear without telling the family, a sentiment Henrik and Isabella confirmed. While Morell interviewed the family, he'd ordered patrol officers to organize the first search party while daylight remained. With the bridge still closed, reinforcements were difficult to bring in. About 30 available individuals, men and women of varying ages, searched that afternoon. The unoccupied houses at the fishing harbor, the shoreline along the point and sound, the woods closest to the village, and Söderberget Hill behind the fishing harbor, the latter based on a theory Harriet might have gone there for a view of the bridge. Patrols also went to Östergarden and to Gottfried's cabin on the other side of the island, which Harriet occasionally visited. The search was fruitless, not called off until long after dark at 10 at night, with temperatures dropping to freezing. During the afternoon, Morell had set up headquarters in a drawing room on the ground floor of the Vanger estate office. He'd examined Harriet's room with Isabella, trying to determine if anything was missing, clothes, a suitcase, that would indicate she'd run away. Isabella had been unhelpful and unfamiliar with her daughter's wardrobe. Harriet's purse was on her desk, containing ID, a wallet with 9 kroner and 50 öre, a comb, a mirror, and a handkerchief. After the inspection, the room was locked. Morell summoned more family members and employees for interviews, all meticulously reported. As the first search party returned with disheartening reports, he decided on a more systematic search. That evening and night, reinforcements were called in. He contacted the chairman of Hedestad's Orienteering Club, appealing for volunteers, and by midnight was told that 53 members, mostly juniors, would be at the Vanger estate at 7 the next morning. Henrik Vanger called in part of the morning shift from the paper mill, 50 men, and arranged food and drink for all. Blomkvist could vividly imagine the chaos of those first days. The bridge accident had contributed to the confusion, making it difficult to bring in reinforcements, and leading people to suspect the two dramatic events, happening at the same place and close to the same time, must be connected. When the tanker truck was hoisted away, Morell went down to the bridge to ensure Harriet hadn't, by some improbable turn, ended up under the wreck. It was the only irrational action Blomkvist could detect, since the missing girl had unquestionably been seen on the island after the accident occurred. During those first confused 24 hours, their hopes for a swift resolution sank, gradually replaced by two theories. Despite the difficulties of leaving the island unnoticed, Morell refused to discount the possibility she'd run away, issuing an all-points bulletin and instructing patrol officers to keep watch for her. He also sent a colleague to interview bus drivers and railway staff. As negative reports came in, the theory that Harriet had fallen victim to some misfortune increasingly dominated the investigation. The big search party 2 days after her disappearance was apparently carried out effectively, organized by experienced police and firefighters. Hedeby Island had inaccessible parts, but it was small, and they searched it thoroughly in one day. A police boat and 2 volunteer Pedersen boats searched the surrounding waters. The following day, the search continued with decreased manpower, patrols making a second sweep of rugged terrain and a now-abandoned bunker system called the Fortress, built during the Second World War. They also searched cubbyholes, wells, vegetable cellars, outhouses, and attics in the village. Frustration was palpable in the official notes when the search was called off on the 3rd day. Morell had, though he didn't yet know it, reached the limit of his investigation. He was puzzled, struggling to identify the next natural step or any place the search should be pursued. Harriet Vanger seemed to have dissolved into thin air, and Henrik Vanger's years of torment had begun. Blomkvist had read until the early hours and didn't surface until late on Epiphany Day. A navy blue Volvo sat parked outside Vanger's house, and as he reached for the door handle, the door swung open and a man nearly collided with him. He was in a hurry, but his expression shifted when he recognized Blomkvist, or rather, when he guessed who he must be. They shook hands, and the man introduced himself as Martin Vanger, welcoming him to Hedestad. He mentioned seeing Blomkvist on TV, and their conversation quickly touched on Wennerström, who wasn't popular in this house, as Martin put it. Blomkvist admitted that was one reason he'd taken the job, though he also needed to get away from Stockholm. Martin said Henrik was upstairs and invited Blomkvist to dinner sometime, expressing interest in hearing about the trial. Then he hurried off to Stockholm. Upstairs, Henrik Vanger was on a sofa with newspapers spread across the coffee table. He'd already seen Martin leaving and offered coffee. He seemed amused about something and slid an evening paper across to Blomkvist. A columnist had written a piece attacking him in Berger as Incompetence, the magazine on the verge of collapse. Blomkvist checked his mobile. No messages from Berger. Vanger waited, letting him process it. Blomkvist dismissed the columnist as a moron who never said anything original, just jumped on bandwagons. Vanger offered his own philosophy: never fight a losing battle, but never let an insult pass unchallenged. Bide your time and strike back when you're in a position of strength. Blomkvist thanked him for the wisdom and pivoted to the real purpose of the visit. He needed help identifying all the Vangers mentioned in the police binder. He set up his tape recorder and asked Henrik to tell him about his family. Meanwhile, in Stockholm, Salander stood in an empty hallway staring at a brass plaque reading Advocat N.E. Berman. She'd been there nearly 10 minutes before finally ringing the bell. It was their second meeting, and she had a bad feeling about it. She wasn't afraid. She was rarely afraid of anything. But she was deeply uncomfortable with this new guardian. His predecessor, Holger Palmgren, had been kind, courteous, and patient. But Palmgren had suffered a stroke 3 months ago, and bureaucratic inertia had assigned her to Nils Erik Berman instead. Salander had been under social and psychiatric guardianship for 12 years, 2 of them in a children's clinic. From the moment she was 13, when a court deemed her emotionally disturbed and dangerously violent toward classmates and herself, she'd been locked away at St. Stephen's Psychiatric Clinic for Children in Uppsala. Her response to every attempt by teachers or authorities to engage her, to discuss her feelings, her emotional state, her health, was sullen silence and an intense, unwavering stare at walls, ceilings, or floors. She refused psychological tests, folded her arms, and resisted every effort to measure, analyze, or educate her. They could drag her to a classroom and chain her to the bench, but they couldn't make her lift a pen. She completed compulsory schooling without a certificate. Diagnosing her mental deficiencies had been nearly impossible. She was simply not easy to handle. When she was 13, the court also assigned a trustee to manage her interests and assets until she came of age. That trustee was Palmgren, who, despite a rocky start, had succeeded where psychiatrists and doctors had failed. He'd gradually earned not only trust, but a modest amount of warmth from the girl. When she turned 15, doctors largely agreed she wasn't dangerously violent or an immediate danger to herself. Her family was categorized as dysfunctional, and she had no relatives to care for her, so she was released from the clinic and placed with a foster family. That hadn't gone smoothly. She ran away from the first after 2 weeks, and the second and third foster families fell through just as quickly. Palmgren had a serious talk with her, bluntly warning that she'd be institutionalized again if she kept on this path. The threat worked. She accepted foster family number 4, an elderly couple in Midsommar-Gränsen. But she still didn't behave. At 17, she was arrested 4 times. Twice she was so intoxicated she ended up in the emergency room, and once she was clearly under the influence of narcotics. On one occasion, she was found dead drunk, clothes in disarray, in the back seat of a car at Södermalmstrand, with an equally drunk, much older man. Her last arrest came 3 weeks before her 18th birthday. Perfectly sober, she kicked a male passenger in the head inside the Gamla Stan Tunnelbana station. She was charged with assault and battery. She claimed the man had groped her, and witnesses supported her story. The prosecutor dismissed the case, but her background triggered a court-ordered psychiatric evaluation. She refused, as usual, to answer questions or participate in examinations. The doctors, working from observations of the patient, which was difficult since she'd simply sat in silence with her arms folded and her lower lip stuck out, concluded she must suffer from an emotional disturbance serious enough to require treatment. The medical legal report recommended care in a closed psychiatric institution. An assistant head of the Social Welfare Board had backed the psychiatric expert's conclusions. Her file now painted a damning picture: grave risk of alcohol and drug abuse, lack of self-awareness. The casebook was filled with terms like introverted, socially inhibited, lacking in empathy, ego-fixated, psychopathic, asocial, difficult to cooperate with, incapable of learning. Anyone reading it might conclude she was seriously retarded. There was more. Social services had spotted her with various men around Mariatorget, and she'd once been stopped and frisked in Tantolunden with an older man. The fear was that she was either already a prostitute or heading that way. The district court hearing seemed a foregone conclusion. She was a problem child, and the court would almost certainly accept the psychiatric and social recommendations. On the morning of the hearing, Salander was brought from the children's clinic where she'd been confined since the Gamla Stan incident. She felt like a concentration camp prisoner, with no hope of surviving the day. The first person she saw in the courtroom was Palmgren, and it took her a moment to realize he wasn't there as her trustee. He was her legal representative. To her surprise, he was firmly in her corner, making a powerful appeal against institutionalization. She didn't betray her shock with so much as a raised eyebrow, but she listened intently. For 2 hours, Palmgren cross-examined Dr. Jesper H. Loderman, the physician who'd signed the recommendation to lock her away. He scrutinized every detail of the opinion, forcing the doctor to explain the scientific basis for each statement. It became clear that since the patient had refused to complete a single test, the doctor's conclusions were essentially guesswork. At the end of the hearing, Palmgren suggested that compulsory institutionalization wasn't just contrary to parliamentary decisions in similar cases. It might also invite political and media reprisals. It was in everyone's interest to find an alternative. Such language was unusual in these negotiations, and the court members squirmed nervously. The compromise was that Salander was indeed emotionally disturbed, but her condition didn't necessarily warrant internment. Guardianship was still on the table. The chairman turned to Palmgren with a venomous smile, asking if he'd be willing to take on the guardianship, expecting him to back away. Instead, Palmgren declared he'd be happy to do it on one condition: that Salander was willing to trust him and accept him as her guardian. He turned to face her. She was bewildered by the exchange that had gone back and forth over her head all day. No one had asked for her opinion. She looked at him for a long time, then nodded once. Palmgren was a peculiar mix of jurist and social worker, old school. He'd been a politically appointed member of the Social Welfare Board and had spent nearly all his life dealing with troubled youths. A reluctant respect, almost bordering on friendship, had formed between them over the years. She was unquestionably the most difficult ward he'd ever had. Their relationship lasted 11 years, from her 13th birthday until the previous year. A few weeks before Christmas, when he missed one of their scheduled monthly meetings, she went to his home. He didn't answer the door, even though she could hear sounds from inside, so she climbed a drain pipe to the 4th-floor balcony and broke in. She found him lying on the hall floor, conscious but unable to speak or move. She called an ambulance and followed him to Söder Hospital, a growing panic in her stomach. For 3 days, she hardly left the corridor outside intensive care, watching every doctor and nurse who went in or out. She wandered like a lost soul, fixing her eyes on every doctor who came near. Finally, an unnamed doctor took her aside to explain. Palmgren was in critical condition after a severe cerebral hemorrhage, not expected to regain consciousness. He was only 64. She didn't cry or change her expression. She stood up, left the hospital, and never returned. 5 weeks later, the guardianship agency summoned her to meet her new guardian. Her first impulse was to ignore it, but Palmgren had taught her that every action has consequences. She'd learned to analyze consequences, and the easiest way out was to behave as if she cared about what they had to say. In December, taking a break from her research on Mikael Blomkvist, she arrived at Berman's office on St. Eriksplan. An elderly woman from the board handed over Salander's extensive file to Advocat Berman, kindly asked how Salander was doing, and seemed satisfied with the stifled silence she got in reply. After half an hour, she left Salander alone with Berman. Salander decided she didn't like him. She studied him furtively as he read her casebook. Over 50, trim, tennis on Tuesdays and Fridays, blonde thinning hair, a slight cleft in his chin, Hugo Boss aftershave, blue suit, red tie with gold type-in, ostentatious NEB cufflinks, steel-rimmed glasses, gray eyes. The magazines on his side table suggested hunting and shooting interests. Palmgren had always offered her coffee and chatted. Not even her worst escapes or truancy had ruffled his composure. The only time he'd been really upset was when she'd been charged with assault after that scumbag groped her in Gamla Stan. He'd sounded like an old teacher scolding her, and she'd patiently ignored every word. Berman had no time for small talk. He immediately saw a discrepancy between Palmgren's obligations and his apparent allowance for Salander to manage her own household and finances. He launched into an interrogation. How much do you earn? I want your financial records. Who do you spend time with? Do you pay rent? Do you drink? Did Palmgren approve of those rings on your face? Are you careful about hygiene? She thought, fuck you. Palmgren had become her trustee right after all the evil happened. He insisted on monthly meetings, sometimes more often. After she moved back to Lundagatan, they were neighbors. They'd run into each other and have coffee at Giffey's or another nearby cafe. He never imposed, but occasionally visited with little birthday gifts. She had a standing invitation to visit him, which she seldom used. After she moved to Söder, she started spending Christmas Eve with him after visiting her mother, eating Christmas ham and playing chess. She had no real interest in the game, but after learning the rules, she never lost. He was a widower, and she saw it as her duty to take pity on him on those lonely holidays. She considered herself in his debt, and she always paid her debts. It was Palmgren who'd sublet her mother's apartment on Lundagatan for her until she needed her own place. The apartment was about 500 square feet, shabby and unrenovated, but it was a roof over her head. Now Palmgren was gone, and another tie to established society was severed. Nils Bjurman was a completely different sort. No way she'd spend Christmas Eve at his house. His first move was to impose new rules on her Handelsbanken account. Palmgren had never had a problem bending guardianship conditions to let her manage her own finances. She paid her bills and used her savings as she saw fit. Before the meeting with Berman the week before Christmas, she'd prepared herself. She tried to explain that Palmgren had trusted her and had never been given reason to do otherwise. Palmgren had let her handle her own affairs and not interfered. Berman tapped her casebook and said that was one of the problems. He made a long speech about rules and government regulations. He let her run free, he said. He wondered how Palmgren got away with it. She thought, because he was a crazy social democrat who'd worked with troubled kids all his life. I'm not a child anymore, she said, as if that explained everything. He agreed she wasn't a child, but reminded her he'd been appointed her guardian and was legally and financially responsible for her. He opened a new account in her name, which she was to report to Milton's personnel office and use from now on. The old days were over. He'd pay her bills and give her an allowance each month, 1,400 kroner a week for food, clothing, film tickets, and such. He expected receipts for all expenses. She earned over 160,000 kroner a year and could double that by working full-time. She had few expenses and didn't need much money. The apartment cost about 2,000 kroner a month, and despite her modest income, she had 90,000 kroner in savings, but she no longer had access to it. Berman explained he was responsible for her money, and she needed to put some aside for the future. He'd take care of all that. She'd been taking care of herself since she was 10, she thought, with a surge of contempt. But Berman just kept talking, saying she functioned well enough socially not to need institutionalization, but that society was still responsible for her. He pressed her about her work at Milton Security, and she instinctively lied, describing only her first weeks there, making coffee, sorting post. He seemed satisfied. That sounded suitable enough for someone a little slow. She wasn't sure why she'd lied, but she knew it was the right call. Blomkvist had spent 5 hours with Vanger, and it took the rest of the night and all of Tuesday to type his notes and piece together the genealogy. The family history that emerged was radically different from the official image. Every family had skeletons, but the Vangers had a whole gallery of them. He had to remind himself his real assignment wasn't to write the biography, but to find out what happened to Harriet. The biography was just cover. His true reward, he hoped, would be the Wennerström information Vanger claimed to possess. But listening to Vanger, he began to see the year wasn't wasted. The Vanger story was, quite simply, a terrific tale. The idea that he might actually find Harriet's killer never crossed his mind, assuming she'd been murdered, not just died in an accident. He agreed with Vanger that a 16-year-old couldn't vanish for 36 years without anyone knowing, but he didn't rule out the possibility she'd run away, maybe to Stockholm, and something had happened to her later. Drugs, prostitution, assault, or an accident. Vanger was convinced she'd been murdered by a family member during the confusion when the island was cut off and everyone was focused on the bridge accident. Berger had been right that taking the assignment was insane if the goal was solving a murder, but Blomkvist was starting to see that Harriet's fate had played a central role in the family, especially for Henrik. Whether he was right or wrong, his accusation against relatives had colored family gatherings for over 30 years, creating poisonous animosities that destabilized the corporation. Studying Harriet's disappearance would provide a chapter and a red thread through the family history, and there was abundant source material. His starting point, whether he focused on Harriet or settled for the family chronicle, would be mapping the cast of characters. The family numbered about 100 individuals, counting cousins and second cousins. He had to create a database in his iBook using Notepad, a shareware program he'd found useful for investigative journalism. Each family member got his or her own document. The family tree traced back to the early 16th century, when the name was Vangersad, possibly from the Dutch Vangeerstad, which might push the lineage back to the 12th century. In modern times, the family came from northern France with King Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte in the early 19th century. Alexander Vangersad, a soldier, distinguished himself as a garrison commander and received the Hedeby estate in 1818. He used his own fortune to buy forested land in Norrland. His son Adrian, born in France, moved to Hedeby at his father's request to manage the estate, taking up farming and forestry with new European methods and founding the pulp and paper mill around which Hedestad was built. Alexandra's grandson Henrik shortened the name to Vanger. He developed trade with Russia, built a merchant fleet for the Baltics, Germany, and England's steel industry, and founded mining and metal industries. He left 2 sons, Birger and Gottfried, who laid the basis for the high-finance Vanger clan. Vanger explained the old inheritance laws. Birger and Gottfried fought bitterly for power, threatening the company's survival. Their father, shortly before dying, created a system where all family members received a share of the business. It kept the board within the family, preventing outside partners. The same applied today. If a family member sold shares, they had to stay in the family. The annual shareholders' meeting was 50% family. Martin held over 10%. Henrik had 5%. Harold had 7%. Most others had only 1 or 0.5%. It was medieval, really. Martin had to lobby for support on every policy, a patchwork of alliances, factions, and intrigues. Gottfried Vanger died childless in 1901, though he'd fathered 4 daughters. In those days, women didn't count. They owned shares but didn't attend meetings until women won the vote. Birger Vanger, Gottfried's brother, had 3 sons, Johann, Frederick, and Gideon. Gideon sold his shares and emigrated to America. But Johann and Frederick built the modern Vanger Corporation. Vanger showed Blomkvist photographs, 2 men with sturdy chins and plastered-down hair, staring unsmiling at the camera. Johann was the engineering genius, inventing and patenting new manufacturing processes. Steel and iron became the firm's backbone, but he expanded into textiles. He died in 1956, leaving 3 daughters, Sophia, Marit, and Ingrid, the first women automatically admitted to shareholders' meetings. Frederick, Henrik's father, was the businessman who turned Johann's inventions into income. He lived until 1964, active in management until handing daily operations to Henrik in the 50s. The pattern was reversed from the previous generation. Johann had only daughters. Frederick had only sons. There were 5 brothers: Richard, Harold, Gregor, Gustav, and Henrik himself. Blomkvist drew up a family tree on taped-together A4 sheets, underlining the names of those on Hedeby Island for the 1966 family meeting. Theoretically, anyone who could have been involved. He excluded children under 12, and after some thought, Henrik Vanger himself. If he'd been involved, his actions over the past 36 years would be psychopathic. Vanger's mother, 81 in 1966, could also be eliminated. That left 23 family members who, according to Vanger, had to be considered suspects. 7 were now dead. Several had reached old age. Blomkvist wasn't willing to share Vanger's conviction that a family member was responsible. Others had to be added to the list. Dirk Frodo had been Vanger's lawyer since spring 1962, and aside from the family, who were the servants when Harriet vanished? Gunnar Nilsson, alibi or not, was 19. His father Magnus was likely present. The artist Norman and Pastor Falk were there. Was Falk married? The Östergården farmer Aronson and his son Jerker lived on the island close enough to Harriet as she grew up. What kind of relationship did they have? Was Aronson still married? Did other people live at the farm at the time? As Blomkvist wrote down all the names, the list had grown to 40 people. It was 3:30 in the morning, the thermometer read -6 degrees Fahrenheit, and he longed for his own bed on Bellmansgatan. He was woken by the workmen from Telia. By 11, he was hooked up and no longer felt professionally handicapped. His own telephone remained stubbornly silent, though. He was starting to feel pig-headed and refused to call the office. He switched on his email and scanned nearly 350 messages from the past week, saving only a dozen. The first was from an anonymous sender, wishing him unspeakable things in prison. He filed it under intelligent criticism. He emailed Birger, letting her know he was connected and could be reached when she could forgive him, adding that Hedeby was rustic and worth a visit. When it felt like lunchtime, he walked to Suzanne's Bridge Cafe with his iBook, settling at his usual corner table. Suzanne brought coffee and sandwiches, glancing curiously at his computer, asking what he was working on. For the first time, he used his cover story. They exchanged pleasantries, and she urged him to come to her when he was ready for the real revelations. She'd been serving Vangers for 35 years and knew most of the gossip. With children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, whom he hadn't included, Frederick and Johann Vanger had approximately 50 living offspring today. The family tended to live long, Frederick to 78, Johann to 72. Of Frederick's surviving sons, Harold was 92 and Henrik 82. The exception was Gustav, who died of lung disease at 37. Always sickly, he'd gone his own way, never fitting in, never marrying or having children. The others who died young had other causes. Richard was killed in the Winter War at 33. Gottfried, Harriet's father, drowned the year before she disappeared, and Harriet herself was only 16. Blomkvist noted the strange symmetry. Grandfather, father, and daughter all struck by misfortune. Richard's only remaining descendant was Martin Vanger, who at 54 was still unmarried, though Vanger explained he was a hermit with a woman in Hedestad. Blomkvist noted two factors. First, no Vanger had ever divorced or remarried even when their spouse died young. He wondered how common that was statistically. Cecilia Vanger had been separated for years but was apparently still married. Second, while Frederick Vanger's descendants, including Henrik, had played leading roles in the business and lived near Hedestad, Johann Vanger's branch, which produced only daughters, had married and dispersed to Stockholm, Malmö, Göteborg, or abroad, only coming to Hedestad for summer holidays or important meetings. The exception was Ingrid Vanger, whose son Gunnar Karlman lived in Hedestad as editor-in-chief of the Hedestad Courier. Thinking like a private detective, Vanger believed the motive for Harriet's murder might lie in the company's structure. He'd made it known early on that Harriet was special to him, so the motive might have been to harm him, or Harriet might have discovered sensitive company information and become a threat. He'd identified a circle of 13 individuals he considered of potential interest. Blomkvist's conversation with Vanger had been illuminating on another point. From the start, the old man had spoken contemptuously of many family members, which struck Blomkvist as odd. He wondered if Vanger's suspicions had warped his judgment, but now he was realizing Vanger's assessment was remarkably sober. The image emerging was of a family socially and financially successful, but clearly dysfunctional. Henrik Vanger's father had been cold and insensitive, siring children and leaving their upbringing to his wife. Until they were 16, the children barely saw him except at family gatherings, where they were expected to be present but invisible. Henrik couldn't remember his father ever expressing love. On the contrary, he was often told he was incompetent and subjected to devastating criticism. Corporal punishment was rarely used. It wasn't necessary. The only times Henrik won his father's respect came later, through his accomplishments in the corporation. The oldest brother, Richard, had rebelled. After an argument, never discussed in the family, he moved to Uppsala to study. There, the seeds of the Nazi career Vanger had mentioned were sown, eventually leading to the Finnish trenches. What Vanger hadn't mentioned was that two other brothers had similar careers. In 1930, Harold and Gregor followed Richard to Uppsala. They'd been close, though Vanger wasn't sure how much time they spent with Richard. All three joined Per Engdahl's fascist movement, the New Sweden. Harold loyally followed Engdahl over the years through various incarnations, continuing as a member until Engdahl's death in the 90s, and for periods was a key contributor to the hibernating Swedish fascist movement. Harold studied medicine in Uppsala and landed in circles obsessed with race hygiene and race biology. He worked at the Swedish Race Biology Institute and became a prominent campaigner for sterilizing undesirable elements. Vanger quoted from his tapes. Harold had gone further. In 1937, under a pseudonym, he co-authored The People's New Europe, one of the most disgusting books ever published in Swedish. Harold argued not just for sterilization, but for euthanasia, actively killing those who offended his aesthetic tastes and didn't fit his image of the perfect Swedish race. It was a call for wholesale murder, written in impeccable academic prose with medical arguments. Eliminate the handicapped, don't allow the Sami to spread, those with mental illness would regard death as liberation, and loose women, vagrants, gypsies, and Jews. In Harold's fantasies, Auschwitz could have been in Dalarna. After the war, Gregor Vanger became a secondary school teacher and eventually headmaster of the Hedestad Preparatory School. Vanger believed he'd given up Nazism and no longer belonged to any party. It wasn't until after Gregor's death in 1974, while going through his correspondence, that Vanger discovered that in the 50s Gregor had joined the Nordic National Party, a politically ineffectual but utterly crackpot sect. He'd remained a member until his death in 1974. 3 of Vanger's brothers, he reflected, were politically insane. How sick were they in other respects? The only brother worthy of any empathy in Vanger's eyes was the sickly Gustav, who died of lung disease in 1955. Gustav had never been interested in politics and seemed a misanthropic artistic soul, with no interest in business or the Vanger Corporation. Blomkvist asked why Harold had moved back to Hedeby. Vanger explained that Harold had moved home in 1979, owning the house. Blomkvist remarked that it must feel strange living so close to a brother he hated. Vanger corrected him. He didn't hate Harold, he pitied him. Harold was the one who hated him, and that, Vanger believed, was why he'd come back, to spend his last years hating Vanger at close quarters. When Blomkvist pressed for the reason, Vanger said simply, "Because he got married." Vanger explained. He'd lost contact with his older brothers early on. He was the only brother with an aptitude for business, his father's last hope. He had no interest in politics and steered clear of Uppsala, instead studying economics in Stockholm. After 18, he spent every break and summer holiday working within the Vanger Corporation, learning its labyrinths. On June 10, 1941, in the midst of war, Vanger was sent to Germany for 6 weeks at the Vanger Corporation's business offices in Hamburg. He was only 21, and the German agent, a company veteran named Hermann Lobach, was his chaperone and mentor. Vanger described the mood. Hitler and Stalin were still allies. There was no Eastern Front, and everyone believed Hitler was invincible. There was a feeling of both optimism and desperation, difficult to convey decades later. He wasn't a Nazi, and Hitler seemed absurd to him, but it was almost impossible not to be infected by the optimism rife among ordinary people in Hamburg. Despite the war getting closer and bombing raids during his visit, people saw it as a temporary annoyance. Soon there would be peace and Hitler would establish his Europa. People wanted to believe Hitler was God, as the propaganda suggested. Vanger showed Blomkvist a photograph of Lobach, who disappeared in 1944, presumably lost in a bombing raid. During his weeks in Hamburg, Vanger had grown close to him, staying with Lobach's family in an elegant apartment. Lobach was no more a Nazi than Vanger, but he was a party member for convenience. His membership opened doors for the Vanger Corporation. They built freight wagons, sold fabric for uniforms and tubes for radio sets, officially unaware of their use. Lobach was entertaining, good-natured, the perfect Nazi. But gradually, Vanger began to see he was desperately hiding a secret. In the early hours of June 22, 1941, Lobach knocked on Vanger's bedroom door, signaling him to be quiet and get dressed. They went downstairs to the smoking salon. Lobach had been up all night with the radio on. Operation Barbarossa had begun. Germany invaded the Soviet Union on Midsummer Eve. Lobach was shaken, poured them each a generous aquavit, and said it meant the end for Germany and Nazism. Vanger only half believed him. Hitler seemed undefeatable, but they drank a toast to the fall of Germany. Then Lobach turned to practical matters. He couldn't contact Vanger's father for instructions, but he decided to cut short the visit and send Vanger home. And he asked Vanger to do something for him. Lobach had been married for 40 years. But in 1919 he'd met a wildly beautiful woman half his age, a poor seamstress, and fallen hopelessly in love. He installed her in an apartment, and in 1921 she had a daughter, Edith. Blomkvist noted that a rich older man with a poor young mistress and a love child wouldn't have caused much scandal in the 40s. Vanger agreed, except for one thing. The woman was Jewish, making Lobach the father of a Jew in Nazi Germany, a traitor to his race. Edith's mother had been picked up in 1939 and disappeared. Her daughter, not yet on any transport list, was being sought by the Gestapo. In the summer of 1941, Edith's mother was linked to Lobach, and he was summoned for an interview. He acknowledged the relationship and paternity, but claimed he had no idea where his daughter was and hadn't seen her in 10 years. In fact, Vanger had seen her every day in the Lobach home, a sweet, quiet 20-year-old who cleaned his room and served dinner. Lobach had hidden her in plain sight with counterfeit documents, taking her in as their housekeeper. His wife had no idea. It had worked for 4 years, but now the noose was tightening. Lobach introduced his daughter to Vanger and begged him to save her life. He'd arranged everything. Vanger was supposed to stay another 3 weeks, then take a night train to Copenhagen and ferry across the Sound, a relatively safe trip. But 2 days later, a Vanger Corporation freighter was leaving Hamburg for Sweden. Lobach wanted Vanger on that freighter, with Edith smuggled aboard inside one of 300 crates of machinery. Vanger's job was to protect her if discovered in German waters and prevent the captain from doing anything stupid. Vanger said it sounded simple but turned into a nightmare. The captain, Oskar Granath, was far from pleased to be responsible for his employer's snotty air. They left Hamburg around 9 in the evening in late June, and as they made their way out of the inner harbor, air raid sirens went off. A British bombing raid, the heaviest Vanger had experienced, targeted the harbor. They got through, but after an engine breakdown and a stormy night in mine-filled waters, they arrived at Karlskrona the next afternoon. Vanger's father was furious. He'd put everything at risk, and the girl could have been deported from Sweden at any time. But Vanger was already as hopelessly in love with her as Lobach had been with her mother. He proposed and gave his father an ultimatum: accept the marriage or find another heir. His father gave in. But she died young in 1958 of a congenital heart defect, and Vanger discovered he couldn't have children. That was why his brother hated him, because, in Harold's words, he'd married a filthy Jewish whore. Blomkvist observed that Harold was insane. Vanger agreed. Blomkvist's first month in Hedeby was, according to the Hedestad Courier, the coldest in recorded memory, or at least since the wartime winter of 1942. Within a week, he learned the value of long underwear, woolly socks, and double undershirts. Mid-month brought several miserable days when the temperature plunged to 35 below zero, colder than anything he'd experienced, even during his military service in Kiruna. One morning the water pipes froze. Nilsson brought him 2 large plastic containers for cooking and washing, but the cold was paralyzing. Ice flowers formed on the inside of the windows, and no matter how much wood he fed the stove, he was still cold. He spent hours each day splitting wood in the shed. At times he was on the brink of tears, tempted to take the first train south. Instead, he'd pull on another sweater, wrap himself in a blanket, and sit at the kitchen table drinking coffee and reading old police reports. Then the weather broke, and the temperature rose steadily to a balmy 14 degrees. He was beginning to get to know people. Martin Vanger kept his promise and invited him for moose steak, joined by his lady friend Eva, a warm, sociable, and extraordinarily attractive dentist from Hedestad who spent weekends at Martin's home. They'd known each other for years but hadn't started going out until middle age and saw no reason to marry. Martin joked that she was actually his dentist. Eva patted his knee and said marrying into this crazy family wasn't her thing. Martin's villa was furnished in black, white, and chrome, with expensive designer pieces that would have delighted Christer Malm. The kitchen was professional grade. The living room boasted a high-end stereo and an impressive jazz collection from Tommy Dorsey to John Coltrane. But the home was also impersonal. The art was reproductions and IKEA-style posters. The bookshelves held only a Swedish encyclopedia and coffee table books that might have been Christmas gifts. Blomkvist could discern only 2 personal aspects of Martin's life: music and cooking. His 3,000 LPs spoke for the one, and the other was evident from Martin's stomach bulging over his belt. Martin himself was a mixture of simplicity, shrewdness, and amiability. It took no great insight to see he was a man with problems. As they listened to Night in Tunisia, the conversation turned to the Vanger Corporation, and Martin made no secret that the company was fighting for survival. He discussed internal problems openly, almost recklessly, with a financial reporter he hardly knew. Perhaps he assumed Blomkvist was family since he worked for his great-uncle. Like Henrik, Martin blamed the family's incorrigible folly for the company's situation, and he seemed almost amused by it. Ava nodded but passed no judgment. They'd clearly been over this ground before. Martin accepted the cover story about the family chronicle and asked how the work was going. Blomkvist smiled and said he was having trouble remembering all the relatives' names and asked if he could come back for an interview. Twice he considered steering the conversation toward Henrik's obsession with Harriet's disappearance. Martin must have been pestered with theories, and surely he realized the disappearance couldn't be ignored in a family history. But Martin showed no interest in the subject. The evening ended after several rounds of vodka at 2 a.m. Blomkvist was fairly drunk as he skidded the 300 yards back to the guest house. It had been a pleasant evening. One afternoon during his second week, a knock came at the door. He set aside the 6th police binder and closed his office door before opening it to a blonde woman wrapped against the cold. She introduced herself as Cecilia Vanger, daughter of Harold. She appeared open and engaging, and Blomkvist remembered Henrik had spoken appreciatively of her, though she was not on speaking terms with her father, her next-door neighbor. They shook hands, he got out coffee cups, and they chatted before she brought up the reason for her visit. She understood he was writing a book about the family, wasn't sure she cared for the idea, and wanted to see what sort of person he was. Blomkvist explained that Henrik had hired him, and it was Henrik's story. Cecilia noted that Henrik wasn't exactly neutral toward the family. Blomkvist asked if she was opposed to the book. She said she hadn't said that, and it didn't matter what she thought. But he must have realized it hadn't always been plain sailing to be part of this family. Blomkvist said he was contracted to write a family chronicle. Henrik had colorful views, but he'd stick to what could be documented. Cecilia smiled without warmth and asked if she'd have to emigrate when the book came out. He didn't think so. People would be able to tell the sheep from the goats. She pressed. Like her father? Blomkvist asked if she meant the famous Nazi. She rolled her eyes and said her father was crazy. She only saw him a few times a year. He asked why she didn't want to see him. She stopped him, asking if he planned to quote her or if they could carry on a normal conversation. He explained the scope of the book, from Alexandra Vangersad to the present, covering the business empire and its difficulties, touching on family animosities. Some dirty linen would surface, but he wasn't setting out to present malicious portraits. He'd met Martin, for instance, and found him sympathetic. Cecilia was silent. He said he knew she was a teacher. She corrected him. She was head mistress of Hedestad Preparatory School. He apologized and said he knew her uncle was fond of her, that she was married but separated, and that was about all. She could talk without fear of being quoted. He'd knock on her door someday for an official interview. She asked if they could talk off the record. He agreed. This was a social visit. She asked how much of the book would deal with Harriet. He said he had no idea. It might fill a chapter. It was a dramatic event that had cast a shadow over her uncle. She pressed. He wasn't here to look into her disappearance? He asked what made her think that. She pointed out that Nilsson had lugged 4 massive boxes over, Henrik's private investigations, which she'd noticed were missing from Harriet's old room. Cecilia was no fool. He deflected, saying she'd have to take it up with Henrik, but it wouldn't surprise her that Henrik had talked a lot about the disappearance, and he'd found it interesting to read what had been collected. Cecilia smiled joylessly and said she sometimes wondered who was crazier, her father or her uncle. She'd heard him on Harriet 1,000 times. Blomkvist asked what she thought happened to Harriet. Was that an interview question? No, just curiosity. What she was curious about, she said, was whether he was a nutcase too, whether he'd swallowed Henrik's conviction or was egging him on. He asked if she thought Henrik was a nutcase. She clarified. Henrik was warm and thoughtful, she was very fond of him, but on this topic he was obsessive. Blomkvist pointed out that Harriet really did disappear. She was just so sick of the whole story, she said. It had poisoned their lives for decades and wouldn't stop. She got up abruptly, pulling on her fur coat, and said she had to go. He seemed pleasant, and Martin thought so too, though his judgment wasn't always reliable. He was welcome for coffee at her house whenever he liked. She was almost always home in the evening. Blomkvist thanked her and noted she hadn't answered the question that wasn't an interview question. She paused at the door, not looking at him, and said she had no idea. She thought it was an accident with such a simple explanation that it would astonish them if they ever found out. She turned and smiled at him, for the first time with warmth, and was gone. His first meeting with Cecilia had been agreeable. His encounter with Isabella was not. Harriet's mother was exactly as Henrik had warned, an elegant woman vaguely reminiscent of Lauren Bacall, thin, dressed in a black Persian lamb coat with matching cap, leaning on a black cane when Blomkvist ran into her one morning on his way to Suzanne's. She looked like an aging vampire, still strikingly beautiful but venomous as a snake. She called him over from the crossroads in a commanding tone. He did as instructed. She identified herself. He introduced himself and offered his hand, which she ignored. She asked if he was the one snooping around in their family affairs. He said he was the one Henrik had contracted to help with the book. She said that was none of his business. He asked which, the offer or his acceptance. She knew what she meant. She didn't care for people poking around in her life. He said he wouldn't poke in hers. The rest she'd have to discuss with Henrik. She pressed the handle of her cane against his chest. Not hard, but he stepped back in surprise, and told him to keep away from her, then turned and walked unsteadily toward her house. He stood there like a man who'd just met a comic book character, and when he looked up, he saw Vanger in his office window, raising his coffee cup in an ironic salute. The only traveling Blomkvist did that first month was a drive to a bay on Lake Siljan. He borrowed Frodo's Mercedes and drove through snowy landscape to spend the afternoon with Detective Superintendent Morell. He tried to form an impression of Morell from the police report. What he found was a wiry old man who moved softly and spoke even more slowly. Blomkvist brought a notebook with 10 questions, mainly ideas from his reading. Morell answered each in a schoolmasterly way. Finally, Blomkvist put his notes aside and explained the questions were just an excuse. What he really wanted was a chat and one crucial question. Was there anything in the investigation not in the written report? Any hunches Morell might share? He'd expected resistance, but there was none. Morell filled his pipe and lit it before replying. Yes, he had his own ideas, but they were vague and fleeting. He thought Harriet was murdered. He and Henrik agreed on that, but they never discovered the motive. He thought she was murdered for a specific reason, not madness or rape. If they'd known the motive, they'd have known the killer. The murder may have been spontaneous. Someone seized the opportunity during the confusion of the accident, hid the body, and removed it later while they were searching. Blomkvist noted that took nerves of ice. Morell added that Harriet had gone to Henrik's room wanting to speak to him. Strange behavior, since she knew he was busy. He thought Harriet represented a grave threat to someone, that she was going to tell Henrik something, and the murderer knew she was about to spill the beans. There were 4 people in the room besides Henrik, his brother Gregor, a cousin named Magnus Sjogren, and 2 of Harold's children, Birger and Cecilia. But that didn't tell them anything. Morell said most killers were men, but there were women in the Vanger family who were real firebrands. Isabella, for instance, and Cecilia could be extremely caustic. There was also Sarah Sjogren, a truly unpleasant and inconsiderate lady, but she lived in Malmö and had no motive. The problem was they never found a motive. Blomkvist asked if there was any lead he remembered not following up. Morell chuckled. No. He devoted endless time and couldn't think of anything he hadn't followed to the bitter end, even after he was promoted and moved from Hedestad to Givell. Henrik wouldn't have let up, but that wasn't the reason. The puzzle still fascinated him. Morell explained that every police officer has his own unsolved mystery. He remembered older colleagues in Hedestad talking about the Rebecca case, a woman assaulted, raped, and murdered in the 40s, killed in the most brutal way. Tied up, her head stuck into smoldering embers. One officer, Torstensen, the first detective on the scene, could never let it go. His Rebecca case was Harriet. They didn't even know how she died, couldn't prove murder, but he'd never been able to let it go. Being a homicide detective could be the loneliest job in the world. Friends and family eventually go back to their lives, but unsolved murders keep gnawing away, and in the end only the officer is left thinking about the victim. 3 other Vanger family members lived on Hedeby Island. Alexander Vanger, son of Gregor, born in 1946, lived in a renovated wooden house. Vanger said he was presently in the West Indies, sailing and whiling away his time, doing no work. Alexander had been 20 and was there on that day. He shared the house with his mother Gerda, 80 years old, widow of Gregor Vanger. Blomkvist had never seen her. She was mostly bedridden. The third of Henrik's brothers remained a phantom in Blomkvist's periphery. Harold Vanger's house sat closest to the guest cottage, a grim, 2-story monument with blackout curtains sealing every window from the world. As he passed it on his walks, Blomkvist would sometimes catch the faintest ripple in the fabric, a suggestion of movement behind the glass, but never a confirming glimpse of the man inside. One night, late, as he was preparing for bed, his eye was caught by a thin blade of light escaping through a gap in an upstairs curtain. He stood motionless at his own kitchen window, watching the glow for more than 20 minutes, the cold seeping through the floorboards and his breath fogging the glass, before a weariness overtook his curiosity, and he retreated, shivering, to his bed. By morning, the curtains were sealed tight again, as if the light had never been. In Blomkvist's mind, Harold became a spectral presence, an unseen golem who inhabited the village by his very absence. He imagined the old man crouched behind those dark drapes, observing the outside world with malevolent patience, tending to unknown obsessions within his barricaded sanctuary. The only sign of life from the house was the daily arrival of the home help service, usually an elderly woman from across the bridge, who would trudge through the deep snowdrifts with bags of groceries. When Blomkvist asked the caretaker Nilsson about Harold, the man shook his head with a resigned expression. He had once offered to clear the driveway, but Harold refused to allow anyone on his property. Only once, during the first winter after Harold had returned to Hedeby, had Nilsson attempted to do the job with his tractor, the same as he did for every other house in the village. Harold had erupted from his front door with shocking speed, shouting and waving his arms until Nilsson retreated and left him to his frozen isolation. The narrow gate to Blomkvist's own yard was too tight for the tractor, so his only option for clearing the snow was a shovel and his own aching arms. By mid-January, the practical realities of his future were pressing in. He asked his lawyer to arrange the start of his 3-month prison sentence, wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. The process moved with surprising efficiency. Within weeks, a decision was made. He was to present himself on March 17th at Rulaker Prison, a minimum security facility outside Östersund. His lawyer hinted that the sentence would likely be shortened. Blomkvist acknowledged this with a flat, unenthusiastic assent, the prospect of incarceration hanging over him like a persistent drizzle. To distract himself, he spent his evenings at the kitchen table, stroking a reddish-brown cat that had begun to visit him every few days, eventually staying the night. The Nilssons told him the cat's name was Jorvin, a wanderer belonging to no one and everyone. He met with Henrik Vanger almost every afternoon. Their conversations ranged from brief exchanges to hours of deep discussion, often revolving around Blomkvist's theories and Vanger's patient demolition of them. Despite his best efforts to maintain professional distance, Blomkvist found himself repeatedly pulled into the gravity of the mystery of the missing girl, its enigma a lodestone he couldn't ignore. He had promised Berger he would use the time to develop a strategy against Wennerström, but a month in Hedestad had passed, and he hadn't touched the files from his own legal disaster. The subject triggered a leaden depression and a paralyzing listlessness, so he avoided it entirely, pushing it to the furthest recesses of his mind. His professional identity had been shattered, and his only path to recovery seemed to be this self-imposed exile in a remote town, chasing shadows of the past. He sometimes wondered if he was losing his grip, just like the old man who had hired him. Vanger noticed the journalist's off-balance days. At the end of January, the old industrialist made an unexpected move. He picked up the telephone and made a call to Stockholm, the conversation stretching for 20 minutes, focused on the very man who was currently trying to avoid his own problems. It had taken nearly the entire month for Berger's anger to finally cool. Late on the last Friday of January, her call arrived like a surprise thaw. Blomkvist was startled when he heard her voice, but he quickly recovered, pulling his blanket tighter against the draft as he greeted her warmly. He made a joke about the cold, mentioning the frozen water in his pipes, and she shot back that he had only himself to blame, though she admitted the Stockholm winter was also brutal. He asked for the worst news about the magazine. She reported they had lost 2/3 of their regular advertisers, a hemorrhage of income that threatened bankruptcy by autumn. He told her to make a list of those who had abandoned them, filing it away for future stories. She was weary, her laugh hollow as she described the situation, but he insisted things would improve. She apologized for ignoring his messages and asked if she could come up to see him. He told her she could come whenever she liked. She joked about needing a rifle for protection from the cold, and he matched her tone, assuring her the locals would provide the gear. They agreed on the following Friday. The next day, Blomkvist arranged with Nilsson for Berger to park her car in their double garage, which had room and engine heaters to spare. The snow on the property was 3 feet deep, save for a narrow shoveled path to the door. Berger arrived in the early evening. They stood in the doorway eyeing each other with a mixture of caution and relief, before embracing for a long, silent moment. With the village dark and the shops closed, they hurried into the warmth of the cottage. While Blomkvist cooked dinner, lamb cutlets with creamy potatoes, Berger explored the tiny space, commenting on the old magazines on the shelf, and eventually settling into his files in the office. They ate and drank red wine together. When Blomkvist tried to steer the conversation back to the magazine's problems, Berger brushed him off, preferring to hear about his strange life in the north and his work for Vanger. They talked for hours, and only much later did they turn their attention to testing whether the narrow double bed could comfortably hold them both. A world away, Lisbeth Salander's third scheduled meeting with her new guardian, advocate Nils Berman, was finally set for 5 o'clock that same Friday. This time, the musk-scented secretary who usually greeted her was gone, and Berman had the faint, stale smell of alcohol on his breath. He waved her into a chair, flipping through papers on his desk with a distracted air before seeming to notice her. It was another interrogation. He began probing into her sex life, a subject she had absolutely no intention of discussing with him. She refused to answer, which he took as shyness or retardation, or a sign that she was hiding something, so he pressed harder. Realizing he wouldn't let it go, she began feeding him brief, bland responses, constructing a fictional boyfriend named Magnus, a respectful, ordinary young man. But Bjurman used this fiction as a pretext for a meticulous, degrading inventory of her sexual practices. When he asked if she had ever had anal sex, her anger finally broke through her calculated silence. She made it clear, with a sudden flash of temper, that it was none of his goddamn business. It was the only time she lost control during the meeting. She had kept her eyes glued to the floor to hide her exasperation, but when she finally looked up, she saw him grinning at her from behind his desk. She left his office with a churning disgust, comparing him unfavorably to her old guardian Palmgren, who had never invaded her privacy this way, even though he had always been available if she wanted to talk. Which she never did. She knew, with a cold certainty, that Advocate Bjurman was becoming a major problem. Saturday brought a rare break in the winter's grip, and Blomkvist was eager to show Berger the island beyond the frozen village. They walked past the small boat harbor and along the road toward Östergarden, the snow banked high on either side. The dense fir forest closed in around them as they left the summer cabin area, and Blomkvist was struck by how much more rugged the landscape was than it appeared from his window. He thought briefly of Harriet Vanger, a child running through these woods, but he pushed the image away. After a mile, the trees gave way to a fence marking the edge of the farmland, and they could see a white house and red outbuildings arranged in a square ahead. They turned back. As they passed the driveway to the main estate, a knock on an upstairs window caught their attention. Vanger was gesturing firmly for them to come up. They exchanged a look, and Blomkvist joked about meeting a corporate legend. Berger asked if he bit, and he assured her he was harmless on Saturdays. Vanger greeted them at the door to his office, immediately recognizing Berger and expressing surprise that Blomkvist hadn't mentioned her visit. Within seconds, Berger's natural charm worked its magic. She playfully scolded him for luring her publisher into the wilderness, and he countered by pointing out, citing press reports, that she had in fact fired him, and if not, it was high time she got rid of some dead weight. They spent several minutes trading jabs at Blomkvist's expense, which he endured with feigned offense. But when Berger made some cryptic remarks that could have been about his journalism, or something far more intimate, Vanger threw his head back and laughed with genuine delight. Blomkvist was stunned to see the old man so relaxed, so natural. He glimpsed a hint of the charming magnetic figure Vanger must have been decades ago, a man who had evidently never remarried despite surely having had many opportunities. The conversation shifted abruptly as Vanger turned to the problems at Millennium. He observed that the magazine was in trouble, just like his own corporation. Berger expressed confidence they could repair the situation, but Vanger was doubtful. He laid out the arithmetic. A small staff, a modest print run, the need for substantial revenue, most of it from advertising. He dismissed their optimism, pointing to Winterström's vengeful nature and asking how many advertisers they had lost. Berger admitted they were bleeding, with 6 to 8 months at best before they ran out of capital. Vanger then revealed that he had once owned a chain of newspapers in Norrland, a venture his father had initiated for political influence. The Vanger family still held a stake in the Hedestad Courier, with Harold's son Berger as chairman of the owners' group, and Martin on the board to keep him in check. He had sold the newspapers in the 60s as part of a corporate restructuring, but he understood the business. He asked Berger a direct, personal question. Had they actually had a story or not? Berger confirmed they had a story, but one very different from what had been published. Blomkvist cut in, unwilling to discuss the matter further, but insisting he had had solid sources. Vanger pressed, his voice sharpening, wondering how such a careful reporter could have walked into such a trap. Then Vanger dropped his offer. He had been a newspaper publisher once, and he could be one again. He asked Berger if she would consider taking on another partner. It was a bolt from the blue, but Berger didn't flinch. She asked him to elaborate, and he deferred, suggesting they discuss it over dinner that evening. He explained his reasoning simply. He had money to invest, and if the magazine survived, he'd profit. If not, he'd absorbed worse losses. Blomkvist started to object, but Berger silenced him with a hand on his knee, insisting on their independence. Vanger dismissed that as nonsense, claiming he wasn't interested in taking over the magazine or controlling its content. He just wanted to back a publication he admired. When Blomkvist asked if this had anything to do with Winterström, Vanger deflected with a cryptic smile. But he did have one condition for his investment. Mikael Blomkvist must resume his position as publisher. The old man argued that the announcement would send a powerful signal, undercutting Winterström and reassuring advertisers. As soon as they were back in the cottage, Blomkvist demanded an explanation. Berger said it was exactly what it looked like, advanced probes for a business deal, and she wondered why Blomkvist hadn't told her what a sweetie Henrik Vanger could be. Blomkvist confronted her, certain she had known exactly what that conversation with Vanger was going to be about. She deflected with a playful jab, calling him toy boy and reminding him they had hours before dinner. He was furious, but he had never been able to stay angry at Erika Berger for long. She produced a black dress, a waist-length jacket, and heels from her small suitcase, then insisted he dress formally. He complied with a gray shirt, dark tie, and sports coat. When they arrived at Vanger's door, they found Dirch Froded, Martin Vanger also among the guests, all in jackets and ties, except Vanger himself, who wore a bow tie and a brown cardigan, declaring the privileges of age. Birger was effervescent throughout the meal. Only later, when they had moved to the drawing room with its crackling fireplace and cognac was poured, did the conversation turn serious. For nearly 2 hours they hammered out the skeleton of a deal. The terms were clear. Frode would establish a company wholly owned by Henrik Vanger, with a board consisting of Henrik, Martin, and Frodo himself. Over 4 years, this entity would inject enough capital to cover Millennium's financial gap, drawn from Vanger's personal fortune. In return, Vanger would have a prominent board position. The agreement would run 4 years, but Millennium could terminate after 2, at a steep cost, requiring repayment of the full invested sum. If Vanger died, Martin would step into his place on the board for the remainder of the term. Martin seemed to relish the prospect of taking on Wennerstrom, and Blomkvist again wondered at the source of that animosity. Vanger leaned in and assured him in a low voice that this arrangement had no bearing on their existing agreement. He could still resume his publisher role at the end of the year. They also decided to announce the reorganization on the same day Blomkvist began his prison sentence in mid-March. It was a PR strategy so counterintuitive, pairing bad news with a restructuring, that it would catch the media off guard and maximize attention for Vanger's involvement. The message was clear. Millennium was no longer isolated. It had backers willing to fight. Throughout the entire discussion, the conversation was between Birger and the Vangers. No one asked Blomkvist for his opinion. Late that night, Blomkvist lay with his head on Birger's chest, looking into her eyes. He asked how long she and Vanger had been negotiating. "About a week," she admitted, smiling. He asked if Crester Malm agreed, and she confirmed he did. When he pressed her on why she hadn't told him, she shot back. Why should she? He had resigned, left the staff, and disappeared into the woods. He asked if that meant he deserved to be treated like an idiot. She said yes, emphatically. He realized just how deeply she had been hurt. She confessed she had never felt so furious, so abandoned, so betrayed as when he left, and she punctuated the admission by gripping his hair and shoving him further down into the bed. By Sunday, Birger had left. Blomkvist was still so irritated with Vanger that he avoided any chance encounter. On Monday, he took the bus into Hedestad, spending the afternoon wandering the town, visiting the library, and sitting in a bakery with coffee. That evening, he went to the cinema to see The Lord of the Rings, a film he'd never had time for, and found solace in the simplicity of orcs compared to the complexity of human beings. He ended the night at McDonald's before catching the last bus back to Hedeby. At the cottage, he made coffee, pulled out a binder, and read until 4 o'clock in the morning. The deeper he went into the investigation, the more peculiar certain details became. These weren't revolutionary discoveries. They were puzzles that had long troubled Inspector Morell, especially in his private hours. Harriet had changed during her final year. That much was expected from any teenager, but classmates, teachers, and family members all noted she had become withdrawn and uncommunicative. A girl who had once been lively now kept everyone at a distance. One friend used the word impersonal, a term unusual enough for Morell to dig further. The girl had simply stopped sharing herself. No more gossip, no more confidences. She had also deepened her religious engagement. A Christian in a conventional sense, Sunday school, prayers, confirmation. She had grown more devout, reading her Bible and attending church. Yet she didn't turn to the local pastor, Otto Falk, a family friend. Instead, she sought out a Pentecostal congregation in Hedestad in the spring, only to leave after 2 months and begin exploring Catholic texts. Was it just a teenager's religious phase? Possibly, but no one else in the Vanger family had ever been notably religious, and her sudden turn to faith might have been triggered by her father's drowning the previous year. Morell concluded something was troubling her, some event or burden she was carrying alone. He had spent considerable time interviewing her friends, hoping to find someone she might have confided in. Anita Vanger, Harold's daughter, 2 years older, was a natural candidate. She had spent the summer of 1966 on Hedeby Island, and she and Harriet were considered close. But Anita offered no real insight. They had hung out together, swam, walked, talked about movies and music and books. Harriet had even joined Anita for driving lessons, and once they'd stolen wine and gotten drunk together. For several weeks they had stayed at Gottfried's cabin at the island's tip. But the questions about Harriet's inner life remained unanswered. Blomkvist noticed a discrepancy. The reports of her withdrawal came from classmates and some family, while Anita Vanger had never perceived her as introverted. He made a mental note to raise this with Vanger. Morell had focused intensely on one particular piece of evidence, a page in Harriet's date book. It was a beautiful bound volume she'd received as a Christmas present the year before she vanished. The first half was a standard calendar, marking meetings, exams, and homework. There was a diary section, but she used it sparingly, a flurry of entries in January about holiday encounters and films. Then nothing personal until the end of the school year, when she appeared to develop a distant interest in an unnamed boy. The real mystery was on the final page of the address book, a blank space outside the alphabetical listings. There, in her neat handwriting, were 5 names and telephone numbers. 3 female names, Magda, Sarah, Mari, and 2 sets of initials, RJ and RL. The 32 series numbers were Hedestad numbers from the 60s. The 30 series was from nearby Norben. When Morell contacted every friend and acquaintance, no one recognized any of them. The number for Magda led to a haberdashery at Parketed 12, listed to Margot Lundmark, whose elderly mother, also named Magda, sometimes helped in the shop. But Magda was 69 and had never heard of Harriet Vanger. Nor was there any evidence Harriet had ever visited the store. She had no interest in sewing. It was another dead end. The search for Sarah led to a family named Torresson in Vestan, on the wrong side of the tracks. Anders and Monica Torresson had 2 preschool-aged sons, Jonas and Peter. No Sarah in the household. They knew of Harriet Vanger only from the news reports of her disappearance. The sole tenuous thread connecting them was that Anders, a roofer, had recently retiled the roof of the school Harriet attended. It was possible they had crossed paths, but it was a stretch. The other 3 numbers were equally fruitless. The number for RL had once belonged to a Rosemarie Larsson, but she had died years earlier. Inspector Morell spent the winter of 1966-67 obsessing over these entries, trying to understand why Harriet had jotted them down. Perhaps they were coded, a teenage girl's private system. Since the 32 prefix indicated Hedjastad, he tried rearranging the remaining 3 digits, but 32601 and 32160 led nowhere. He realized that if he manipulated the numbers enough, he could force a connection. Adding 1 to each digit of 32,016 gave 32127, which was Froda's office number. But that was a meaningless coincidence. No single code explained all 5. He broadened his search. Could the digits correspond to something else, like license plates? In the 60s, plates had 2-letter county codes and 5 digits. That theory dead-ended too. He then focused on the names themselves, compiling a list of everyone in Hedestad named Mari, Magda, or Sarah, or with the initials RL or RJ. He found 307 people, 29 of whom had some tangential link to Harriet, like a classmate named Roland Jacobson, whose initials matched RJ, but they'd barely known each other and had no connection to the number. The mystery of the datebook remained unsolved. Salander's 4th encounter with Advocat Buurman wasn't scheduled. She had no choice but to initiate it. In the 2nd week of February, her laptop was destroyed in a senseless accident. She'd ridden her bike to Milton Security and parked in the garage. As she bent to lock it, a dark red sob began backing out. She heard a sickening crunch from her rucksack. The driver, oblivious, drove off. Inside was her white Apple iBook 600, state-of-the-art when she'd bought it a year ago, with a 25-gig hard drive and 420 megs of RAM. She'd spared no expense on her computers. They were her only luxury. The lid was cracked. When she plugged it in, there was no response. She took it to Timmy's Mac Jesus shop, hoping the hard drive could be salvaged. After a brief examination, Timmy shook his head. The computer was dead. He suggested a funeral. The loss was depressing but not catastrophic. She had backups and older machines at home, a desktop Mac G3 and a 5-year-old Toshiba PC laptop, but she needed something fast and modern. Her sights settled on the new Apple PowerBook G4/1.0 GHz, an aluminium marvel with a PowerPC 7451 processor, 960 megabytes RAM, a 60 gigabytes hard drive, Bluetooth, and built-in CD/DVD burners. The 17-inch screen with NVIDIA graphics was a revelation, but the feature that sealed the deal was the keyboard's backlighting. She could type in the dark. It was love at first sight. It cost 38,000 kroner, plus tax. She ordered it immediately, getting a discount from Mac Jesus. Insurance on the ruined machine would cover part of the cost, but she was still 18,000 kroner short. She had 10,000 kroner stashed in a coffee tin at home. That was it. Reluctantly, she called Bjurman. His secretary said he was unavailable. Salander insisted it would take only 20 seconds to write a check. She was told to come to his office at 7:30 that evening. Blomkvist, meanwhile, was coming to terms with the limits of his investigation. He had no experience evaluating criminal inquiries, but Inspector Morell had clearly been extraordinarily thorough. Even after Blomkvist finished the police files, Morell remained a constant presence in Vanger's notes. The two had become friends, and Blomkvist wondered if Morell had been as consumed by the case as the old industrialist. It seemed unlikely Morell had missed anything. The solution wouldn't be found in the police records. Every possible question had been asked, every lead followed, even the most far-fetched. The deeper he went, the more obscure the tips and theories became. He wasn't going to uncover something the professionals had overlooked. The only practical approach left was to explore the psychological motives of the people involved. The first question was Harriet herself. Who was she? From his kitchen window, he noticed a light flick on upstairs in Cecilia Vanger's house shortly after 5 o'clock. He knocked on her door at 7:30 as the news broadcast began. She answered in a bathrobe, her hair damp under a yellow towel. He apologized for the intrusion and started to retreat, but she waved him inside. She put on coffee and disappeared upstairs, returning in jeans and a flannel shirt. She told him she'd been wondering if he'd ever come by. He admitted he'd come on impulse, seeing her light. She'd noticed his own lights burning late and his midnight walks. He shrugged, saying it had become a habit. He asked if she still taught. She said no. As headmistress, she had no time, though she had taught history, religion, and social studies. She was 56 and nearing retirement. He complimented her, guessing her to be younger. She laughed and turned the question back on him. He admitted he was over 40. She observed how quickly life passed. She served coffee and asked if he was hungry. He said he'd eaten, though in truth he subsisted on sandwiches. When she pressed him on why he'd come, he admitted it was just to say hello, not to ask questions. She smiled and listed his situation. Sentenced to prison, exiled to Hedeby, buried in Henrik's obsession, sleepless nights, freezing walks. He agreed his life was going to the dogs. She asked about the woman who'd visited him. He explained Erica was the editor of Millennium, a friend and occasional lover, but not his girlfriend. She was married. Cecilia laughed at the phrase, occasional lover. She liked it. She confessed she could use one herself. Then she kicked off her slippers and propped a foot on his knee. He began massaging her ankle, then her sole, tentatively aware he was treading into uncertain territory. She admitted she was still married but hadn't seen her husband in nearly 20 years. He asked what happened. She deflected. She hadn't had sex in 3 years. He expressed surprise. She explained it was a matter of supply and demand. She had no interest in a boyfriend or a live-in arrangement, and the available options, teachers, students, were either unappealing or scandalous. On Hedeby Island, the only people were relatives or already married. She leaned in and kissed his neck, asking if she shocked him. He admitted she didn't, but he wasn't sure this was a good idea. He worked for her uncle. She assured him she wouldn't tell anyone and suggested Henrik probably wouldn't object anyway. She settled onto his lap, kissing him deeply. Her hair was still damp and fragrant with shampoo. He worked at the buttons of her flannel shirt, pulling it down over her shoulders to find she wore nothing beneath it. She pressed into him as he kissed her breasts. Björman circled the desk to show Salander her bank statement, a balance she knew by heart, though she no longer controlled it. He stood behind her, his hands finding her neck, then sliding down to her breasts. He squeezed one, waiting for a reaction. She gave none. She could feel his breath on her neck as she stared at the letter opener on his desk, within reach. But she did nothing. Holger Palmgren had taught her that impulsive actions bred consequences, and trouble was never worth the cost. She weighed every move before she made it. The assault lasted only seconds. Legally, sexual molestation, exploitation of a dependent, enough for up to 2 years in prison, but it crossed an irreversible line. For Salander, it was a declaration of power. Beyond their legal arrangement, she was utterly at his mercy. When their eyes met, she saw the lust on his parted lips. Her own face betrayed nothing. Björman returned to his leather chair, explaining he couldn't just hand out money whenever she asked. He questioned why she needed such an expensive computer when cheaper models would do for games. She insisted she wanted control of her own money again. He gave her a pitying look, saying they'd have to see how things went. She needed to learn to be more sociable first. He suggested they were going to be good friends and needed to trust each other. She remained silent. He reminded her she was a grown woman now. She nodded. He held out his hand and told her to come here. She stared at the letter opener for a long moment before standing and moving toward him. He took her hand and pressed it to his crotch. She could feel him through his trousers. He promised that if she was nice to him, he'd be nice to her. He pulled her to her knees, her face in front of his open fly. He smelled of fresh soap. She tried to turn away, to get up, but he held her fast. She was 90 pounds to his 210. He gripped her head, forcing her to meet his eyes, and repeated his threat. If she made trouble, he could have her institutionalized for life. Did she want that? She shook her head. When she lowered her eyes in apparent submission, he pulled her closer. She opened her mouth and took him in. He kept her pinned as he thrust, the pressure on her neck making it hard to breathe for the 10 minutes it took him to finish. He pointed her to the bathroom. She was shaking as she wiped her face and scrubbed at the spots on her sweater, chewing his toothpaste to kill the taste. When she returned, he was studying papers, impassive. He told her to sit down without looking up. When he finally raised his eyes, he smiled. She was grown up now, wasn't she? She nodded. Then she needed to be able to play grown-up games, he said, his tone condescending. She said nothing, and a frown creased his brow. He warned her not to tell anyone about their games. Who would believe her, with documents declaring her non-compos mentis? It would be her word against his. He sighed at her silence, annoyed but controlled. He assured her they would be good friends, and she could always come to him. I need 10,000 kronor for my computer, she said, as if continuing the conversation before the interruption. He raised an eyebrow, then handed her the check he'd written while she was in the bathroom. He smiled arrogantly. She took it and left. An ordinary woman would have gone straight to the police. Salander had the bruises on her neck and the DNA evidence to prove it. Björman's semen on her body and clothing would have convicted him beyond any excuse. Even if he claimed she had consented, his violation of guardianship regulations would have stripped him of control immediately. A report would likely have given her a lawyer experienced in sexual assault cases, which might have led to a broader examination of why she had been declared incompetent in the first place. But Salander was not ordinary. She knew little about the law, she'd never needed to, and she trusted the police even less. To her, they were a hostile force, a history of humiliations and arrests. The last encounter had been pure chance. Walking past Gutgataten toward Milton Security, she'd suddenly faced a riot officer in a visor who, without provocation, struck her with his baton. She'd lunged at him with a Coca-Cola bottle, and he'd fled. She later learned there had been a demonstration nearby. The idea of reporting Bjurman to those same blue-clad thugs never crossed her mind. What would she report? That he touched her breasts? Any officer would look at her skinny frame and conclude it was unlikely, or that she should be grateful for the attention. And the forced oral sex was, as he'd warned, her word against his. In her experience, other people's words always carried more weight than hers. The police were not an option. She showered, ate 2 cheese and pickle sandwiches, and sat on her worn sofa to think. Her lack of visible emotion might have seemed like acceptance, another sign she was so damaged that even rape couldn't provoke a proper response. But her circle of acquaintances had no sheltered middle-class members. By 18, Salander didn't know a single girl who hadn't been forced into some sexual act against her will, usually by older boyfriends. She'd seen tears and anger, but never a police report. In her world, it was simply the natural order. As a girl, especially one dressed in black leather, with piercings and tattoos, and zero social status, she was legal prey. Whimpering was pointless. But Bjurman would not go unpunished. Salander never forgot an injustice, and she was not forgiving. Her legal status was the real obstacle. She'd been marked as cunning and violent since childhood. The first casebook entries came from elementary school, sent home for hitting a classmate, David Gustafsson, who teased her. He'd threatened revenge the next day, and she'd decked him with a right jab fortified by a golf ball, another entry. She'd never understood the rules of social interaction. She kept to herself, yet someone always had to bother her. In middle school, she'd been sent home repeatedly after fights. Stronger boys learned that the skinny girl was dangerous. Unlike the other girls, she never backed down and would use any weapon at hand. She went through life ready to be beaten to death before taking shit. And she always got revenge. Once, a much bigger boy had toyed with her, shoving her down and slapping her when she fought back. She kept attacking, even when it was clear she was outmatched, until he punched her in the face, splitting her lip. They left her behind the gym. 2 days later, she waited for him with a baseball bat and hit him over the ear. That earned her a visit to the head teacher, a police report, and a special welfare investigation. Her classmates thought she was crazy. Her teachers showed little sympathy. She was the pupil who never raised her hand, who often didn't answer direct questions, not because she didn't know, but for reasons no one understood. She was discussed at teachers' meetings, but no one wanted to take responsibility. They ignored her, let her sit in sullen silence. She left that middle school without a single friend to say goodbye to, an unloved girl with strange behavior. Then, on the threshold of adolescence, all the evil happened, a chapter she refused to revisit. That final outburst cemented her reputation and prompted a review of her case file. Afterward, she was officially considered crazy, a freak. Salander had never needed documents to know she was different, but it hadn't bothered her as long as Holger Palmgren was her guardian. She could always manage him. With Niels Bjurman, the declaration of incompetence became a real threat. No matter whom she turned to, pitfalls opened up. If she lost, would she be institutionalized, locked away? There was no good option. Later that night, Cecilia Vanger and Blomkvist lay tangled together, her head resting against his side. She thanked him. It had been a long time, and he wasn't bad. He smiled at the childish satisfaction of the compliment. She said she'd be happy to do it again, and he asked if she meant she wanted a lover. She corrected him. An occasional lover. But she wanted him to leave before morning, so she could do her exercises and fix her face before he saw her. And he mustn't tell the village. He promised discretion. Above all, she didn't want Isabella to know. He understood. She asked if he drank, then wrapped a sheet around herself and went downstairs for gin and lime. He stood naked, studying her bookshelves, when she returned with a carafe of iced water and 2 glasses. They toasted. She asked why he'd really come over. He hedged, but she saw through him. He'd been brooding over Henrik's investigation. She'd lived with it her whole adult life. You couldn't spend time with Henrik without being affected. He called it a locked-room mystery on an island, where every clue led to a dead end. She agreed it was the kind of thing people got obsessed about. He asked about Harriet directly. What was she really like? People seemed to have such different views. She asked if it was off the record. He said yes. She admitted she'd never known what was inside Harriet's head. In her last year, she was a religious crackpot one day, wearing tight sweaters and heavy makeup the next, clearly unhappy. But Cecilia had only heard the gossip. She wasn't there. He asked what triggered the problems. She said it was Gottfried and Isabella. Their marriage was chaotic, partying or fighting, never stable. Gottfried wasn't violent, but Isabella had a horrendous temper. In the early 60s, he'd moved to his cabin, returning to the village only occasionally, sometimes looking like a vagrant, then sobering up to try to work. She asked if anyone had tried to help Harriet. Henrik, eventually, she moved into his house, but he was consumed by his role as industrialist, always traveling, never with much time for the children. Cecilia reflected on her own childhood with Harold as her father, and how she'd missed much of this because she was away studying. In hindsight, the problem was that Harriet never confided in anyone. She pretended everything was fine. She changed after her father drowned, no longer able to keep up the facade. Before that, she'd been gifted and precocious, but still a relatively ordinary teenager. In her last year, she was still brilliant, top marks, but seemed hollow, soulless. Blomkvist asked how Gottfried died. She told him. Fell out of a rowing boat below his cabin, trousers open, high blood alcohol. Martin was the one who found him. He said he hadn't known that. She noted that Martin had turned out well, though 35 years ago she'd have said he was the one who needed psychiatric care. Both children had suffered. They all had. She with her father, her sister Anita with the same problem, Alexander too. It was tough being young in the Vanger family. Anita now lived in London, a senior manager at British Airways, rarely visiting Hedestad. Why? An insane father, wasn't that explanation enough? Cecilia had stayed, along with her brother Birger, the politician. She dismissed him as a moderately talented local councillor who thought he was destined for Parliament. Blomkvist remarked that Vangers seemed to have low opinions of each other. She corrected him. She was fond of Martin and Henrik, got on with Anita, detested Isabella, couldn't abide Alexander, never spoke to her father. Birger was more pompous than malicious, but in the Vanger family, you learn to speak your mind. He teased her that she'd attacked him within 15 minutes. She admitted she'd been wondering about him since she first saw him, and it felt right to try it out. That night, for the first time in her life, Salander felt a strong need to ask someone for advice. But asking meant confiding, which meant revealing her secrets. She was not good at connecting with people. She mentally reviewed her address book. Perhaps 10 people she could consider acquaintances. Plague was a steady presence, but he wasn't a friend, and he wouldn't be able to help. Not an option. Her sex life was less modest than she'd led Berman to believe, but it had always been on her terms. Since age 15, she'd had over 50 partners, about 5 a year, which seemed reasonable to her. Most had been during a tumultuous 2-year period in her late teens, when her future could have gone any direction. After 20, working at Milton Security, she'd calmed down. She no longer went home with strangers. In the past year, she'd had only one regular partner, not promiscuous. Sex was usually with a loose group of friends. She wasn't really a member, but she was accepted because she knew Silla Noren. They'd met at Convux, where Palmgren had insisted she try to get her certificate. Silla had plum red hair streaked with black leather trousers, a nose ring, and as many rivets on her belt as Salander. They'd glared at each other suspiciously in that first class. For reasons Salander couldn't fathom, they started spending time together, She was not easy to befriend, especially in those years, but Scylla ignored her silences and dragged her along to bars. Through Scylla, she joined Evil Fingers, a group that had begun as a hard rock band of 4 teenage girls in Enskede. A decade later, they were a circle of friends who met at XIII on Tuesday nights to drink beer and talk about boys, feminism, the pentagram, music, and politics. They lived up to their name. Salander remained on the fringe, rarely contributing, but she was accepted as she was. She could come and go, sit in silence all evening, and was invited to birthday parties and Christmas glögg, though she usually didn't go. Over the 5 years she'd been part of the group, the others changed. Hair colors softened, clothing came from H&M instead of thrift shops. They studied or worked. One became a mother. Salander felt like the only one who hadn't changed at all, which could also mean she was simply marking time, going nowhere. Still, they had fun. Evil Fingers was the one place she felt any group solidarity, and by extension with the guys who were friends of the girls. They would listen. They would stand up for her. But they had no idea about the court order declaring her non-compos mentis. She didn't want them looking at her differently too. Not an option. She had no ex-classmates in her address book, no network, no support group, no political contacts. Who could she turn to? There was one person. She deliberated long and hard about confiding in Dragan Armansky. He'd told her she could come to him with any problem, and she believed he meant it. He'd groped her once, but it had been friendly, without ill intent, not a demonstration of power. But asking him for help meant putting herself in his debt. She toyed with the idea of Armansky as her guardian instead of Burman. The thought wasn't unpleasant, but he might smother her with attention. Still, possibly an option. A women's crisis center never crossed her mind. Crisis centers were for victims, and she had never seen herself as one. So her only remaining option was to do what she always did, take matters into her own hands and solve her problems alone. That was definitely an option. And it did not bode well for Herr Advocat Niels Bohrman. In the last week of February, Salander launched her own investigation, treating Burman as a high-priority target. She worked nearly 16 hours a day, digging through archives and public records, mapping his finances, his upbringing, his career, his circle of relatives and friends. The results were discouraging. He was a respected lawyer, a member of the Bar Association, author of a tedious but respectable dissertation on finance law. His reputation was spotless, never censured, only reported once, nearly 10 years ago, for an under-the-table property deal, but he'd proven his innocence. His finances were solid, at least 10 million kroner in assets, more taxes paid than owed. He belonged to Greenpeace and Amnesty International, donated to the Heart and Lung Association, and had signed public appeals for political prisoners. He lived in a 5-room apartment on Upplandsgatan, served as secretary of his co-op association, was divorced with no children. She focused on his ex-wife, Elena. Born in Poland but raised in Sweden, she worked at a rehabilitation center and was happily remarried to one of Burman's former colleagues. The divorce had been amicable, nothing useful. Burman had been trustee for 4 youths before Salander. All cases involved minors, ending when they came of age. One still consulted him as a lawyer. No animosity. If he'd exploited his wards, there was no sign. Salander called each of the 4, posing as a social welfare secretary, researching how former wards fared in later life. All were anonymous. She asked 10 questions, including their views on their trustee. No one had anything bad to say. When she finished, she gathered her documents and discarded them with her old newspapers. Befern was beyond reproach. She knew he was a creep and a pig, but she couldn't prove it. It was time to consider other options. One possibility grew increasingly attractive: Burman simply disappearing from her life. A quick heart attack would end the problem. The catch was that even disgusting 53-year-old men didn't have heart attacks on demand. But that sort of thing could be arranged. Blomkvist continued his discreet affair with Cecilia Vanger. She had 3 rules. No one could know, he could only come when she called and was in the mood, and he couldn't stay all night. Her passion astonished him. In public, she was cool and distant. In her bedroom, she was wildly passionate. He felt torn. He didn't want to pry into her life, but he'd been hired to pry into everyone in the Vanger family. One day, while discussing Alexander and Berger, he asked Vanger about Cecilia's marriage. Vanger explained. She'd moved back after graduating, met Jerry Carlson, an employee of the Vanger Corporation, and married him. At first it seemed happy, but soon he mistreated her, beat her, and she defended him. Finally, he hurt her badly enough to put her in the hospital. Vanger offered help, moved her to Hedeby Island, and made sure Carlson was fired. They were still married, technically, but she'd refused to see him for decades. Vanger was fond of her. She could be tricky, but she was one of the good ones. Salander devoted a week to planning Berman's demise, considering and rejecting various methods. No acting on impulse. The key condition, she must never be linked to the crime. She knew her name would surface when his responsibilities were examined, but she was just one of many clients. If it came up, she'd appear as a helpless, incompetent girl with documents proving mental deficiency. So it would help if his death was complex enough that no one would believe a mentally handicapped girl could have done it. She rejected a gun, too traceable. A knife was risky, no guarantee of instant death or silence. Struggle could attract attention, blood would be evidence. A bomb was too complicated, and bystanders could be hurt. The phone rang. It was Armansky with a job. She told him she was busy and hung up. Finally, she settled on poison. The choice surprised her, but it was perfect. She spent days combing the internet. Hydrocyanic acid, prussic acid, was among the deadliest poisons known. A few milligrams could kill, a liter could wipe out a city. It was tightly controlled, but could be produced in a kitchen with a children's chemistry set and ordinary household products. Nicotine was another option, or nicotine sulfate, which could be absorbed through the skin. A rubber glove, a water pistol, a spray in the face, and within seconds he'd be unconscious, dead in minutes. Household products could become deadly weapons. There was no technical barrier. 2 problems remained. Berman's death wouldn't give her back control of her life, and his successor might be no better. Analysis of consequences. Salander spent the evening on her threadbare sofa, turning over the problem of her guardian. The drastic solution she'd considered earlier gave way to a colder, more calculated strategy. It wasn't a plan she liked. It meant subjecting herself to Berman's assault again, but the reward would be total control over her own life. At least, that was the gamble she was making. By late February, Blomkvist had settled into a monastic rhythm on Hedeby Island. His days began at 9, with breakfast followed by hours of intense reading, absorbing Vanger's mountain of documents. Afternoons were split between his cottage and the warmth of Suzanne's cafe, where he drafted the family chronicle. Evenings were reserved for Vanger himself, a nightly pilgrimage to pepper the old man with questions. His routine was clockwork, and the work on the autobiography progressed steadily. He'd already roughed out 120 pages, reaching the 1920s, with a list of tangents to chase down. But the real assignment, Harriet's disappearance, remained a brick wall. Every file he studied offered no crack, no contradiction. One Saturday, he confessed his frustration to Vanger. The old man listened, then calmly rejected his defeatism, insisting no crime was flawless and urging him to press on. Blomkvist sighed, his mind circling back to the strange numbers in Harriet's datebook. They had to mean something. They were written down for a reason, but every interpretation felt wrong. He left Vanger's house and returned to his reading, the puzzle gnawing at him. Meanwhile, Berman felt a wave of relief when Salander finally called to request more money. Her missed appointment had left him uneasy, wondering if she'd become a problem. He'd have to reassert control. He insisted their next meeting be at his apartment, not the office. She was silent on the phone for a long moment before agreeing. That Friday, She arrived half an hour late, having spent the time in the stairwell preparing herself, steeling her nerve one last time. At the exact same hour, Blomkvist shut down his computer and bundled up against the freezing night. He walked briskly through the village, avoiding the watchful windows of Isabella Vanger, and followed the shore path to Cecilia's house. Their meetings had become a regular part of his exile, not just physical comfort, but a confidant to whom he could unburden his thoughts about Harriet, someone far easier to talk to than her obsessed uncle. Salander's plan unraveled from the first moment. Björman, annoyed by her lateness, pulled her inside his apartment. She scanned the room, noting the furniture she'd studied in building plans. He led her to the bedroom, his intentions unmistakable. When he asked about her need for money, she gave terse answers, deflecting his probing questions about their last encounter. He grew frustrated, his grip tightening, and she felt the violence simmering beneath his words. She tried to steer the situation back to her terms, but he slapped her, throwing her onto the bed with a force that left her stunned. He was on top of her before she could react. She'd prepared for a different kind of assault, a script she could control, but this was something else entirely. He was stronger, and she was pinned, her options evaporating. When she heard him open a drawer and the metallic click of handcuffs, a cold dread set in. He bound her to the bedpost, stripped her clothes, and mocked her resistance. The power he exerted was absolute, and she realized with sickening clarity that she had vastly underestimated the danger she was in. Salander's instinct to cry out was smothered instantly as he shoved her own underwear into her mouth, muffling any sound. She felt him bind her ankles, spreading her legs wide and leaving her utterly exposed and helpless. The room became a blur of muffled sounds and the rustle of movement she couldn't see through the fabric covering her face. Minutes stretched into an eternity of suffocating terror before a brutal, searing pain tore through her as he violated her with an object. Across the island, in the small hours of the morning, Blomkvist began to dress. Cecilia watched him from the bed, a satisfied smile on her face, and told him she enjoyed his company. He returned the sentiment. She pulled him back down, and he surrendered to another hour of her warmth. Later, as he walked past Vanger's dark house, he caught a flicker of movement behind an upstairs curtain, a watcher in the night. At 4 a.m, Salander was finally allowed to dress. Her body ached with every movement as she gathered her things and limped toward the door. Björman, freshly showered and composed, handed her a check. He offered to drive her home. She crossed the threshold and turned to face him. Her face was swollen from weeping, her body trembling, but her eyes held a hatred so pure and consuming that he flinched. She refused his offer in a voice barely above a whisper, insisting she could manage on her own. He pressed her, his hand tightening on her shoulder, reminding her of their next appointment. She nodded, playing the role of the broken victim, and he released her, satisfied he'd reasserted control. Salander spent the following week bedridden, the physical agony in her abdomen and the bleeding from the assault a constant reminder of what she'd endured. This wasn't the coercion of their first encounter, this was systematic brutality, and she'd been blind to his true nature. He wasn't just a man on a power trip. He was a sadist who had kept her cuffed for hours, pressing a pillow over her face until she nearly lost consciousness. She didn't cry, except for the tears that came from pure physical pain. She managed to get home, shower, and drug herself into unconsciousness with sleeping pills and water. She woke the next day, ate minimally, and took more pills. It wasn't until Tuesday that she could face the world, buying frozen pizzas and spending the night researching the psychology of sadists online. One article described how such predators instinctively target those in positions of dependence, victims who feel they have no other choice. Björman had seen her as that kind of prey, and that revelation told her everything about how the world perceived her. On Friday, she visited a tattoo parlor, choosing a simple band on her ankle. The artist warned her the skin was thin there, but she insisted. It was a reminder. That same Saturday afternoon, Blomkvist finished his morning's work and walked to Consume for supplies. Discovering a taste for a local dish he'd never liked before, it felt right for his rustic life. That evening, alone, he waited for Cecilia to call, but she didn't. He'd seen her earlier, lost in her own thoughts, and sensed she wouldn't reach out. He settled into a quiet night with a mystery novel. At Biermann's apartment, Salander returned exactly as he demanded. He greeted her with a smile, trying to gauge her mood, and she gave him a crooked, unsettling look that made him question her sanity. She took the lead, guiding him toward the bedroom, and when he realized something was wrong, she pulled a taser from her pocket. She fired it into his armpit, and as his legs buckled, she pushed him onto the bed. Across the island, Cecilia sat alone with a glass of wine, reflecting on her reckless affair with Blomkvist. She liked him too much, and she knew he would eventually hurt her. She tried to distract herself with television and a book about a violent criminal, but her thoughts kept returning to her father, the man whose cruelty had shaped her entire life. She remembered a hunting trip in 1984, when she was newly separated from her abusive husband. Her father had launched into a vile tirade about her morals, and her brother had laughed along, dismissing her pain. In that moment, holding a loaded shotgun, she'd wanted to kill them both. Instead, she'd walked away and never spoken to her father again. Now, she called Blomkvist. In Björn's bedroom, Salander watched him regain consciousness, his body useless, his mouth taped shut. She'd emptied his drawers, scattering his collection of sex toys across the floor. She picked up a riding whip, a dildo, an anal plug, and questioned him with cold precision. He nodded in terror when she pressed him, and she rammed the plug into him without lubricant, ignoring his muffled screams. Salander mocked him in a cruel imitation of his own voice, threatening punishment if he continued to whimper. She moved to the other side of the bed, wheeling in his television and DVD player. She showed him her rucksack, explaining the hidden camera lens and the buckle strap, positioned to capture everything during their last encounter. She inserted a DVD and played back the entire 90-minute recording of his assault, watching his reaction with cold satisfaction as he saw himself on screen. After the video ended, she sat in silence for a long moment, letting the weight of the evidence sink in. Then she laid out her terms with brutal clarity. He would restore her access to her bank account, never contact her again, file false positive reports to the guardianship agency, and eventually petition to have her declared competent. If he failed, the video would be released to every newsroom in Stockholm. She punctuated each demand with threats, grabbing his genitals, flicking the whip, and making throat-slitting gestures. When he balked at the mention of his offshore accounts, she smiled. She knew everything. She took his spare keys and threatened to appear in his bedroom, unannounced with the taser. She delivered the final blow by tattooing 5 lines of text across his torso with red and blue ink, a permanent, humiliating confession of his crimes. Then she left him cuffed, the key on his stomach, and walked out with his keys and the DVD. Later that night, Cecilia and Blomkvist shared a cigarette. He told her he would be going to prison for 3 months starting Monday. She lay in silence, feeling a sudden emptiness. On Monday, Salander appeared at Armansky's office, demanding work. He was suspicious, she'd been unreachable for months, and told her he had nothing available. She asked him to turn up the radio. Salander caught the news about Henrik Vanger's investment in Millennium and Blomkvist's prison sentence, her lips moving silently as she absorbed the implications. She stood abruptly, telling Armansky she needed to check on something at home, and left. The story proved bigger than she'd anticipated. Henrik Vanger's return to public life after 2 decades was major news, his partnership with the embattled magazine seen as an improbable alliance. Erika Berger's television interview was carefully calibrated. She admitted regret for the libel case, but insisted they would eventually tell their side of the story, implying a truth that hadn't yet emerged. She corrected the record about Blomkvist's departure, framing it as a needed break rather than a firing. Salander noticed Dirk Frodo passing through the background of the shot, frowning as she made the connection. Henrik Vanger's own interview was striking in its candor. He spoke of an advertising boycott against the magazine, declaring that Millennium would not be sunk. His support was a direct challenge to Winterström, a signal that the fight had escalated beyond a small magazine's budget. Blomkvist, watching from his prison cell, laughed at the performance, recognizing the strategy at work. Vanger and Berger had been right. The combined messaging had shifted perceptions. Even in prison, he sensed a change in the air, a renewed credibility for the magazine. Berger watched the interviews late that night, a glass of whiskey in hand, her expression grim. She recalled the heated argument with Blomkvist after the Vanger deal was struck. His ethical concerns about working for a man who was now also the magazine's patron, her blunt refusal to back down. He'd accused Vanger of exploiting them for a vendetta. She'd countered that they had their own vendetta against Wennerstrom. A reporter had pressed her on the Independent's question. How could Millennium credibly investigate the Vanger Corporation now? She'd turned the question back on him, pointing out that other major publications had corporate owners and still claimed credibility. He'd backed down. Berger insisted the reporter run her full response, even adding a pointed barb about focusing on the Bonnier Group if they scrutinized the Vanger Corporation. But the ethical quandary lingered. Blomkvist worked for Vanger, who could destroy Millennium with a single decision. What if they became enemies? More troubling was the question of her own integrity. When had she crossed the line from independent editor to compromised player? Salander closed her laptop, her stomach reminding her she'd neglected to eat. She'd regained access to her bank account, and the nightmare of Berman had faded into a dull, distant memory. She made coffee and piled 3 open sandwiches onto a plate, settling onto her worn sofa as she ate and reviewed the information she'd gathered. The pieces were beginning to connect. Frodo had hired her to investigate Blomkvist, the journalist convicted of libeling Wennerstrom. Months later, Henrik Vanger, also from Hedestad, had joined Millennium's board, claiming a conspiracy against the magazine, all on the same day Blomkvist entered prison. And a 2-year-old article had caught her eye. Wennerstrom had begun his career at the Vanger Corporation in the late 60s. The threads were clearly tangled. There was a skeleton somewhere, and Salander, with nothing else to occupy her, felt the pull of the hunt. Blomkvist was released from Ruloker prison on May 16th, after serving only 2 months of his sentence. He'd applied for parole on his first day without much hope, but the warden, a Polish exile named Peter Sorowski, had recommended a reduction, likely due to his unused holiday leave and overcrowding. The prison itself was a low-security facility designed for minor offenders, and his time there had been surprisingly comfortable. His fellow inmates treated him with a certain respect, as he was the only one who'd appeared on television news. He'd spent his days working on the Vanger Family Chronicle, writing for about 6 hours each day, interrupted only by cleaning duties and recreation. He'd discovered he was a decent poker player, though he consistently lost small amounts. His release had come so suddenly that he'd had no time to notify anyone. He returned directly to the cabin in Hedeby, greeted by the familiar reddish-brown cat. After unpacking and a quick trip to the store, he tried calling Berger but only reached her voicemail. He then walked to Vanger's house, where the old man was surprised to see him. They shared a meal of bacon pancakes, and Blomkvist updated him on his progress with the Chronicle, while Vanger recounted the recent board meetings and the magazine's improving finances. Vanger was clearly relishing his role as part owner, and Blomkvist pressed him about his history with Wennerstrom. But Vanger deflected, promising answers at the end of the year. Later that evening, Blomkvist knocked on Cecilia Vanger's door, hoping to resume their connection. She seemed uncomfortable and withdrawn, asking him to leave without explanation. Puzzled and unsettled, he walked back toward the cottage, but paused at the water, smoking a cigarette and trying to understand what had changed. He noticed Martin Vanger's motor cruiser gliding through the Sound, and he observed the boats in the marina, noting the class distinctions among them. Back at the cottage, he made coffee and discovered an album of photographs he'd forgotten, the images from the day Harriet disappeared. He'd studied them many times before, but as he turned the pages, a strange sensation crept over him, as if something was nagging at the edge of his consciousness. He couldn't identify what it was, but the hairs on his neck stood on end. Blomkvist returned to the album, studying the bridge photographs one by one. He recognized a younger Henrik Vanger, oil-soaked and commanding, and a younger Harold, a man he'd still never met. The images showed broken railings, buildings, windows, vehicles. He spotted Cecilia among the onlookers, 20 years old in a light dress and dark jacket, appearing in at least 20 shots. Something was there, just beyond his grasp, but he couldn't name it. At 11, still at the table, he heard the door open. Cecilia entered without waiting for an invitation, dressed in clothes almost identical to those in the photographs. She sat across from him and confessed that he was the problem. She'd been unhappy since his unexpected return. She revealed that their affair had begun as an impulsive, drunken act, but it had grown into something deeper. She'd fallen in love with him, and his imprisonment had left her miserable. She'd resolved to push him away, to protect herself from the pain of his inevitable departure. But when he'd left that evening, she'd cried, realizing she'd rather have him for however long he could stay. She asked if they could start again. He agreed, and they retreated to the bedroom. They woke the next morning to Berger's arrival at the cottage. She'd let herself in, expecting to find Blomkvist alone, and was visibly shocked to discover Cecilia in his bed. The introductions were awkward, but Berger quickly recovered, suggesting coffee. Over breakfast, the tension eased. Cecilia decided she liked Berger, and Blomkvist explained the nature of his long-standing open-ended relationship with her. They'd been lovers on and off for 20 years, but never a couple, and they never interfered with each other's romances. Cecilia wrestled with the unconventional arrangement, but ultimately invited them both to dinner. Later, Blomkvist and Berger walked to Suzanne's cafe. Berger admitted she was frustrated. She'd driven all the way to celebrate his release and found him in bed with someone else. But she quickly turned the conversation to work. The magazine was rebounding, advertising revenue was rising, and subscriptions had surged by 3,000 in the past quarter, the biggest jump ever. The new subscribers were predominantly women, mostly middle-income professionals, a significant demographic shift. Berger wanted to adjust the editorial focus accordingly, but Blomkvist cautioned against changing too much too quickly. Cecilia had invited Henrik Vanger to dinner as well, perhaps to steer the conversation away from sensitive topics. Over her venison stew, Berger and Vanger discussed the magazine's resurgence and its shifting subscriber base, but the talk eventually turned to Blomkvist's work. When Berger asked about his progress, he said he expected to have a draft of the family chronicle ready in a month. Cecilia remarked that Henrik wasn't really interested in a chronicle. He wanted the mystery of Harriet solved. She'd already deduced this was his real assignment. Vanger acknowledged her sharpness and asked Blomkvist directly if he'd found anything. Blomkvist hesitated, thinking of the strange certainty he'd felt the night before while studying the album, but he shook his head and said he'd found nothing. Vanger let it pass, retiring for the night. Later, Cecilia pressed him on what he'd been withholding. He admitted he'd seen something in the album, an idea that had almost formed but slipped away before he could grasp it. He couldn't articulate it yet. The next morning, Berger left early. Spring had arrived, and Blomkvist decided to explore the island. He borrowed a thermos from Anna and a map from Vanger, then caught Martin Vanger before he left for work, asking for the key to Gottfried's cabin. Martin handed it over with an amused smile. The cabin was at the far end of the island, a rustic, neglected structure with a view of the inlet and Hedestad's industrial harbor. Inside, it was modest, one room with a sleeping loft, a propane stove, a sink, and basic furnishings. The bookcase held old magazines, mystery paperbacks, children's books, and a Bible inscribed with Harriet's name and the date of her confirmation Bible. He found it sad that it had been left behind. Outside, a tool shed stood behind the cabin. He sat on the porch, sipping coffee and smoking, looking out at the bay through the overgrowth. This was where Gottfried had retreated when his marriage failed, where he'd drunk himself into oblivion and eventually drowned. Despite his binges, he'd still managed to hold down a job until 1964. And this was where Harriet had often come in her last year, sometimes staying for weeks at a time, seeking peace, or perhaps mourning her father. Her books and Bible were here. What had she been doing alone in this Spartan place? Had she been grieving, or was there something else? Something tied to her religious brooding? Blomkvist attempted to follow the shoreline to the southeast, but the terrain was too rugged. Ravines and dense juniper shrubs made it nearly impassable. He turned back and returned to the main road, consulting his map for a path to something called the fortress. It took him 20 minutes to locate the overgrown remains of a World War II coastal defense. Concrete bunkers and trenches scattered around a command building, all swallowed by grass and scrub. He explored a path down to a boathouse, where he found the wreck of an old Pedersen boat, then circled back and followed a meandering, difficult trail through marshes and woods until he reached a fence at the edge of Ostergarden Farm. Beyond it, he climbed Söderberget, a steep hill with a cliff face overlooking the water. From its summit, he had a clear view of the fishing harbor, the church, and his own cottage below. He sat on a flat rock and finished his lukewarm coffee, taking in the landscape. Back in the village, Cecilia kept her distance. Blomkvist gave her space, waiting a full week before knocking on her door. She let him in but told him she'd decided to end their relationship. She felt foolish, like a teenage girl, and couldn't handle the emotional strain. He assured her he understood and hoped they could still be friends. She asked him to leave her in peace for a while. The case that had tormented him for half a year finally gave way in the first days of June. 3 new leads emerged. 2 he stumbled upon himself, and a third came with unexpected help. After Erica's visit in May, he had spent hours hunched over that old photograph album, flipping through the pages again and again, trying to catch whatever elusive impression had flickered at the edge of his awareness. Nothing surfaced. Frustrated, he set the album aside and buried himself in the family chronicle instead. But the answer came when he least expected it. Riding the bus through Hedestad, his mind adrift on other matters, the vehicle turned onto Järnvägsgatan, and something clicked into place with the force of a physical blow. The realization struck so suddenly that he rode past his stop, staying on all the way to the railway station, his thoughts scrambling to hold on to the insight before it slipped away. He caught the next bus back to Hedeby, desperate to verify what he now suspected. It was the first image in the album, the one that had always seemed like an odd inclusion. The only photograph not showing the bridge accident, it had been saved simply because it was taken on that same terrible day. Everyone who had studied the collection, himself included, had always been drawn to the drama of the crash, the chaos on the bridge. The Children's Day crowd, captured hours earlier, offered no obvious mystery. Henrik Vanger must have gazed at that picture 1,000 times, each glance a fresh wound, a reminder of the girl he would never see again. But that wasn't what had snagged Blomkvist's attention. The wide-angle shot, taken from across the street, likely from a first-floor window, showed the front of a parade float. Women in glittering bathing suits and harem trousers tossed sweets to the crowd while clowns capered ahead of the vehicle. Harriet stood in the front row of spectators, flanked by 3 classmates, with 100 others pressing behind them. What his subconscious had registered, and what now crystallized into conscious thought, was this. The crowd behaved exactly as an audience should. Their eyes tracked the action before them. The clowns, the dancers, the spectacle. Children pointed and laughed. Faces were open, happy, engaged. Everyone except Harriet. While those around her watched the parade, her face was turned at an angle, her gaze fixed on something beyond the frame's left edge. Her mouth was a thin, tight line. Her eyes were wide. Her hands hung limp at her sides. The expression was unmistakable. Fear, or perhaps fury, but nothing like the casual enjoyment of the people around her. He took the photograph to the haberdashery, stood beneath the window where the picture had been shot, and asked the elderly shopkeeper for permission to see the upper floor. From that vantage point, he could trace exactly where Harriet had been standing. He crossed the street and took her position, using the landmarks to orient himself: the haberdashery's window, the health food store that had replaced a stationery shop. He turned his head to follow her line of sight. She had been looking toward the corner of the building, nothing more than an ordinary intersection where a side street disappeared from view. But what had she seen there? Sitting later at a cafe near the station, latte untouched, he felt shaken to his core. For 37 years the investigation had gone nowhere, and now he had found something genuinely new, a detail no one else had noticed. He couldn't yet gauge its significance, but his instincts told him it mattered. The day of Harriet's disappearance had been crowded with drama, the Children's Day celebration drawing thousands into Hedestad streets, the family gathering on Hedeby Island, and then the catastrophic crash on the bridge that had consumed everyone's attention. Inspector Morell, Henrik Vanger, all of them had focused on the island on the accident. Morell himself had wondered if the two events were connected, but Blomkvist was now certain they had it backward. The chain of events hadn't started on Hedeby Island. It had begun hours earlier in Hedestad. Harriet had seen something, or someone, that frightened her badly enough to send her rushing home, straight to her uncle. Henrik, caught up in the chaos of the family gathering, hadn't had time to hear her out. Then the accident happened, and then the murderer struck. It was the first time he consciously accepted Vanger's conviction. Harriet was dead, and he was hunting her killer. Reviewing the police report, he saw how little attention had been paid to Hedestad that day. Harriet had met 3 classmates at the park at 9. They shopped, had coffee, wandered the carnival grounds at the sports field, ran into friends. Just before 2, she abruptly announced she had to go home. They parted at a bus stop near Järnvägsgatan. Her friends noticed nothing unusual. One described her as taciturn, which had become her norm, and she had mostly just followed along. No one had reported anything out of the ordinary, even after her photo appeared in the papers. The next morning, he found Henrik at breakfast and asked about the Vanger family's connection to the Hedestad Courier. When the old man confirmed it, Blomkvist requested access to the newspaper's photographic archive from 1966. Henrik set down his milk and studied him carefully, sensing something had shifted. Blomkvist met his gaze but offered only that he had a hunch, that they might have been looking in the wrong place. He showed Henrik the photograph and explained his theory that the crucial events had unfolded in Hedestad, not on the island. He needed to see every unpublished image from that day. Within minutes, Henrik had called Martin and arranged access. The picture's editor, Madeleine Blomberg, the first woman to hold that position in a field still dominated by men, was located, and Blomkvist headed into town, carrying the photograph and a fragile growing hope that the truth might finally be within reach. The newsroom sat empty on that Saturday, but the picture's editor lived close by and arrived within minutes to let him in. She had spent nearly her entire career at the paper, starting as a proofreader in 1964 before moving to the darkroom as a photo finisher, occasionally stepping in as a photographer when needed. Over the decades, she had risen through the ranks, earning a full-time position on the picture desk, and finally taking over as department head a decade ago when her predecessor retired. He asked how the archive was organized, and she admitted it was something of a mess. The current archive lived on CDs, but only a fraction of the older material had been digitized. An intern had made a start, but the vast majority remained uncatalogued. The older negatives were stored by date in folders, scattered between the newsroom and the attic storeroom. When he specified his interest in photographs from the Children's Day parade in 1966, and anything else from that week, she gave him a knowing look. She understood immediately what he was really after. Anyone who had worked at the paper as long as she had knew the story of Harriet Vanger, and a call from Martin Vanger on her day off suggested something significant was afoot. She pressed him gently for details, her reporter's instincts sharp. He deflected with his cover story, that he was ghostwriting Henrik Vanger's autobiography, and wanted fresh visual material to illustrate that chapter. She seemed skeptical, but accepted the explanation, given his connection to the family. The logistics of newspaper photography were daunting. A photographer could shoot anywhere from 2 to 10 rolls per day, sometimes double for major events, each roll yielding 36 negatives. That added up to hundreds of images daily, only a handful of which ever saw print. The department cut the film into 6-frame sleeves, bound them in folders, and over the decades accumulated a mountain of material, roughly 1,200 binders in the attic alone, going back to the paper's founding in 1922. The negatives from September 1966 filled 4 cheap cardboard storage binders. She showed him to a small office, set him up at a light table with a negative scanner, pointed out the coffee machine, and left him to work. He could stay as long as he needed. She would return to lock up when he was done. The photographer on duty that day had been Kurt Nyland, a name Blomkvist recognized from his own career. Nyland had been in his 20s back in 1966, later moving to Stockholm to become a well-known photographer for Scampix. They had crossed paths several times in the 90s when Millennium used Scampix images. He remembered a lean, angular man with thinning hair. He began by laying Nyland's negatives on the light table, studying them frame by frame with a magnifying glass. Reading negatives required an experienced eye he didn't fully possess, so he knew he would eventually need to scan each image and examine it on screen, a process that would take hours. He started by surveying the photos broadly, focusing first on those from the accident. Vanger's collection had been incomplete. About 30 images had been omitted, either blurred or deemed unpublishable. He switched off the newspaper's computer, connected the scanner to his own iBook, and spent 2 hours digitizing the missing shots. One image seized his attention immediately. It had been taken sometime between 3:10 and 3:15 that afternoon, precisely when Harriet had vanished. In it, someone had opened the window in her room, a detail Vanger had spent years trying to verify. Though the figure was out of focus, there was clearly a person there. He set it aside for later analysis and continued scanning. The Children's Day shots were more extensive. 6 rolls, roughly 200 images. Crowds, children with balloons, street vendors, the parade, an artist on stage, an award ceremony. He decided to scan the entire collection. 6 hours later, he had a portfolio of 90 images, but he would need to return for more. At 9 that evening, he called the picture's editor, thanked her, and took the bus back to Hedeby. He was back at 9 the next morning. The offices were still empty. He hadn't realized it was the Whitsuntide holiday weekend, and the paper wouldn't publish again until Tuesday. He spent the entire day scanning, working through the remaining negatives. By 6 in the evening, 40 shots still remained, but he had already decided that close-ups of children's faces or stage performers weren't relevant. He had captured the street life and crowds, and that was enough for now. Over the holiday weekend, he pored over the new material. 2 discoveries emerged. The first unsettled him deeply. The second made his pulse quicken. The first was the face in Harriet's window. The photograph had been slightly blurred, which explained why it had been excluded from the original set. The photographer had been positioned on the church hill, aiming toward the bridge with buildings in the background. Blomkvist cropped the image to isolate the window and spent time adjusting contrast and sharpness, trying to coax out any detail he could. What emerged was a grainy, low-contrast image, a curtain, part of an arm, and a vague half-moon of a face within the room. It wasn't Harriet. Her hair was raven black. This person had lighter hair. He couldn't make out distinct features, but the shape suggested a woman, with flowing hair and light-colored clothing. He estimated her height at about 5'7", based on the window's proportions. When he compared her to other figures visible in the accident photos, only one person fit the description: Cecilia Vanger, who had been 20 at the time. The second discovery came from the Children's Day images. Nyland had taken 18 shots from the haberdashery window, and Harriet appeared in 17 of them. She and her classmates had arrived as Nyland began shooting. He estimated the sequence spanned about 5 minutes. In the first frames, they were walking into view. In the next, they stood watching the parade. Then they shifted a few yards down the street. By the final image, they were gone. He cropped the top portion of Harriet in each frame, processed them for contrast, and assembled them into a slideshow. The effect was a jerky, silent film. Harriet arriving, pausing, turning to the street, laughing, touching her ear, smiling. Then her expression shifted. Surprise, then something else. Her eyes widened. Her smile vanished. Her mouth tightened. She stared, focused, at something beyond the camera's view. Then she lowered her eyes, and then she was gone. He played the sequence again and again. It confirmed his theory with unsettling clarity. Something had happened on Järnvägsgatan. She had seen something, someone, across the street and reacted with shock. She had gone straight to Henrik, desperate to talk, but the moment had passed. Then she vanished. Something had happened, but the photographs couldn't tell him what. In the small hours of Tuesday morning, he sat at the kitchen bench with coffee and sandwiches, caught between exhaustion and exhilaration. Against all odds, he had unearthed new evidence. But the bitter truth was that while it illuminated the sequence of events, it brought him no closer to solving the mystery itself. His thoughts circled around Cecilia Vanger. Henrik had meticulously documented everyone's movements that day, and Cecilia was no exception. She had been living in Uppsala but arrived on Hedeby Island 2 days before the fateful Saturday, staying with Isabella. She claimed she might have glimpsed Harriet early that morning but hadn't spoken to her. She had driven into Hedestad on some errand, hadn't seen Harriet there, and returned to the island around 1 o'clock, roughly the time Nyland was photographing the parade. She changed clothes and helped set the table for the evening banquet around 2. As alibis went, it was flimsy. The times were vague, especially her return to the island, but Vanger had found nothing to suggest she was lying, and he had always held her in high regard, and she had been his lover. How could he be objective? He certainly couldn't picture her as a murderer. But now an unknown photograph suggested she had lied about never entering Harriet's room that day. If she had lied about that, what else had she concealed? He reviewed what he knew about her. An introverted woman, clearly shaped by a difficult past. She lived alone, had no sex life, struggled to form close relationships. She kept people at a distance, yet when she let go, there was no restraint. She had chosen a stranger as a lover, ending things because she couldn't bear the thought of him leaving her life as abruptly as he'd entered. Perhaps she had dared to start the affair precisely because he was only passing through. She didn't have to fear any lasting change. He pushed the amateur psychology aside with a sigh. The second discovery came later that night. The key to the mystery was what Harriet had seen in Hedestad. Without a time machine, he could never stand behind her and look over her shoulder. Then it struck him. He slapped his forehead and opened his iBook, clicking on the uncropped images from Järnvägsgatan. There it was. Behind Harriet, about a yard to her right, stood a young couple, the man in a striped sweater, the woman in a pale jacket. She was holding a camera. Enlarging the image, he recognized it as a Kodak Instamatic with flash, the kind of cheap holiday camera for amateurs. The woman had raised it to chin level, then lifted higher to photograph the clowns, precisely as Harriet's expression shifted. He compared the camera's position with Harriet's line of sight. The woman had captured exactly what Harriet was staring at. His heart pounded as he leaned back, reaching for his cigarettes. Someone had taken that picture. How could he find her? Could he locate the snapshot? Had the film been developed, and did the prints still exist? He returned to Nyland's crowd shots and spent hours scrutinizing every detail. The couple didn't reappear until the very last images. Nyland had photographed a clown with balloons, posing and laughing in a car park near the sports field entrance. The time must have been after 2 in the afternoon, just before the crash alarm pulled Nyland away. The woman was nearly hidden, but the man in the striped sweater was visible in profile, keys in hand, bending to open a car door. The clown was in sharp focus, but the car behind was slightly blurred. The license plate was partially obscured, but he could make out the first 3 characters, AC3. In the 60s, license plates began with county codes, and he had memorized them as a child. AC stood for Västerbotten. Then he noticed something else. a sticker on the back window. He zoomed in, but the text dissolved into a blur. He cropped the sticker and adjusted contrast and sharpness, working for what felt like hours. Still illegible, he tried to reconstruct the letters from the fuzzy shapes, knowing that an O could be mistaken for a D, a B for an E. After eliminating possibilities, he was left with a jumble. R-Yo, Ni, K, Rifa, Rick. He stared until his eyes watered. Then finally it resolved. The text read Norchka Snickera Fabric, followed by smaller numerals he still couldn't make out, likely a telephone number. The third piece of the puzzle arrived from an unexpected source. After his marathon session with the images, Blomkvist slept through most of the day, waking with a throbbing headache. He showered and walked to the cafe for breakfast, but his mind was elsewhere. He should have gone straight to Vanger to report his discoveries. Instead, on his return, he found himself at Cecilia's door, needing to confront her about the lie, the face in Harriet's window. No one answered. He was turning to leave when a voice croaked from behind him, an obscene comment about his absent lover. It was Harold Vanger, emerging from his darkened house like a creature from a fable. Once towering, he was now so stooped with age that his eyes met Blomkvist's at eye level. His face and neck were mottled with liver spots, and he leaned heavily on a cane, wrapped in a brown dressing gown and smelling of decay. He looked like a caricature of malevolence. Blomkvist stepped close, almost nose to nose, and demanded clarification. Harold repeated his words with a toothless grin. Blomkvist called him a pig for speaking of his own daughter that way. Harold only smiled and muttered something about sneaking around at night. Blomkvist walked away without looking back and found Vanger in his office. He told Vanger about the encounter. Vanger's reaction was calm. Harold emerged from his house only a couple of times a year. When Blomkvist repeated the vile comment, Vanger explained that Harold had been calling Cecilia a whore for decades, ever since she lost her virginity at 21 to a man he discovered was one-quarter Jewish. The man had been a bright young financial assistant at the Vanger Corporation, someone Vanger would have been proud to call a son-in-law. Harold's bigotry had poisoned that relationship, and Cecilia had never forgiven him. Blomkvist sat down, feeling foolish. Vanger confirmed that everyone in the village knew about his affair with Cecilia, with the probable exception of Isabella, who went to bed early and was spared such gossip. Harold, of course, had been watching. Vanger told him Cecilia had gone to London to visit her sister, then planned a holiday in Florida. She wouldn't be back for a month. Blomkvist admitted they had put their relationship on hold, but Vanger dismissed it as none of his business. Blomkvist shifted the conversation to his work. He showed Vanger the series of images from Järnvägsgatan, explaining how Harriet's expression had shifted as she stared at something across the street, and how he had traced the other spectators with the camera, the couple whose car bore a sticker from a carpentry shop in Nordsjö. When Vanger finished examining the images, his face had gone gray. Blomkvist reached for his shoulder, alarmed, but the old man waved him off, sitting in silence for a long moment. Vanger acknowledged the breakthrough. Blomkvist had done what he thought impossible, uncovering something genuinely new. He asked what came next. Blomkvist told him he planned to track down that snapshot if it still existed. He didn't mention the face in the window. Leaving Vanger's house, Blomkvist found someone else waiting on his porch, his daughter, Pernilla. For a moment he mistook her for Cecilia, but the dark-haired girl was unmistakably his own. She had come on impulse, on her way to a Bible school in Skellefteå, and wanted to stay the night. He embraced her, surprised and pleased, though he wished she had given him warning. She chided him gently for not calling after his release from prison. He apologized, and she dismissed it, repeating her mother's observation that he was always lost in his own thoughts. She reminded him she was almost 17, practically grown. He made tea, set out pastries, and they talked. She asked about prison, and he described it with dark humor, a paid holiday for thinking and writing. She accepted the analogy, comparing it to a cloister. She insisted she was proud of him, that she bragged about his going to prison for what he believed in. He corrected her. He wasn't innocent, and the court had made its decision based on the evidence presented. But when she pressed him directly, was Winterstrom a scoundrel or not, he answered without hesitation, one of the blackest he'd ever dealt with. That was enough for her. She gave him a CD of his favorite band, and they listened together. When he asked why she was going to Skellefteå, she explained she was attending a Bible school run by a congregation called the Light of Life. A chill ran down his spine. Pernilla was 16, exactly the age Harriet had been when she vanished. Both had absent fathers. Both were drawn to religious sects. Harriet to the Pentecostals, Pernilla to something just as fervent. He didn't know how to handle her new interest without encroaching on her freedom, but the Light of Life was exactly the kind of organization he would have exposed in his magazine. He resolved to discuss it with her mother at the first opportunity. Pernilla slept in his bed while he wrapped himself in blankets on the kitchen bench, waking with a stiff neck. She was eager to leave, so he made breakfast and walked her to the station. They sat on a bench with coffee, chatting, until she finally asked if he disapproved of her trip. She assured him it wasn't dangerous, then asked if he believed in God. He admitted he didn't, but respected that she did. When her train arrived, they embraced. With one foot on the step, she turned back and said something that stopped him cold. She wasn't going to proselytize, and it didn't matter to her what he believed, but she thought he should continue his Bible studies. He asked why. She had seen the Bible verses taped above his desk, she explained, but wondered why they were so dark and unsettling. Then she was gone, waving from the train as it pulled away. He stood on the platform, bewildered, watching until the last car vanished around the bend. Only then did the meaning of her words sink in. He hurried out of the station, too agitated to wait for the next bus. He found a taxi and was back at his cottage within minutes. On the wall above his desk, the note with the cryptic entries was still taped in place. He looked around the room, then realized where he could find what he needed. He grabbed the note and the keys and jogged the entire way to Gottfried's cabin. His hands were trembling as he took Harriet's Bible down from the shelf. He had been wrong about the numbers in her date book. They weren't telephone numbers at all. They were references to chapters and verses in Leviticus. Each entry corresponded to a passage, and each passage had been underlined in her Bible. The words were brutal. One verse commanded the death of a woman who approached an animal and the animal with her. Another declared that a priest's daughter who played the harlot should be burned. A third described a burnt offering being cut into pieces, head, fat, and all, and laid on the altar fire. Another verse called for the stoning of mediums and wizards, and another prescribed that a man who lay with a woman during her sickness should be cut off from his people. He went out onto the porch, lit a cigarette, and listened to the birds. He had the numbers now, but he still lacked the names. Then his mind made a leap, and an abyss opened before him. He remembered the murder Inspector Morell had told him about, the fire victim from the late 40s, Rebecca, a young woman raped and killed by having her head placed on smoldering coals. And there it was in the verse about burnt offerings. He shall cut it into pieces, with its head and its fat, and the priest shall lay them in order upon the wood that is on the fire upon the altar. Rebecca, R.J., what was her last name? What had Harriet gotten herself mixed up in? He went to see Vanger the next morning, but the old man was ill. A summer cold, he said, sniffling from his bed. Blomkvist asked about the murder, and Vanger answered without hesitation. Rebecca Jacobson, a name he would never forget. She had been in her early 20s, a popular and attractive clerical worker for the Vanger Corporation, murdered in 1949. Vanger had even been involved in the aftermath, though only peripherally. When Blomkvist suggested a possible connection to Harriet, Vanger seemed doubtful. Nearly 17 years separated the two events. Blomkvist said he needed to think it through and would return the next day. He didn't see Vanger the following day. Just before 1 a.m, still at his kitchen table with Harriet's Bible, he heard a car racing across the bridge and looked up to see flashing blue lights. He ran outside, filled with dread, and found an ambulance parked at Vanger's house. The ground floor was ablaze with light. He bounded up the steps and found Anna in the hall, shaking with fear. The old man had woken her with chest pains, then collapsed. Blomkvist held the housekeeper as the medics carried Vanger out on a stretcher. Martin Vanger followed, looking haggard, his feet shoved into slippers, his fly unzipped. He exchanged a brief word with Blomkvist, then instructed Anna to contact Berger and try to reach Cecilia in London and to tell Dirch. Blomkvist offered to go to Frodo himself. He roused the sleepy lawyer, delivering the grim news. Frodo glanced at his watch and noted the date, Friday the 13th. The next morning, after a brief call with Frodo confirming that Vanger was still alive, Blomkvist relayed the news to Berger. She received it with predictable gloom and anxiety. Frodo visited that evening with more details. Vanger had survived the initial attack, but his condition was grave, a serious heart attack compounded by an infection. He was in intensive care, with Martin and Berger at his bedside. His chances were uncertain. He had survived, which was a good sign, but his age was against him. All they could do was wait. They sat in silence, each lost in thought. Blomkvist finally broke the quiet to ask what would happen now. Frodo assured him his employment contract remained valid regardless of Vanger's fate. But that wasn't what Blomkvist meant. He needed to know who he would report to if Henrik didn't recover. Frodo sighed, dismissing the Harriet investigation as nothing more than Henrik's pastime. Blomkvist corrected him, explaining that he had found new evidence, significant material, and feared the revelation might have contributed to Vanger's heart attack. Frodo stared at him in disbelief. Blomkvist insisted he was serious. He reported to Frodo now, he explained, and needed to bring him up to speed. He described the photographs from Järnvägsgatan, the sequence of images showing Harriet's reaction, and how his daughter's comment had unlocked the mystery of the date book. He connected it all to the murder of Rebecca Jacobson, whose initials matched one of Harriet's entries. The only thing he withheld was Cecilia's face in Harriet's window. He needed to speak with her first before potentially exposing her to suspicion. Frodo listened, his brow furrowed with concern. He asked if Blomkvist truly believed the two cases were connected. Blomkvist admitted it seemed unlikely, but the coincidence was undeniable. Harriet had written the initials of a woman burned to death, a woman who had worked for the Vanger Corporation. The connection was there, even if the meaning remained elusive. Frodo pressed further. What was the link to Harriet herself? He admitted he didn't yet know the connection, but he intended to find out. He would keep Frodo informed of everything he would have told Henrik, leaving the lawyer to make decisions in the old man's absence. Frodo suggested involving the police, but Blomkvist dismissed the idea. Not without Henrik's blessing, and certainly not when the Rebecca case was decades past the statute of limitations. The investigation wouldn't be reopened after 54 years. Frodo asked what he planned to do next. Blomkvist paced the kitchen, laying out his strategy. Follow the photograph lead to Norsho, and research each of the Leviticus verses. If Rebecca wasn't the only victim, there might be 4 more clues hidden in those entries. He needed help, a professional researcher with the patience to comb through old newspaper archives, someone trustworthy who could handle the volume of work quickly. Frodo hesitated, then mentioned that he knew an expert researcher, the very person who had conducted the background investigation on Blomkvist himself. The admission slipped out before he could stop it. Blomkvist seized on the revelation, demanding to know who had been investigating him and how thorough it had been. Frodo tried to downplay it, insisting it was routine, nothing dramatic, but Blomkvist pressed further. A written report? And had it looked into Millennium's problems? Frodo admitted it had a bearing. Blomkvist lit another cigarette, his 5th of the day, and demanded to see the report. Frodo refused, saying it wasn't his to authorize. Blomkvist gave him an ultimatum. The report within the hour, or he would quit and take the evening train back to Stockholm. After a tense silence, Frodo relented. The report was in his office at home. It was nearly evening by the time Blomkvist had the document in his hands. Nearly 80 pages, plus dozens of photocopied articles, certificates and records, a comprehensive biography mixed with intelligence. Reading it was a strange, unsettling experience. The researcher, Lisbeth Salander, had unearthed facts he thought had been buried years ago. A youthful relationship with a syndicalist, who was now a politician, his old rock band Bootstrap, his finances scrutinized down to the last oar. He was impressed despite himself. As a journalist, he recognized quality work. Salander was clearly an exceptional investigator. But the report also revealed that Vanger had known far more than Blomkvist had realized, including the full nature of his relationship with Berger and the precarious state of Millennium's finances. Vanger had been playing a deeper game from the start. The Wennerstrom affair was summarized briefly, but the report's author had apparently attended part of the trial, and she had questioned his refusal to comment. Then Blomkvist saw something that made him freeze. A passage assessing the aftermath of the trial reproduced, almost word for word, the press release he and Berger had prepared for his resignation as publisher. But the report was dated 3 days before his sentencing. That press release had existed in only one place, on his own iBook. It had never been printed, never emailed, never shared with anyone but Berger verbally. He put down the report, put on his jacket, and walked out into the midsummer night. He followed the shore past Cecilia's house and Martin Vanger's villa, finally sitting on a rock to watch the blinking buoys in Hedestad Bay. The conclusion was inescapable. Salander had been inside his computer. She was a hacker. She woke abruptly, disoriented, her head thick and her stomach uneasy. The faint scent of Mimi still clung to the air, though she knew her lover had already left for work. The previous night had been a blur of too many beers with the evil fingers, Mimi appearing just before closing and following her home. Salander didn't dwell on labels. Gay, straight, bisexual, none of it mattered. She preferred men, but Mimi was a sweet exception, warm and undemanding. Theirs was a casual arrangement, comfortable and uncomplicated. Her clock read 9:30, and she was puzzling over what had roused her when the doorbell rang again. She sat up, startled. No one ever rang this early. Few people rang at all. Wrapping a sheet around herself, she stumbled to the hall and opened the door to find Mikael Blomkvist staring back at her. Panic flooded through her, and she recoiled. He greeted her cheerfully, observing that she'd had a late night, and invited himself inside before she could respond. He surveyed the chaos, the clothes piled on the floor, the barricade of newspaper bags, and peered into her bedroom while her world tilted sideways. How had he found her? What was he doing here? He seemed amused by her bewilderment. He announced he'd brought bagels, assuming she hadn't eaten, and began rinsing her coffee maker while asking where she kept the coffee. She stood frozen, then lunged forward, shouting for him to stop. He turned, calmly pointing out that she knew him better than almost anyone else, and he knew her secrets. Her mind raced, paralyzed. She'd never met one of her subjects face to face. He knew where she lived, he was in her kitchen, he knew who she was. He suggested she shower first, and when she protested, threatening to involve her boss, he countered that he'd already spoken to Armansky, who wanted her to call. She obeyed, hating herself for it. In the bathroom, she leaned against the door, struggling to collect herself. A shower was good advice after the night's excesses. She dressed in jeans and a defiant t-shirt, then retrieved her taser from her jacket pocket and tucked it into her jeans. Coffee aroma filled the apartment as she returned to the kitchen. He'd been busy, dishes washed, trash gathered, the table cleared and cleaned. He offered bagels again, and she chose roast beef. They ate in silence, studying each other. He commented that he'd at least confirmed she wasn't anorexic, a sly dig at Frodo's assumptions. She found herself smiling despite everything. He admitted he hadn't planned this entrance and hadn't meant to alarm her, but the look on her face was priceless. She found his intrusion oddly acceptable. He framed it as revenge for her poking into his life and asked if she was frightened. She said no. He assured her he wasn't there to cause trouble. She warned him she'd hurt him if he tried. He studied her. Small, slight, hardly a threat, but her eyes were calm. He said he only wanted to talk. He mentioned that 4 days ago he hadn't known she existed, but after reading her report, he felt as though they'd already known each other for years. She nodded in agreement. He complimented her eyes, and she returned the gesture. Then the lightness faded. He looked serious, tired, and she felt her composure wavering. She was used to being the one who knew everything about others, but here was one of her subjects sitting in her kitchen, turning the tables. It was absurd. He asked if she knew why Frode wanted the investigation. She said no. He explained that it was to help him get a freelance job for a man who was about to offer him something. She waited for the rest, understanding that the real conversation was just beginning. He offered a faint, knowing smile, acknowledging that someday they'd need to discuss the ethics of digging into other people's lives. But that conversation would have to wait. He had a more pressing problem. The job he'd accepted almost inexplicably was the strangest assignment he'd ever taken on. Before he could share the details, he needed to trust her completely. She questioned what he meant, and he explained that Armansky vouched for her, but he wanted to hear it from her directly. Could she keep confidential information to herself without sharing it with anyone, ever? She immediately suspected Armansky had sent him, but he corrected her. He'd found her address on his own through the National Registry. He'd had a long conversation with Armansky, convincing him that his purpose was legitimate. She demanded to know what that purpose was. He told her that Frodo's employer had hired him, and now he needed a skilled researcher. Frodo had mentioned her almost inadvertently. Armansky had approved and tried to call her. He was here, and she could verify with Armansky if she wanted. She fumbled through the discarded clothes for her mobile, finding that Armansky had called 7 times the night before and twice that morning. She called him back while Blomkvist leaned in the doorway listening. The conversation was brief and blunt. She confirmed the job offer, then asked outright if Armansky had approved it. A curt thanks, and she hung up. She returned to the kitchen, massaging her temples. Blomkvist had been poking through her belongings, and she took a brown pill bottle from him without explanation. She laid out the rules: absolute confidentiality, a contract with Milton Security, and the right to know the job's nature before accepting. If it involved criminal activity, she'd report it to Armansky, who would inform the police. He agreed, but hesitated. Armansky might not know the full scope of what he wanted to hire her for. She said he'd mentioned historical research. Blomkvist corrected her. He wanted her help to identify a murderer. He spent the next hour explaining the Harriet Vanger case in full, leaving nothing out. He had Froda's permission to hire her, and that required complete trust. He told her about Cecilia Vanger, the face in Harriet's window, and how she'd moved high up on his suspect list, though he still couldn't believe she was involved with the older murders. He gave her the datebook entries and the Leviticus verses, explaining that RJ was Rebecca Jacobson, and that if he was right, there were 4 more victims to find. He wanted her to dig through archives across Sweden until she made sense of the other names. She sat in long, expressionless silence, and he began to doubt his choice. But at last she raised her head and agreed to take the job, contingent on a signed contract with Armansky. Later, when Armansky brought the contract to Salander's office, he found her and Blomkvist leaning over her computer, his hand on her shoulder. He paused in the corridor watching. Blomkvist said something that made her laugh. A sound Armansky had never heard from her, despite years of trying to win her trust. He felt a surge of unexpected loathing for the journalist, cleared his throat, and set down the folder. Blomkvist made a quick stop at the Millennium office that afternoon, his first time back in months. The layout was familiar: the L-shaped space with a reception area, kitchenette, storage rooms, and Malm's glass-walled studio. The editorial office had glass partitions dividing the space, with Berger's room at the back and Blomkvist's old office at the opposite end, still vacant. Sonny Magnusson, the advertising salesman, occupied a separate room, loyal despite the advertising slump that had hit his commissions hard. The office was nearly empty. Berger was on the phone, Monica Nilsson was at her desk, and Henry Cortez, the youngest staff member, was working in a corner. Both greeted him warmly, asking if he was returning. He said no, just stopping by to see the boss. Berger was glad to see him, but concerned about Vanger's condition. Blomkvist had no more news than Frodo had shared. His condition was serious. He deflected questions about why he was in Stockholm, not wanting to explain the complicated business of hiring the hacker who'd broken into his computer. Instead, he asked how things were going at the magazine. Berger reported good news on advertising and subscriptions, but one cloud remained: Jonna Dahlman. She'd lost trust in him after they'd kept the Vanger agreement secret for over a month. When they finally informed the whole staff, everyone had cheered except Dahlman, who was upset about not being told earlier. He conceded that Dahlman had a point, but the real issue was his constant complaining, which had eroded morale. After 2 weeks, Berger had confronted him directly, admitting she hadn't trusted him to keep the news secret. Dahlman had been upset, but he'd pulled himself together, though the tension remained, and Krister openly couldn't stand him. Blomkvist asked what she suspected Dahlman of. She admitted she didn't know, but she had a nagging feeling he wasn't working for them, maybe just a square peg poisoning the atmosphere. Blomkvist agreed they'd made a mistake hiring him, and urged her to trust her instincts. Half an hour later, he was driving north in the borrowed Volvo. Back at the cottage, he noticed small, easily missed details. Papers not stacked as evenly as he'd left them, a binder slightly out of place, a desk drawer closed all the way when he was sure it had been open an inch. Someone had been inside. The lock was old and easily picked, and he had no idea how many keys might be circulating. He searched systematically but found nothing missing, though whoever had been there had gone through his papers and binders. He'd taken his computer, so they hadn't accessed that. The binders contained only old material, nothing from his recent discoveries. His notebooks would be cryptic to anyone unfamiliar with the case, but on his desk, in a plastic folder, he'd left copies of the datebook list and the Leviticus verses. That was serious. It would tell whoever had been there that he'd cracked the code. Who could it have been? Vanger was hospitalized. Anna was unlikely. Frodo already knew everything. Cecilia had returned from London with her sister, but he'd only glimpsed her once. Martin Vanger, Harold Vanger, Berger, who'd shown up for a family gathering after Vanger's heart attack, Alexander, Isabella, whom had Frodo talked to? What might he have let slip? How many anxious relatives knew about the breakthrough? He called a locksmith, agreeing to pay double for an immediate visit that night, then drove to Frodo's house. In the garden, Frodo's wife offered him a cold beer. He asked about Vanger. Frodo shook his head. They'd operated on him, found blockages in his coronary arteries. The next few days were critical. Blomkvist hadn't been able to talk to him. He told Frodo that Salander had accepted the job and handed over the contract. Frodo signed it, noting she was expensive. Blomkvist pointed out Henrik could afford it. Frodo signed, then asked Blomkvist to post it. Back at the cottage, Blomkvist couldn't sleep. His work had felt like historical research until now, but the break-in meant the solution was closer to the present than he'd thought. He considered other possibilities. Wennerström's interest in Vanger's sudden involvement with Millennium. Or was he being paranoid? He stood naked at the kitchen window, gazing at the church, smoking, thinking about Lisbeth Salander. She was odd, her apartment chaotic, her conversations punctuated by long pauses, her appearance extreme. Yet Armansky vouched for her as their best researcher, and her report on him was excruciatingly thorough. Across town, Salander sat at her power book thinking about Blomkvist. She'd never let anyone cross her threshold uninvited, yet he'd barged in and she'd barely protested. He'd teased her, and under normal circumstances that would have triggered her defenses. But she felt no threat from him, even though he had every reason to be angry about her hacking into his computer. He'd treated it almost as a joke. She'd pressed him on it, demanding to know how he'd figured it out. He explained she'd made a mistake. She'd quoted from a text that existed only on his computer. She sat in silence, then asked what he planned to do. He shrugged, asking what he could do. She pointed out it was exactly what journalists did. He countered that journalists had an ethics committee. They left out irrelevant private details, even about bastards. She smiled crookedly and asked if he thought she shouldn't have mentioned his relationship with Berger. He said it was a matter of principle. She told him about her own principles, that bastards deserved to be exposed. She admitted she'd toned down her report about him because she judged him a good sort. She could have written a book about his and Berger's sex life, but she'd chosen not to. He laughed, acknowledging her meticulousness, and asked why she'd held back. She explained that exposing their private life would only hurt them or provide blackmail material. She didn't want to help Winterstrom. He started to say something about his relationship with Erica, but she cut him off with a dismissive wave. She dismissed his explanation about Erica with a wave of her hand, making it clear that the nuances of his personal life held no interest for her. What she wanted to know was his intent. She had crossed a line into his digital life, and she needed to understand what that meant for her. He met her question with a steady gaze, speaking with a calm that seemed to disarm her suspicion. His purpose was not revenge or leverage. He was there because he needed her skills, her particular brand of research. The choice was entirely hers, with no pressure, no threats. If she refused, he would simply walk away and find another way, and she would never see him again. The days stretched on, a tense vigil punctuated by the rustle of papers and the distant hope of good news. He clung to his routine of reviewing the mountain of material, his mind churning through the details as he waited for any word on Henrik's condition. The reprieve came on Thursday evening when Frodo arrived with a cautiously optimistic update. The immediate danger had passed. More than that, the old man was asking for him. A meeting was set for the following day. Midsummer's Eve found him navigating the sterile corridors of Hedestad Hospital, his purpose clear, only to be met with a bristling roadblock. Berger Vanger planted himself in the doorway, his tone sharp and dismissive. The visitor was not family, and therefore had no place there. He countered with a calm but firm assertion of his contract, his loyalty solely to the man who had hired him. The tension was palpable, ready to boil over, when Frodo's timely appearance diffused the situation. The lawyer gestured him inside, past the scowling relative. The sight of Henrik was a shock. The old titan of industry seemed diminished, his face pale and his body frail against the pillows, an oxygen tube a stark reminder of his fragility. A nurse's stern command limited the visit to a mere 2 minutes, a strict prohibition against causing any distress. He settled into the chair beside the bed, a wave of unexpected tenderness washing over him as he reached out to gently grasp the old man's hand. His voice was weak, barely a whisper, asking if there was any news. He responded with a quiet assurance of progress, a promise of a full report once he was stronger. The mystery wasn't solved, but new leads were emerging. When he mentioned needing to leave for a few days, a flicker of concern crossed the old man's face, but his reassurance that he wasn't abandoning the task seemed to settle him. Henrik's instructions were simple, his trust in Frodo absolute, and his final plea was for the job to be finished. He squeezed his hand, a silent vow of completion, and a refusal to accept anything less than his recovery. Back in the corridor, Berger Vanger was waiting, his hand a heavy weight on his shoulder as he issued a new order to stay away. He countered the man's arguments with a weary patience, dismissing the implication that he was a cause of Henrik's distress. Berger's demand for full disclosure was met with a flat refusal. His allegiance was to Henrik, not to the family's desire for secrecy. The man's pompous glare was almost comical, a ridiculous display of power that he had to suppress a laugh at, though the seriousness of the situation quickly sobered him. His escape from that confrontation was short-lived. In the hospital lobby, he finally ran into Cecilia Vanger, a woman he had been trying to reach for weeks. Her greeting was curt, a wall of ice between them. He tried to bridge it with an offer of coffee, a plea for a conversation, but she was evasive, citing her own difficulties. He pressed, reminding her of their earlier understanding about professional questions, but the mention of Harriet was a spark to dry tinder. Her anger flared, her words cutting and dismissive. The hunt for the missing girl was a meaningless obsession of Henrik's, a delusion that should die with him. She walked away, leaving him standing there, the weight of her fury settling on his shoulders. The town was a ghost town, its streets empty as its inhabitants celebrated the holiday. He found refuge on the terrace of the Stadthotel, its emptiness a mirror of his own isolation. He sat with his coffee, reading newspapers that reported nothing of importance, the only news being the world's indifference to his own fractured state. He replayed the encounter with Cecilia, the knowledge of her lie about the window a heavy secret he carried alone, shared only with the Salander girl. He feared the accusation it implied, yet he knew he couldn't avoid the question forever. With a final sigh, he pushed the whole tangled mess aside, deciding to salvage what he could of the evening. Back on Hedeby Island, he found an escape in physical exertion, trading his usual routine for a cross-country run through the familiar, wooded terrain. It was a release, a way to silence the mental noise. As dusk settled, he prepared a simple meal, a solitary toast to himself with aquavit on a rickety table overlooking the bridge. The quiet was broken by Frodo's arrival. The lawyer's news was a confirmation of what he already suspected. His work had stirred a hornet's nest. The family was in turmoil, and Cecilia was particularly incensed. She had demanded that Frodo put a stop to his investigation. But the lawyer's response was a firm refusal. As long as Henrik's orders stood, his contract was valid, and his work would continue. They sat in the settling gloom, the threat of a brewing storm mirroring the conflict gathering around them, and he poured them both another drink. The quiet of the evening was short-lived. A car pulled up, and Martin Vanger emerged, offering a casual greeting. He wished him well for the holiday, but the man declined a drink, explaining he was only passing through to change before heading back to town to be with Eve. A pause hung in the air before Martin addressed the elephant in the room. He'd spoken with Cecilia, and she was clearly struggling, her distress amplified by her closeness to Henrik. He asked for understanding, hoping any harsh words she had spoken could be forgiven. He acknowledged his fondness for her, but Martin pressed on, revealing just how strongly she opposed the ongoing investigation. Everyone, it seemed, was aware of his true purpose in Hedestad. When asked for his own perspective, Martin was measured, describing Henrik's decades-long obsession with Harriet's disappearance as a distant echo for him, given the passage of time. The legal contract seemed to be the only thing keeping the inquiry alive, and Martin worried that in Henrik's fragile state, pressing the issue would only cause more harm. Yet he was careful not to suggest abandoning the work entirely. He deflected a direct question about his progress, citing his contractual obligation to report only to Henrik. Martin accepted this with a knowing smile, dismissing it as his uncle's conspiratorial nature, but his underlying concern was clear. He didn't want Blomkvist to raise false hopes. The conversation then took a subtle strategic turn. With Henrik incapacitated, Martin would be stepping onto the Millennium Board. He suggested an earlier board meeting to assess the situation. He reminded him that he had stepped down in December, and that the matter should be taken up with Erika Berger, who was aware of Henrik's condition. Martin was caught off guard by this deflection, but recovered quickly, promising to speak with her. The threat, though unspoken, was unmistakable. The future of Millennium was now being used as leverage. He felt the weight of the implications settle over him. Alone again, he poured another drink, seeking solace in the pages of a crime novel. The mottled brown cat appeared, a small comfort in the solitude. He mused aloud about their shared, uneventful evening before the rain drove him inside, leaving the cat to prefer the damp outdoors. Meanwhile, 1,000 kilometers away, the girl was alone with her own quiet rituals. Midsummer's Eve meant maintenance for her motorcycle, a labor of love that kept her hands busy and her mind focused. Later, she traveled to the nursing home, a visit that stirred a familiar ache. Her mother was distant, her mind wandering. The conversation was sparse, and she was often mistaken for someone else. The concern and guilt she felt were a dull, persistent throb, a connection to a past she could never fully reclaim. Back in Hedestad, he set aside his personal conflicts and dove back into the practical, meticulous work of the investigation. The search for the car in the old photograph became an obsession, leading him through a maze of dead ends and obscure details. He identified the model but was stonewalled by the motor vehicle department. The trail pushed him north, a solitary journey through the vast Swedish landscape. His search led to the small town of Norsjö, a place that seemed to hold no memory of the couple in his photographs. He spoke with a retired foreman named Berman, who was helpful but unable to recognize the faces. The man noted the old carpentry shop sticker on the car, but explained such decals were given out freely to anyone associated with the business, making the lead nearly useless. He decided to be direct about his purpose, explaining that he was looking for potential witnesses to an old crime, a story too complex to fully explain. The search was a long shot, but he was determined. Berman, though unable to help directly, offered a glimmer of hope. A tour of the area the next morning to speak with other old-timers who might remember something more. It was a small step, but the only one left to take. The familiar methods were useless here. She was a master of pulling threads from the digital tapestry of modern life, but this was different. A hunt for ghosts from a pre-digital age, identified only by fragments of a name and cryptic numbers. These weren't living, breathing targets with bank accounts and email trails. They were cold cases, decades old, their traces likely buried in dusty archives. The only certainty was that whatever happened to them occurred before 1966. It was a new kind of puzzle, and she had to find a new way in. Her first instinct was brutally simple. She opened a search engine and typed in the name Magda, coupled with the word murder. The result was immediate and surprising. A television listing from a regional station pointed her toward a case from 1960, a farmer's wife named Magda Lovisa Sjöberg, found dead under grotesque circumstances. The details, gleaned from a lurid online article, painted a horrific picture. A sexual assault, a killing with a pitchfork, the body posed in a barn. A cow on the farm had also been stabbed. The article spun theories about a peddler, a band of thieves, and a troubled nephew, but the killer was never found. The clues from Harriet Vanger's datebook, the ritualistic elements, the animal. It was a chilling match. Another, more systematic search of a Sunday supplement yielded a case from 1962. A woman named Leah Persson, a prostitute from Göteborg, had been found dead near an industrial site in Uddevalla after a visit to her mother. The violence was extreme, and the case was marked by the bizarre detail of a pigeon found in a flower pot nearby, a detail that seemed to echo a verse from the book of Leviticus. Another piece of the pattern was falling into place. In the far north, the search for the couple in the photographs continued. The retired foreman, Berman, took him on a tour of the area, visiting former employees of the old carpentry shop. At each stop, they were met with warmth and coffee, but the photographs were met with the same shaking heads. The faces remained strangers. Just as despair was setting in, a final stop at a red farmhouse produced a breakthrough. An old master carpenter immediately recognized the man in the picture. It was the son of a buyer who had worked at the shop. The excitement was short-lived. The man himself had died decades ago in a mining accident. The trail was not entirely cold, however. The man's widow, Mildred, was still alive, living in a nearby village called Bjursel. He drove to the picturesque village, its red houses clustered around a crossroads, and found the address. But the door was shut, and no one answered. He waited, exploring the quiet countryside, but as the evening deepened, he was forced to accept another dead end. He returned to Norsjö, the mystery of the photographs still unsolved. Back in the city, she had found another lead, a case from 1957 involving a woman named Raquel Lunde in Landskrona. It was a pattern now, a grim thread linking these disparate murders, and she was determined to pull it. Each case, each victim, seemed to be a verse in a twisted, ancient liturgy, and she was beginning to understand the language. The murder of Leah Persson had been a sensation, a summer serial that gripped the public but never yielded a suspect. Her name wasn't on Harriet's list, and the details of her death didn't directly align with any of the Bible verses he had been working from. Yet something about the case made her antennae twitch, a bizarre detail that seemed to resonate with the grim pattern. Near the body, the police had found a flower pot with a pigeon inside, a cruel game involving string and a small fire. It might have been the work of a child, a random act of cruelty, but the press had latched onto it, dubbing it the pigeon murder. A coincidence, perhaps, but her instincts told her otherwise. She was no scholar of scripture, didn't even own a Bible. That evening, however, she found herself at a church, borrowing one with some difficulty. She sat on a bench in the twilight, flipping through the pages of Leviticus. When she reached chapter 12, verse 8, she felt a jolt of recognition. The passage dealt with purification after childbirth, and it spoke of turtle doves or young pigeons as offerings. A connection was forming, a whisper of a pattern she hadn't yet fully grasped. This investigation was becoming more vast, more disturbing than anything she had ever undertaken. In the far north, the door finally opened. Mildred Brenlund, now Berggren, was older, fuller in figure, but he recognized her instantly. He introduced himself, and after a moment's hesitation, she invited him into her kitchen, where her husband and a son were present. As was the custom, coffee was offered, and he accepted, having learned that politeness demanded it. He began the peculiar story, explaining that a photograph from 1966 had led him to her. It was a long journey, and he asked if she remembered the day in Hedestad. She was taken aback, the memory surfacing from a lifetime ago. It was her honeymoon, a fleeting stop on a trip that had taken them south to Stockholm and Sigtuna. He placed the photograph on the table, the one from the parade. He explained his quest. A girl in the picture had vanished that day, and he was trying to understand why. He played a sequence of images for her, showing the girl's face shift from excitement to shock. He had traced the woman with the camera, a long shot, but he had to ask, did she still have the pictures from that day? Her response was matter of fact. Of course she did. She retrieved a box of old albums and, after a brief search, produced 3 photographs from Hedestad. One showed the main street, another her husband, and a third captured the parade. She placed it on the table and he leaned forward, his heart pounding. The image was blurry, but in the background he could see a figure standing on the opposite side of the street. But it was indistinct, a shadow behind the clown, offering no identity, no answer. The photograph was a disappointment, but the trail was not yet cold. It was a new piece of the puzzle, no matter how blurry. The morning after his return brought a wave of relief. Frodo confirmed that Henrik was improving, no longer in critical condition. He felt a genuine fondness for the old man, a sentiment Frodo echoed. Their conversation quickly turned pragmatic. He needed to understand the political landscape. If Henrik died, Martin would take his place on the Millennium Board. This raised a critical question. Could Martin, who had already hinted at a desire to end the investigation, use his new position to pressure the magazine? Frodo was skeptical, pointing out that their contract was ironclad, and that he, not Martin, would inherit Henrik's share in the subsidiary. Even if Martin tried to cause trouble, his influence would be limited. The corporation was in a state of crisis, and Martin's focus was elsewhere. A call to Krister Malm confirmed his suspicions. Martin had been pressing Erica to bring him back to the office. He saw this as a transparent attempt to derail his work in Hedestad. He gave Malm a clear message. He would return to Stockholm only when his job was finished. He decided to confront Martin directly. The man was heading out, but he stopped long enough to hear his declaration. He would not return to the editorial board before the new year. Martin seemed taken aback, claiming he was caught in a conflict of loyalties. He professed a desire for the magazine to succeed, but he was insistent that he was needed in Stockholm. He ended the conversation and went for a run, a futile attempt to clear his head. When he returned, Frodo was waiting with a new warning. He had been wrong about who was behind the pressure. It wasn't Cecilia, it was Isabella Vanger. She was mobilizing the family against him, spreading poisonous rumors that he was a swindler who had caused Henrik's heart attack. He was incredulous. The woman's daughter had disappeared, and yet she seemed to despise him for trying to uncover the truth. The attacks on his reputation continued. A reporter from the local paper called, asking pointed questions about his conviction for libel. He cut the conversation short, refusing to engage in the personal attacks. The incident left him uneasy, a clear indication that someone was feeding information to the press. Later that day, a familiar sound cut through the quiet, the roar of a motorcycle. He stepped outside and saw Salander dismounting, a small duffel bag strapped to the bike. He couldn't hide his surprise and boyish delight at the sight. She was here, ready to work, and her arrival felt like a much-needed shift in the momentum of his investigation. She said nothing, only watched him with sharp eyes as he instinctively reached out to touch her motorcycle, testing the throttle. A flare of possessive irritation shot through her. She didn't like anyone handling her things. But then she caught the unguarded boyish grin spreading across his face, and something in her softened. Most men who fancied themselves bikers would have dismissed her lightweight machine. His reaction was different. He mentioned he'd had a bike himself once, then quickly shifted to welcoming her, gesturing her inside. He'd borrowed a camp bed for her, and she gave the cabin a suspicious once-over, searching for any hint of a trap. Finding none, she relaxed fractionally. He pointed out the bathroom, and she announced she needed to change out of her leathers. While she showered, he busied himself in the kitchen, the smell of lamb and wine soon filling the small space. She emerged barefoot in a black camisole and a worn denim skirt. He set the table outside, and they ate in the warm afternoon sun. She ate with gusto, and he found himself sneaking glances at the intricate tattoos across her back, fascinated. Then she shifted gears entirely. She laid out her findings with clinical precision. 5 confirmed cases from Harriet's list, and 3 more she'd added herself. A stack of papers, maybe 500 pages, appeared on the table. She handed him a chronological list, and the names began to form a grim pattern. He listened as she detailed each one. A prostitute in Kalmar, strangled with a sanitary towel shoved down her throat, tied up and abused. The connection was clear, a twisted reading of a verse in Leviticus. A fortune-teller in Landskrona, stoned to death with a rock, tied to a laundry frame in her own garden. Another verse. The farmer's wife in Karlstad, stabbed with a pitchfork in her barn, a cow also wounded. Another direct, brutal echo of scripture. She went on. A horse-loving girl in Stockholm, found in her pet shop, raped and strangled with a parakeet shoved inside her. Then the case of Leah Persson, the prostitute found near an industrial site, and the bizarre, inexplicable ritual of the pigeon in the flower pot. It all pointed to the same deranged source. The final case was the worst. A 17-year-old gymnast in Uppsala, tortured with fire, her head severed. It fit the pattern, even if the exact verse was harder to pin down. He stared at the list, the sheer scope of the horror washing over him. 17 years of murder, spread across the country, and no one had ever connected the dots. He tried to grasp the scale of it, the sheer impossibility of a single killer operating with such impunity for so long. She argued back, calmly pointing out that unsolved murders of women were far from rare, and that the very lack of an obvious signature was what had hidden the true connection. Each murder was a grotesque parody of a biblical passage, the details twisted to fit a private, insane liturgy. The list was a map to a nightmare. She raised a third finger, driving her point home. The individual murders, spread across the country and over years, lacked a single, obvious signature. Yet a disturbing pattern emerged when viewed together. Animals, fire, and a grotesque parody of biblical texts were recurring elements. The investigating detectives, however, had never made the connection to Scripture. She noted how out of place she must look in this rustic cabin, a stark contrast to the meticulous, professional mind she revealed when working. He mused on how difficult it was to see the link between a murdered prostitute in an industrial yard and a strangled pastor's wife in a burning house unless you had the key Harriet had provided. This led to the next, unavoidable question. How had a sheltered 16-year-old girl become entangled in this web? Her answer was blunt. The connection had to lead back to the Vanger family itself. They worked late into the night, the conversation circling the grim details until his mind was exhausted. He suggested a walk, which she met with a clear look of disdain, but she agreed. He advised long trousers to ward off the mosquitoes, and they strolled through the quiet village, past the marina and under the bridge. He pointed out the houses and their residents, faltering only slightly as they passed Cecilia's home. She noticed. They settled on a rock near the point, sharing a cigarette. A new thought surfaced: the victims' names. They were all derived from the Bible, even the ones that weren't immediately obvious. Lena was Magdalena. It was a line of thinking that seemed to connect back to the Victor family's history of anti-Semitism and misogyny. Back at the cabin, he complimented her on the extraordinary work she had done, promising to arrange payment. But when she asked what happened next, and he said the job was done, her reaction was sharp. She wasn't finished with this. He saw the same determination in her eyes that he felt in his own gut. She was in this now, fully committed. He impulsively offered to hire her for another week or two as a research assistant. She gave him a rare smile, pleased to be kept on. As she turned to leave, she paused at the door to deliver a final chilling correction. This wasn't about an insane serial killer misreading the Bible, she said. It was about a common bastard who simply hated women. She was awake before him, moving quietly through the unfamiliar space. He found her later, already at his computer, reading the summary of the Harriet Vanger case he'd compiled. He emerged from the bedroom, a towel around his waist, and noted with mild exasperation that she'd bypassed his password protection. She dismissed his concern with a casual explanation about cracking encryption. He shook his head, muttering about boundaries, and went to shower. When he returned, his machine was off and back in place, while she had her own PowerBook running. He was certain she'd already copied his files. Her attitude toward digital property was a reminder of her unique moral compass. Breakfast was interrupted by a knock. Martin Vanger stood at the door, his solemn expression causing a moment of alarm. But the news was different. He placed a copy of the local paper on the table, its front page splashed with a scathing article about him. It was a hit piece, painting him as a disgraced libel journalist hiding out in their community. Martin was apologetic, distancing himself from the attack. He traced the story to Berger, using an intern to do the dirty work. He felt the intern should be fired, but he counseled restraint, pointing out the absurdity of a family-owned paper attacking a magazine Henrik himself had invested in. The conversation inevitably circled back to the main issue. Martin was eager to see him return to Millennium. He refused firmly. His contract with Henrik was paramount. He believed a breakthrough in the Harriet case was close, and he needed to see it through. Martin relented, offering his support and promising to handle the family's opposition. He would even try to calm Cecilia down. After Martin left, she glanced at the newspaper, then dismissed it without comment. He noted that the editor of the paper, Gunnar Karlman, was a family member who had been on the island the day Harriet vanished, a new thread to pull. He gave her the police report and the photographs to review, then drove to Frodo's to formalize her employment for the coming month. When he returned, she was in the garden, her eyes flicking through the pages with astonishing speed. He watched her, amazed at how she could skim so quickly. She seemed to absorb the information at a glance. He joined her with coffee, explaining how his initial notes were made before they knew they were hunting a serial killer. He'd been trying to write a family chronicle, his focus scattered. Now, he said, he was certain the story's true beginning wasn't on the island, but in Hedestad. Her response was a brief, unexpected compliment, acknowledging the cleverness of his discovery in the photographs. The praise caught him off guard. She wasn't the type for flattery, and her acknowledgement of his discovery felt unexpectedly gratifying. Still, professionally speaking, he had to admit it was a solid piece of detective work. He pressed her for details about her own progress, specifically the photographs she'd been tracking down in Nordsjö. She seemed surprised he hadn't already searched his own computer for the answer, but he explained there simply hadn't been time. He'd been too focused on reviewing her notes and summaries. He opened his laptop, navigating to the folder of scanned images. The story unfolded as he spoke. The trip to Norsho had been both a breakthrough and a dead end. He'd found the woman, Mildred Berggren, who had kept her old holiday albums. The print itself was nearly useless after 37 years, badly faded with a yellow tinge. But remarkably, she'd held on to the original negatives, and he'd been able to borrow and scan them all. Now he pulled up the image. Harriet's perspective from that day. The photo was frustratingly indistinct. Clowns dominated the foreground, and in the background, the corner of Sundström's haberdashery was visible, with perhaps a dozen people standing nearby. He explained his reasoning for believing one figure in particular was what Harriet had noticed: the angle of her gaze, triangulated from her position, and the fact that this person was the only one staring back toward the camera, directly at Harriet. Salander studied the blurry man on screen. A figure standing slightly apart from the main crowd, wearing a dark padded jacket with a red shoulder patch, dark trousers. He'd zoomed in, but the image only degraded further. He noted the man's approximate height and build, his dark blonde hair, clean-shaven face, but the details dissolved into pixels. Age was impossible to determine. She asked about further image manipulation, and he admitted he'd already tried everything, even sending copies to Millennium's digital expert. The results were as clear as they were going to get. She suggested showing the picture around to see if anyone recognized the man's posture or presence. He'd already shown it to Frodo, who'd drawn a blank, but he wanted to run it past Henrik before casting a wider net. She conceded the figure might be nothing more than a random spectator. He agreed it was possible, but the reaction it had provoked in Harriet told a different story. The days that followed became a blur of intense collaboration. They worked side by side, chasing down every lead, with Salander raising questions after question about the police reports. For him, she became increasingly puzzling. She seemed to skim documents at impossible speed, yet she always zeroed in on the most obscure and contradictory details. Afternoons brought a brief respite from the heat. They'd swim in the channel or walk to Suzanne's cafe. Blomkvist noticed the cafe owner's new, unmistakable coolness toward him, and he realized with discomfort how the situation must look. Salander's youth and the fact she was staying at his cottage painted an unflattering picture. He maintained his evening runs, explaining his need to avoid middle-age spread. She acknowledged this with minimal interest. When he asked about her own fitness, she mentioned boxing, sparring in a club in Söder. The revelation was as much as he'd ever gotten from her about herself. Every other attempt to learn about her past, her work for Armansky, her family, was met with silence or monosyllables. She was a locked door. Later, she interrupted their work with a question about the pastor, Otto Falk. She'd noticed a loose thread. Morell had interviewed Falk with surprising leniency. Blomkvist noted Falk's status in the 60s. Clergy were above suspicion, and his position as a resident on the island made his presence there natural. But Salander pressed. The parsonage was large, and Harriet's last known conversation had been with Falk. He pointed out that Falk was visible in the photographs at the bridge during the critical time. She conceded his alibi held, but her mind was elsewhere. She'd been reading about sadistic killers, FBI profiles linking childhood animal torture and arson to violent offenders. Animal cruelty and fire appeared in several of Harriet's murder cases, and Falk's parsonage had burned down in the late 70s. He called it a long shot. She agreed, but noted the police report contained no cause for that fire, and she wondered about other unexplained fires or animal mutilations in the area during that era. That night, alone with her thoughts, Salander recognized the irritation she felt toward him, not because of anything he'd done, but because she'd spent almost a week in near constant contact with another person. Normally, minutes of such proximity were intolerable. She'd built her life around keeping people at a distance. Society, authorities, welfare workers, police, psychologists had taught her early that others were threats. Crying did nothing. Seeking help only made things worse. Her problems were hers alone to solve. Yet Blomkvist didn't behave like other men. When she deflected his questions, he simply accepted it with a shrug. When she'd copied the contents of his iBook, expecting fury, he'd merely looked resigned and moved on. He trusted her, or so it seemed. That trust was dangerous. He knew about her hacking, a fact that carried serious legal consequences. She'd never told Armansky how she gathered information, and if her methods were exposed, her computers would be taken away, her life dismantled. The thought was chilling. A handful of people in the hacking underground knew her only as Wasp. Plague and a few others who had no idea who she actually was or where she lived. Beyond that circle, only one person had ever stumbled onto her secret, Blomkvist. And he'd only found out because she'd made a blunder so elementary, it was almost embarrassing. A mistake that suggested her mind was rotting, but instead of reacting with rage, he'd simply hired her. That was why, she admitted to herself, she was mildly irritated with him. Over a late-night snack, he'd casually asked if she considered herself a good hacker. To her own astonishment, she answered truthfully, probably the best in Sweden, with maybe 2 or 3 others at her level. She didn't doubt the accuracy. Plague had once been superior, but she'd surpassed him long ago. Saying it aloud felt strange, though, like admitting to something private. She'd never had an outsider to talk to this way, and his evident appreciation of her skills was oddly pleasing. Then he'd ask how she'd learned, and the feeling soured. What was she supposed to say? That she'd always known how? Instead, she'd retreated to bed without a word. He didn't react to her abrupt departure, which annoyed her further. She lay in the dark, listening to him move through the kitchen, washing up, then heading to his own room. The soft creak of his bed came through the wall, inches away. A week sharing this house, and he'd never once made a pass at her. He'd treated her as a colleague, asked for her opinions, corrected her gently, acknowledged when she was right. He treated her like a person. She got up and stood by the window, staring into the darkness. The hardest thing, always, was showing herself to someone for the first time. She was certain her skinny frame was repulsive. Pathetic breasts, no hips, nothing much to offer. But beneath that was a woman with ordinary desires, the same as anyone else. 20 minutes passed before she made her decision. Blomkvist was reading when the door turned and she appeared, wrapped in a sheet. She came straight to the bed, took his book, set it aside, and kissed him. Then she was beside him, searching his face. When she put her hand on the sheet across his stomach and he didn't pull away, she leaned down and bit his nipple. He was stunned. He pushed her back, trying to see her expression. This wasn't a good idea, he said. They had to work together. She didn't care about that. What she couldn't tolerate was being pushed out. He protested that they barely knew each other, but she laughed, a sharp, dismissive sound. She pointed out that he'd never let that stop him before. She'd left out of her report that he was the type who couldn't keep his hands off women. So what was the problem now? Wasn't she attractive enough for him? He shook his head, searching for words that wouldn't come. She took the sheet off him and settled over him. He stammered something about not having condoms. Her answer was a flat dismissal. He woke to the sound of her in the kitchen, sunlight slanting through the window. He'd slept only a couple of hours and lay there, dazed, as the memory of the night settled over him. This woman baffled him. Not once had she given the slightest indication of interest. She appeared in the doorway with a faint smile, greeting him. They were out of milk, she said. She'd go to the petrol station. Then she was gone. Moments later, the front door opened again, and she was back. Her expression changed, her voice strange. He was on his feet immediately, pulling on his jeans. Out on the porch was a nightmarish gift, the half-charred corpse of a cat. Its legs and head had been severed, the body flayed, the viscera torn out and left beside it. The cat's head had been placed on the saddle of her motorcycle. He recognized the brownish-red fur immediately. Breakfast was a silent affair, eaten in the garden without milk in their coffee. Salander had photographed the grisly scene before he disposed of it, stuffing the remains into a rubbish sack, and then the Volvo's boot. He knew he should report the animal cruelty, but explaining the context would invite questions he didn't want to answer. Isabella Vanger walked past toward the bridge just after 8:30, either oblivious or deliberately ignoring them. He asked how Salander was holding up, and she looked at him as if the question were strange. When she found whoever had done this, she said, "Should use a baseball bat on him." He asked if she thought it was a warning. She countered, "What else could it be?" He agreed someone was rattled, but there was another issue. They both recognized this as an animal sacrifice reminiscent of the 1954 and 1960 murders. Yet it seemed improbable that someone active 50 years ago would be leaving such messages now. He considered the possibilities. Harold Vanger or Isabella Vanger were the only older locals who fit. Isabella was vicious enough to kill a cat, but he doubted she'd been murdering women in the 50s. Harold seemed too frail to have carried out such a gruesome act. Unless, she suggested, there were two people involved, one older, one younger. A car crossed the bridge, and he spotted Cecilia driving away. He'd been trying to reach her for weeks, but she remained silent despite Martin's promise to intervene. Whoever was behind this, Salander said, knew they were making progress. She went inside and emerged in her leathers, announcing a trip to Stockholm for supplies. If someone was disturbed enough to kill a cat this way, they might escalate. She instructed him to buy fire extinguishers and smoke alarms. One of the extinguishers had to be halon. Then she was gone. He disposed of the cat's remains at a petrol station bin before driving into Hedestad for his errands. At the hospital, he met Frodo in the cafeteria and recounted the morning's events. Frodo was visibly shaken, saying he'd never anticipated such a turn. Blomkvist pointed out that the job was, after all, to find a murderer. Frodo wanted to call it off if there was any risk to them, but Blomkvist refused. He wouldn't risk triggering another heart attack in Henrik. Frodo asked what came next. Blomkvist had a list of questions. Someone had searched his office while he was in Stockholm right after Henrik's heart attack. The Bible verses and Järnvägsgatan photographs had been out. Martin knew something, since he'd arranged access to the courier archives. Frodo listed others who might have known: Birger, Cecilia, Alexander, Gunnar and Helena Nilsson, and Anita Vanger, Cecilia's sister, who'd flown in from London. Cecilia was staying with Birger, her house dark. He left Frodo and nearly ran into Martin Vanger at the hospital entrance. Martin looked exhausted, aged since they'd last met. When asked how things were going, Blomkvist said every day brought more interest. When Henrik was stronger, he'd have answers. Birger's house was empty, and Cecilia's mobile went unanswered. He sat in his car thinking. Birger was born in 1939, 10 when Rebecca Jacobson was murdered, 27 when Harriet vanished. He'd grown up in Uppsala, exactly where Lena Andersson was killed. The cat incident left him feeling like time was running out. Pastor Falk was now 72, living in a care facility, his mind ravaged by Alzheimer's. Blomkvist spent an hour trying to converse with him. Falk remembered Harriet warmly, speaking of her as if she were still present, unaware she'd been missing for decades. He had no memory of the bridge accident. But when the conversation turned to Harriet's religious interests, Falk grew hesitant, agitated. He spoke in fragments. She was a seeker, needing to understand the sufficiency and clarity of Scripture to maintain true faith. Something about Joseph excluding certain texts from the canon. Blomkvist wrote it all down, not fully grasping the meaning. Falk leaned in and whispered his suspicion that she might be Catholic, drawn to magic, still searching for God. The word Catholic carried clear disapproval. No, Falk insisted, she wasn't interested in the Pentecostals. She was after forbidden truth, not a good Christian. Then he drifted away, losing himself in conversation with other patients. He returned to Hedeby just after 2, found Cecilia's house still empty, her mobile unanswered. He installed the smoke alarms and fire extinguishers, then made a simple lunch and sat in the garden, typing up his notes from the conversation with Pastor Falk. When he finished, his gaze drifted to the church. At 4, he knocked on the door of the new parsonage. Pastor Margrethe Strand greeted him warmly, barefoot in jeans and a flannel shirt, and invited him to sit in her courtyard. He recounted Falk's fragmented statements, and she listened carefully, asking him to repeat them. She translated the theological fragments: sola scriptura, sufficientia scripturae, sola fide, basic Reformation principles about the authority and sufficiency of Scripture. He admitted he'd been asking about someone Falk had known years ago, a religious seeker. She understood. When he mentioned Falk's references to Joseph and the canon, she suggested he might have meant Josephus, the Jewish historian, and that the comment about texts not being accepted into the Hebrew canon pointed to the Apocrypha. She explained, "Those books, written later than the rest of the Old Testament, were excluded from the Hebrew Bible but included in the Greek translation. They were controversial among Protestants, but not Catholics. Luther and Calvin had rejected them as sources for doctrine because they contained elements like magic and permissible lies that conflicted with the clarity of Scripture." He asked if she had a copy of the Apocrypha. She laughed. Of course she did. The Bible Commission had published them as a state report in the 80s. Meanwhile, in Stockholm, Salander had requested a private meeting with Armansky. She explained that the job for Blomkvist was technically complete, but she wanted to stay on the case. Armansky reminded her she was a freelancer. She could take any work she wanted, though it would be disloyal to poach clients. She assured him she wasn't doing that. She showed him the contract Blomkvist had arranged, and Armansky noted the low pay. He offered her more work with him full-time, but she declined. What she wanted to know was whether her taking this independent contract would create friction between them. He told her it was fine, and her asking in advance marked progress. She nodded and left without a goodbye, having gotten what she needed. Armansky watched her go, thinking about how she'd laughed with Blomkvist, wondering if she was finally growing up, or if Blomkvist himself was the attraction. He couldn't shake his old unease. Lisbeth Salander was a perfect victim, and here she was hunting a madman in the wilderness. On her way north, she impulsively detoured to visit her mother at Appelviken. She hadn't seen her since Christmas and felt guilty about it. Her mother was in the day room. They walked to the duck pond. Her mother still confused her with her sister, barely present, but troubled. When Salander left, her mother clung to her hand, gazing after her with sadness and anxiety, as if sensing disaster approaching. Back in Hedeby, Blomkvist spent 2 hours with the Apocrypha, gaining no direct insights. But a question nagged at him. How religious had Harriet Vanger actually been? Her Bible study had started only in her final year, and she'd linked specific verses to a series of murders. Had she been doing the same investigation he and Salander were conducting 37 years later, driven by the hunt for a killer rather than genuine faith? Pastor Falk had seen her as more of a seeker than a good Christian. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Berger, informing him she was leaving for a 4-week holiday in New York and the Caribbean. The next issue was nearly finished, and Krister was handling things in his absence. When he asked about Janae Dahlman, she hesitated. Dahlman was also on holiday, and she'd promoted Henry to acting managing editor. He returned to the cottage just after 2, found Cecilia still unreachable, and installed the safety equipment. After a simple lunch, he sat in the garden transcribing his notes from the conversation with Pastor Falk, then sought out Pastor Strand for clarification on the theological fragments. She explained the references to Sola Scriptura and the Apocrypha, and he borrowed a copy. Hours later, frustrated by Cecilia's silence, he changed into his tracksuit and went for a run. He followed the shore path, then cut into the woods, pushing hard through thickets and around fallen trees until he reached the fortress, breathless and sweating. He stopped by an old artillery battery to stretch. A sharp crack split the air, and concrete exploded beside his head. Shrapnel tore into his scalp. For a frozen moment, he stood paralyzed, then threw himself into the trench as a second shot smacked into the foundation. He scrambled through the overgrown passages, crouching low, moving south through the maze of batteries. Instincts from his military training surfaced, Keep your head down. Move slowly when scouting. He peered over the edge, saw nothing through the glare of the sun. He ran to the next battery, calculating. The marksman couldn't know if he'd gone left or right. A rifle with a scope meant a limited field of view. He had to reach a thicket 40 yards ahead, but the open slope would expose him completely. He waited, listening, then sprinted. A third shot cracked behind him as he dove into the brush, rolling through stinging nettles. He scrambled deeper into the woods, stopping every 50 yards to listen. A branch snapped nearby, then again, farther away. He crawled on elbows and knees, pushing through the undergrowth, freezing when sounds came close, then pressing on when they faded. He reached the fence at Östergarden, watching the farmhouse from the cover of the brush. The car was gone. He took the long way around the fields and up Söderberget, then looked down on the village from above. Summer visitors relaxed at the marina. Someone was grilling. Nilsson watered his lawn. Vanger's house held only Anna. Isabella sat in her garden talking to the sickly Gerda. Cecilia's house looked empty, but then he caught movement in her kitchen. He descended into the village, reaching the cottage to find the door ajar. Salander was inside, and she saw his blood-soaked state. He waved off her concern, saying the wound was superficial. She fetched the first aid kit while he stripped off his ruined clothes. In the bathroom, he examined the gash, deep enough for stitches, but tape would hold it. He washed the blood from his face, holding a towel to his temple, then slammed his fist against the tile, vowing to find whoever had done this. When Salander touched his arm, he flinched, his expression so fierce she stepped back. She handed him soap and retreated. He taped the wound, dressed in clean clothes, and grabbed a folder of photographs. His fury was barely contained as he shouted for her to stay put, then stormed over to Cecilia's house. She opened the door, said she didn't want to see him, but the sight of his bloodied face gave her pause. He pushed past her, demanding answers. She claimed she'd been in Hedestad an hour ago, offered no alibi. Then he asked why she'd opened the window in Harriet's room on the day she disappeared. He threw the photograph onto the table, the blurry image landing between them. For years, Henrik had been consumed by the mystery of who opened that window, and everyone had denied it. He pressed her. If not her, then who? Only one person with blonde, shoulder-length hair and a light-colored dress fit the description from the photographs. She studied the picture, her face unreadable, then looked up at him as blood trickled down his cheek. She denied it flatly, insisting she'd never entered Harriet's room that day and had nothing to do with the disappearance. She opened the front door, dismissing him, advising him to have his wound treated by a doctor. Salander drove him to the hospital, where the gash on his scalp was closed with 2 stitches. He received ointment for the nettle rash covering his neck and hands. On the way back, he considered contacting the police, but could already imagine the headlines. He shook off the thought and told her to take them home. Darkness had fallen by the time they reached Hedeby, and Salander was ready. She carried a sports bag to the kitchen table, explaining she'd borrowed equipment from Milton Security. She set up motion detectors around the perimeter, rigged to trigger a chirping alarm in his bedroom. 2 light-sensitive cameras, camouflaged with dark cloth, were placed in trees at the front and back, feeding signals to a laptop hidden by the front door. A third camera was mounted inside a birdhouse above the entrance, its lens trained on the road and gate, capturing an image every second and storing them on a separate hard drive. She installed a pressure-sensitive doormat at the entrance. If someone evaded the infrared and stepped inside, a 115-decibel siren would sound. She showed him how to disarm the system using a key in the wardrobe, and she'd also brought a night vision scope. He observed that she left little to chance, and he poured coffee for them both. She added one more rule: no more jogging until this was resolved. He had no argument. He'd lost all desire to run. This had started as a historical mystery, she reminded him, but the dead cat and the shooting made it clear they were on someone's trail. They ate dinner late, but he was exhausted, his head pounding. He could barely speak, so he went to bed, Salander stayed up, reading through reports until 2 in the morning. The pale morning light sliced through the curtain's gap, waking him with its unwelcome brightness. His head throbbed dully, and the tender spot beneath his bandage reminded him of the previous day's violence before he was even fully conscious. He was aware of Salander's weight beside him, her body warm against his side, her face buried in the pillow while one arm lay across his chest. His gaze drifted to the elaborate ink on her shoulder blade, that intricate dragon coiled in its permanent posture. From there, his eyes traced the other marks: a wasp near the hairline, the band encircling her ankle, and another at her bicep, a Chinese character on her hip, and a rose blossoming on her calf. He carefully extracted himself, pulling the curtains closed against the growing light before padding to the bathroom. On his return, he eased back into bed, maneuvering quietly to avoid stirring her. Hours later, over a simple breakfast, their conversation drifted back to the tangled mystery. He wanted to understand the rationale behind it all. Were they hunting Harriet's fate, or had they uncovered a separate, monstrous thread of history? She countered that the two were necessarily linked. If Harriet had sensed a killer in her world, the killer could only have been someone she knew, someone from within her own circle. She mapped out the surviving suspects from the 1960s, pointing out the impossibility of an aged Harold Vanger stalking the woods with a rifle. The pool had either grown too elderly to be physically capable, or was too young to have been present for the earliest crimes. Unless, he proposed, two people were acting in concert, one older and one younger. She dismissed the notion of Harold and Cecilia working together, believing Cecilia's denial about the figure in the window. That left the question: who had it truly been? They spent the next hour hunched over his laptop, scrutinizing the photographs of the bridge accident. The entire village must have gathered to witness the chaos, he reasoned, observing the crowd's attire. Amidst all the dark jackets and sweaters, only one figure stood out: a person with long blonde hair and a light-colored dress. Her companion noted that Cecilia appeared repeatedly in the images, her presence scattered throughout the crowd, conversing with different people. Then a detail caught his eye. What was Gregor Vanger holding? She noted it looked like a box. He recognized it instantly as a Hasselblad. Gregor had also been taking pictures. They pored over the photos again, confirming that Gregor appeared in several frames, his camera often a blurry, square shape in his hands. A new lead, another hunt for photographs, lay ahead. She paused, shifting the conversation to a theory. She imagined a scenario where a member of the younger generation knew the secrets of an older relative, a serial killer, but chose silence to protect the family's reputation. In that scenario, the younger person might not be an accomplice, but a guardian of a dark secret, someone wanting the investigation to vanish. The killer himself could be long dead. He countered, pointing to the mutilated cat left on their porch. Such an act was too deliberate, too reminiscent of the older crimes, an undeniable parody of the old sacrificial rites. She looked away, her eyes fixed on the church, and recited a passage from memory about the slaughter of a bull, the presentation of blood at the altar, and the flaying of the offering. The words hung in the air. He watched her, a tense awareness growing, and opened his Bible to Leviticus. He asked if she knew the following verse, but she remained silent. He prompted her with the opening words, and she completed them in an icy monotone, about cutting the offering into pieces, arranging the head and fat on the altar fire. He pressed further, and something in her snapped. The next verse, her recall of it was a revelation. He exclaimed aloud, realizing the source of her uncanny ability to absorb documents at a glance. The reaction that followed was fierce. Her eyes blazed at him with an intensity that made him recoil, her fury dissolving into a look of utter despair before she bolted. He called after her, but she was already gone. He gathered her computer, armed the alarm, and locked the cabin before going after her. He found her 20 minutes later, perched on a jetty, her feet dangling in the water, a cigarette burning in her hand. She stiffened at his approach but didn't turn. He stopped a short distance away, speaking gently, apologizing without knowing the cause of his offense. He sat beside her, placing a tentative hand on her shoulder. She turned to meet his gaze, her face closed, dismissing herself as nothing but a freak. He tried to reassure her, saying he would trade a great deal for a memory like hers. She flicked the cigarette butt into the water. He sat in silence, his mind racing for the right thing to say. He settled on honesty, telling her that he'd recognized something unusual in her from their first meeting, and that his instinctive positive reaction to her was something he hadn't felt in a long time. He told her he genuinely wanted her friendship, leaving the choice entirely to her. He rose, saying he would head back to make coffee, inviting her to follow when she was ready. He had barely made it halfway up the hill when he heard her footsteps behind him. They walked back without speaking. Just as they reached the cabin, she stopped. She returned to the idea of the ritualistic parody, noting that while the killer had used a cat, an ox would be logistically difficult. The core pattern was still intact. She was musing on the blood at the altar. They walked to the locked church and wandered through the graveyard until they came to a structure by the water. It wasn't a chapel, it was a crypt, bearing the Vanger name and a Latin inscription he couldn't translate. She supplied the meaning from memory. Slumber to the end of time. He laughed, surprised, and she bristled at first, then seemed to understand he was laughing at the absurdity of the moment, not at her, and relaxed. He tried the crypt's door and found it locked. He left her there to go find Anna Nygren, asking for the key. Anna hesitated but eventually retrieved it. The stench hit them the moment the door swung open, a sickly sweet odor of charred flesh and decay. Inside, they saw the evidence of the cat's ritualistic destruction. There was no fire pit, just a blowtorch used for ski waxing sitting in the corner. She photographed the scene and gingerly picked up the torch, speculating about fingerprints. He laughed grimly at the thought of fingerprinting the entire family, imagining the reaction he'd get from Isabella. She smiled, hinting at methods. The floor was dark with dried blood, and among the tools was a bolt cutter, presumably used to sever the cat's head. He surveyed the crypt. A raised sarcophagus marked the resting place of an old ancestor, and 4 floor graves held other early family members. More recent generations had apparently turned to cremation, their urns lining a wall of niches with clan names engraved. He traced the lineage forward, wondering where the less worthy members were buried. As they crossed the bridge back, he stated the obvious. They were dealing with someone truly unhinged. She asked him to elaborate, and he explained the audacity of the act. An ordinary person would have disposed of the cat in the woods or a garage. But this person had taken the enormous risk of using the family crypt, a place that drew attention, to perform a ritual. The act was compulsive, pushing the boundaries of reason. He stood at the bridge's midpoint, leaning against the railing as the weight of his deductions settled over him. The act of placing the cat in the crypt wasn't random. It was compulsive, a signature that betrayed a mind operating on a different plane. He laid out the risks. The summer nights when people wandered, the main road running through the cemetery, the noise and stench of burning flesh that would have carried in the still air. This was no simple act of intimidation. It was ritual. Salander's question hung between them. He? He dismissed the idea of Cecilia Vanger creeping through the dark with a blowtorch. She shrugged, her distrust extending to every member of the Vanger clan, including Froded and Hrik. They were all part of a family she believed would exploit anyone given the chance. She wanted to know their next move. He turned the conversation inward, asking how many people knew about her hacking skills. She answered that no one knew, except him. He pressed further, asking if she trusted him. She looked at him for a long moment before finally offering a shrug and a guarded concession that there was nothing she could do about it. He persisted, asking again if she trusted him. Her answer came with a hint of finality. For the time being. He accepted this and announced their destination, Frodo's house. Frodo's wife greeted them with a mixture of surprise and forced politeness at the sight of Salander, but Frodo's face lit up with genuine warmth. He rose to welcome her, expressing guilt for not having properly thanked her for her work, both in the winter and more recently. She responded with a flat, suspicious declaration that she had been paid, dismissing his sentiment. He acknowledged the unfair assumptions he had made about her when they first met and asked for her pardon. Blomkvist watched, surprised by Frodo's humility, seeing the lawyer in a new light. Salander stared past him, unmoved. Frodo turned his attention to Blomkvist, asking about the wound on his head. As they settled, Blomkvist recounted the events of the past day, including the shooting near the fortress. Frodo shot to his feet, declaring the situation madness and vowing to end the contract. Blomkvist ordered him to sit down. He argued that their proximity to the truth was driving the culprit into a panicked frenzy, a sign they were close. He then launched into a series of practical questions. Who had keys to the family crypt? Frodo admitted ignorance, but guessed that several family members had access, including Henrik and Isabella, though he couldn't confirm if Isabella had her own key or borrowed Henrik's. Blomkvist pressed on, asking about corporate archives or libraries holding press clippings. Frodo confirmed the existence of such an archive at the Hedestad main office. Blomkvist requested access for Salander, specifically to old press clippings and staff newsletters. Frodo agreed to arrange it through a woman named Bodil Lindgren. Another question emerged. Grigor Vanger had been holding a Hasselblad on the day of the accident. Where would his photographs have ended up after his death? Frodo logically suggested with his widower son, Alexander, and offered to make the call. As they walked back, Salander asked what she should be looking for. He instructed her to focus on press clippings and staff newsletters around the dates of the murders in the 50s and 60s, noting anything unusual. He suggested her memory made her the ideal candidate for the job. She responded with a punch to his side. Moments later, her motorcycle roared across the bridge. Blomkvist shook hands with Alexander Vanger, who had been away for most of his time in Hedeby. Alexander confirmed that his father's Hasselblad still existed, though unused. Blomkvist explained his task from Henrik, and Alexander acknowledged the family's displeasure at the renewed investigation. Blomkvist asked to see any photographs Alexander's father might have taken on the day of the accident, the day Harriet disappeared. They went to the attic, and after some searching, Alexander located a box of unsorted photographs and offered him the entire box to take home. Inside, Blomkvist found historical treasures. Photographs of Gregor with a prominent Swedish Nazi leader, which he set aside. Other images showed family gatherings and holiday scenes. Among them, he found only 4 pictures of the bridge accident. Despite the quality of the camera, Gregor proved to be a poor photographer. 2 shots of the tanker truck, 2 of spectators' backs. Only 1 image showed Cecilia Vanger in semi-profile. He scanned them, knowing they would likely reveal nothing new, and returned the box. Later, he sought out Anna, asking about any other photograph albums Henrik might possess. She confirmed Henrik's lifelong interest in photography and gestured to his office shelves. She was reluctant to allow him access, so he suggested she call Frodo. She relented. He settled at Henrik's desk and opened the first album. The collection spanned generations, from the 1870s onward. Stern-faced ancestors, Vanger's own parents, a midsummer celebration in Sondheim from 1906, and even a photograph of Frederick and Ulrika with the artists Anders Zorn and Albert Engström. He found images of workers, offices, and Captain Granath. Anna brought him coffee as he reached the modern era. Vanger in his prime, opening factories, shaking hands with Prime Minister Erlander, sharing a grim glare with Marcus Wallenberg. Then he found a spread Vanger had labeled Family Council 1966. 2 color photographs captured the men talking, smoking cigars. Henrik, Harold, Gregor, and various male in-laws. 2 more showed the formal dinner with 40 attendees, all looking into the camera. These were taken after the bridge accident, but before anyone knew Harriet was missing. He studied the faces, wondering if any of them already knew she was gone. The images offered no answers. Then his coffee went down the wrong pipe. He choked, coughing, sitting bolt upright. At the far end of the table, Cecilia Vanger smiled in her light-colored dress. Next to her sat another woman with long blonde hair dressed identically. They were nearly indistinguishable, like twins. The realization struck with the force of a physical blow. Cecilia wasn't the figure in Harriet's window. It was her sister Anita, 2 years younger, now living in London. He recalled Salander's observation that Cecilia appeared in many photographs, but they had been looking at 2 different women who happened to look alike. In black and white, from a distance, they were twins. Vanger had always known them apart, but Blomkvist and Salander had conflated them. No one had ever corrected their mistake, because no one had thought to. He turned the page, and a cold chill ran down his spine. Photographs from the next day showed the search for Harriet underway. A young Inspector Morel was giving instructions to a search party of police officers and men in boots, while Henrik Vanger stood nearby in his raincoat and hat. The photograph was unmistakable. On the left edge stood a stocky young man with light, shoulder-length hair, wearing a dark padded jacket marked by a distinctive red patch at the shoulder. Blomkvist recognized him instantly. The same figure from the XIII images, the man Harriet had been staring at with such evident shock. He removed the print from the album and carried it downstairs to Anna, asking if she could identify him. She confirmed it without hesitation. Martin Vanger. Meanwhile, Salander was methodically working her way through decades of press cuttings at the corporate archive, starting in 1949 and moving forward. The sheer volume was overwhelming. The Vanger Corporation generated a near-constant stream of news coverage. Financial analyses, labor disputes, factory openings and closings, annual reports, management changes, product launches, an endless torrent of information. She absorbed it all at speed, clicking through the pages as her mind processed the data. After hours of work, a thought crystallized. She asked the archivist Bodil Lindgren if there was a chart showing the company's factory and office locations during the relevant decades. Lindgren's hostility was barely concealed. She clearly resented being forced to accommodate this strange-looking girl, whom she dismissed as an anarchist teenager. But Frodo's instructions were absolute, and she produced the printed annual reports, each containing a division map marked with red dots. Salander studied them and made a connection. Every murder site was marked by 1 or more red dots representing Vanger Corporation facilities. The pattern emerged in 1957. In Landskrona, Raquel Lunde, a part-time fortune teller who worked as an office cleaner, was found dead the day after a major Vanger and Carlin construction deal was signed. The local paper had interviewed Gottfried Vanger, who had been in town for the contract. Salander recalled from the police files that Lund had cleaned for V&C Construction. Blomkvist spent his evening in restless agitation, calling Salander repeatedly, only to find her phone switched off. She was in the zone, unwilling to be disturbed. He reviewed Vanger's notes on Martin's alibi. Martin had been in Uppsala, his final year of preparatory school, in 1966. The same location and context as the Lena Anderson murder. Vanger had considered him an introverted, troubled boy and had sent him to live with Harold after Gottfried's drowning. Martin had missed the train to the family gathering, arriving late and stranded on the wrong side of the bridge. His alibi seemed solid. He couldn't have been on the island when Harriet vanished. But Blomkvist knew Martin had lied about not seeing Harriet that day. The photograph from Järnvägsgatan proved he had been there, face-to-face with her. The puzzle remained. How could Martin have harmed Harriet if he was trapped on the mainland? An accomplice seemed necessary. Anita Vanger? Back in the archive, Salander traced Gottfried's career trajectory. He had married Isabella after getting her pregnant in 1947, and Henrik had brought him into the main office at 22, grooming him for leadership. He was promoted to assistant head of development at 25. But in the mid-50s, his star dimmed. The drinking, the crumbling marriage, the troubled children. Henrik drew the line. Gottfried's role shifted to a more ceremonial one, traveling the country, opening factories, resolving disputes, projecting an image of caring management. He was the son sent out to listen. The connections multiplied. In Karlstad, a day after Gottfried negotiated a timber acquisition, a farmer's wife named Magda Lovisa Sjoberg was found murdered. In Uddevalla, in 1962, the local paper interviewed Gottfried about a harbor expansion on the same day Leah Persson vanished. When Lindgren tried to close the archive at 5:30, Salander snapped at her to leave the key and go. She wasn't finished. Lindgren, furious, called Frodo, who confirmed that Salander could stay as long as necessary. By 8:30, Salander had linked Gottfried to at least 5 of the 8 murders. The only gaps were 1949 and 1954. She studied a photograph of him, a handsome, dark-haired man resembling Clark Gable. The first murder had been in Hedestad, his home ground. Rebecca Jacobson had worked for the Vanger Corporation. Salander bit her lip. The problem was that Gottfried had drowned in 1965, while the last murder, Lena Andersson in Uppsala, occurred in February 1966. She briefly doubted her inclusion of that case, then dismissed the thought. The signature might differ, but the biblical parody was the same. They had to be connected. By 9 o'clock, darkness had fallen and a cool drizzle began. Blomkvist sat in the kitchen, drumming his fingers, when Martin Vanger's Volvo crossed the bridge and turned toward the point. The sight of the car crystallized his resolve. He wanted answers, wanted to confront Martin directly. It was reckless. If Martin was a murderer, as he suspected, a confrontation could be lethal. But the man didn't know Blomkvist had made the connection. He could approach with a pretext, returning the key to Gottfried's cabin. He locked the cottage and walked out toward the point. The village was dark. Harold's house was black. Henrik's showed only a single light where Anna had retired. Isabella's was dark. Cecilia's house was empty. Lights glowed in Alexander's upstairs windows, but the non-family houses were dark. He saw no one. He hesitated outside Martin's house and tried calling Salander again. Still no answer. He switched off his mobile to prevent it from ringing at an inopportune moment. Lights were on downstairs. He crossed the lawn, peering through windows, but saw no movement. Then he noticed the side door to the garage was slightly ajar. He knew he should stay away, but the temptation was too strong. Inside, on a carpenter's bench, lay an open box of rifle ammunition. On the floor beneath the bench sat 2 gasoline cans. The implications were chilling. Then a voice cut through the darkness. Martin had seen him. He emerged from a door leading into the house, calm and almost friendly, stating that Blomkvist simply couldn't stay away. He held out his left hand in a welcoming gesture, while his right hand revealed a dull metallic gleam, a Glock. He warned Blomkvist not to do anything stupid. At this range, he wouldn't miss. Blomkvist moved closer, meeting Martin's eyes, and admitted he had come because there were questions that needed answers. Martin Vanger guided him through the house, his hand a firm pressure on Blomkvist's shoulder, redirecting him away from the kitchen and toward a door on the right. The basement stairs descended into dimness, and as Blomkvist reached the halfway point, Martin flicked a switch, flooding the space with harsh light. The boiler room was to his right. Ahead, the faint scent of laundry. Martin steered him left, through a storage area cluttered with old furniture and boxes, to a steel security door at the back, secured with a deadbolt. Martin tossed him a set of keys and ordered him to open it. Blomkvist complied. Inside, Martin's voice came from behind him, directing him to the light switch on the left. He flipped it, and the room revealed itself. The space was a purpose-built chamber of horrors, roughly 10 by 20 feet, running along the north side of the house. Chains and metal eyelets anchored the ceiling and floor. A table with leather restraints stood ready. Video equipment dominated one corner, a makeshift studio for recording. At the back, a steel cage loomed. To the right of the door, a bench, a bed, and a television corner with a shelf of videos completed the tableau. The pistol was still trained on him. Martin ordered him to lie face down on the floor. Blomkvist refused. Martin calmly threatened to shoot him in the kneecap, aiming the weapon. Blomkvist saw no way out and obeyed. He had hoped for a moment of carelessness, a chance to act. He'd had one opportunity in the passage upstairs but had hesitated. Now, with Martin keeping his distance, any resistance would only end with a bullet. He lay flat. Martin approached, handcuffing his hands behind his back. Then the violence began. A vicious kick to the groin, followed by a flurry of punches. Blomkvist curled into a defensive ball, absorbing the blows as best he could. Martin oscillated between moments of unnatural calm and fits of wild pacing, his mood swinging like a pendulum. He continued his assault, kicking Blomkvist repeatedly. For the first half hour, Martin said nothing, locked in some private storm. Then he regained control. He looped a chain around Blomkvist's neck and secured it with a padlock to a metal eyelet on the floor, then left him alone for 15 minutes. When he returned, he carried a liter bottle of water and sat watching as Blomkvist drank. Blomkvist asked for water, and Martin allowed him a long, greedy drink. He thanked him. Martin laughed at his politeness, addressing him by that detested childhood nickname. Blomkvist asked why he was being beaten. Martin's anger flared again. He deserved punishment, he said. Why hadn't he simply gone home to Millennium? They could have made the magazine great together. Blomkvist shifted, trying to find comfort in his helpless position, and observed that the opportunity had passed. Martin laughed, confirming that Blomkvist understood he was going to die there. The questioning began. Martin wanted to know how he had been found. Blomkvist explained. Martin had lied about his whereabouts the day Harriet disappeared. He had been in Hedestad at the Children's Day parade, photographed looking at Harriet. Martin connected that to the Nordsjö trip, asking if that was why Blomkvist had gone there. Blomkvist confirmed it, describing the honeymoon couple who had taken the picture. Martin dismissed it as a lie. Blomkvist needed to buy time. He fabricated a story about the negative being in a safe deposit box at Handelsbanken, with copies distributed across computers and servers. Martin probed the credibility of the bluff, then turned his attention to Salander, demanding to know how much she knew. Blomkvist hesitated, calculating. He'd left the photograph of Martin in the padded jacket on the kitchen table. Would she make the connection? Would she come looking for him? The thought of her walking into this nightmare was unbearable. Martin pressed, his voice turning cold. Blomkvist answered, saying she knew almost as much as he did, perhaps even more. She was the one who had linked the crimes to Lena Andersson, the girl tortured and killed in Uppsala in 1966. Martin's reaction was one of genuine confusion. He seemed not to recognize the name. But his composure cracked, and Blomkvist pressed the point, insisting that it was over, that too many people knew. Martin began pacing again, processing the threat. He concluded Blomkvist was lying. Only he and Salander knew anything. If they'd talked, the police would have come. He spoke of burning the guest cottage to destroy the evidence. Blomkvist countered with the possibility that he was wrong, but Martin dismissed it, focusing instead on Salander as the weak link. Blomkvist lied, saying she had gone to Stockholm at lunchtime. Martin laughed, revealing that he knew she'd been at the Vanger Corporation archives all evening. The night watchman would call when she left. The trap was closing. Martin Vanger knelt and searched Blomkvist's pockets, retrieving the key to the cottage. He noted the new lock with approval, then stated his intention to deal with Blomkvist's girlfriend when she returned. Blomkvist forced himself to remember that Martin was a skilled negotiator, having already seen through one bluff. He asked the question that burned in his mind. Why all of this? Martin lifted his chin, forcing eye contact, and explained with chilling simplicity that women disappeared all the time. Immigrants, Russian prostitutes, people no one would miss. Thousands passed through Sweden every year. The words struck Blomkvist like a physical blow. This wasn't a historical mystery. Martin Vanger was actively murdering women in the present day. Martin continued, casually mentioning that while Blomkvist and Henrik had been talking that winter and spring, a Belarusian girl named Irina had been locked in the cage downstairs. He recalled it as a pleasant evening. Blomkvist closed his eyes, swallowing against the acid rising in his throat, the pain in his ribs and gut intensifying. He asked what Martin did with the bodies. Martin explained that he used his boat, docked just below the house, to take them far out to sea. Unlike his father, he left no traces. The pieces clicked into place. Gottfried Vanger from 1949 to 1965, then Martin from 1966 onward. Blomkvist observed that Martin admired his father. Martin confirmed it. His father had taught him, initiating him at 14. Blomkvist named Uddevalla, Leah Person. Martin acknowledged it, saying he'd been there, watching. Then Ronneby, Sarah Witt, 1964. Martin was 16, he said, the first time he'd had a woman, and he was the one who strangled her. The boasting was sickening. Blomkvist told him he couldn't comprehend how demented this was. Martin dismissed him as an ordinary person, incapable of understanding the godlike power of absolute control over life and death. He didn't see himself as a serial murderer, he claimed, but more as a serial rapist and kidnapper. The killing was a necessary consequence, the end of a long process. The real fascination, he explained, was watching the disappointment on his victims' faces when they realized that their compliance, their adaptation to his rules, meant nothing. He leaned against the cage, elaborating on the science of the hunt, the careful planning, the mapping of a victim's life, the meticulous details required to make contact without leaving a trace. Blomkvist wanted him to stop talking, but Martin pressed on, asking if he was interested. He stroked Blomkvist's cheek with a tenderness that was almost sexual, then offered him a cigarette. Blomkvist accepted, and Martin placed one between his lips, allowing him a long drag. The casual thank you that followed made Martin laugh. Blomkvist was already adapting, he said, learning to submit, using reason and manners to improve his situation. Blomkvist nodded, his heart pounding painfully in his chest. At 11:15, Salander finished her water and continued turning pages. The staff newsletters had consumed 2 hours of her time. She was working through Company Information, a propaganda-filled publication from the Vanger Corporation's advertising department. One feature from February 1967 caught her attention. Henrik Vanger had invited 50 employees and their families to a skiing holiday in Härjedalen, celebrating record profits. The PR department had produced a picture report. One image showed a ceremony on the hotel terrace, where Ulla-Britt Mogren was named Best Office Worker of the Year. Among the 20 people in the shot, standing on the far right just behind Henrik, was a man with long blonde hair, wearing a dark padded jacket with a distinctive shoulder patch. The caption identified him. Martin Vanger, 19, studying in Uppsala, already seen as a rising star in the company's management. "Gotcha," she murmured. She left the newsletter scattered across the desk and exited through a side door into the car park. She remembered she'd promised to tell the night watchman when she left, but his office was on the far side of the building and she decided against the detour. Before putting on her helmet, she turned on her mobile and tried Blomkvist's number. It was unreachable. She noticed he'd called her 13 times between 3:30 and 9 o'clock, but nothing in the last 2 hours. She tried the cottage. No answer. She strapped on her computer, donned her helmet, and kicked the motorcycle to life. The ride to Hedeby Island took 10 minutes. A light was on in the kitchen. She checked Frodo's house from the bridge. It was dark. The time was 11:40. Inside the cottage, she retrieved the 2 surveillance PCs from the wardrobe and began reviewing the footage. Blomkvist had entered at 15:32. He'd taken coffee to the garden at 16:03, studying a folder and making 3 brief calls she hadn't answered. He'd left at 17:21, returning less than 15 minutes later. At 18:20, he went to the gate, looking toward the bridge. At 21:03, he left again. He hadn't returned. She switched to the camera covering the gate and road. The footage showed Nilsson coming home at 19:12, the Östergarden Saab heading toward Hedestad at 19:42 and returning at 20:02. At 2100 hours, Martin Vanger's car passed by. 3 minutes later, Blomkvist left the house. The surveillance footage showed Martin Vanger approaching the cottage at 21:50. He stood at the gate for over a minute, studying the house, peering through the kitchen window. He tried the door with a key, discovering the new lock. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and left. A cold knot of fear tightened in Salander's gut. Down in the basement, Blomkvist remained chained to the floor, his hands cuffed behind him, neck tethered to an eyelet. The cuffs were too tight, his hands had gone numb. He closed his eyes, waiting. Martin returned, looking worried. He asked if Blomkvist was uncomfortable. Blomkvist admitted he was. Martin blamed him for not returning to Stockholm. The conversation turned to the nature of Martin's crimes. He spoke of murder as a choice, reducing human beings to mere biological containers. Blomkvist pressed him. Why Harriet? His own sister? Martin's composure cracked. He grabbed Blomkvist by the hair, demanding to know what had happened to her, what Blomkvist and Salander had uncovered. The chain tightened around Blomkvist's neck as he gasped for air. Martin released him, sat cross-legged and produced a knife, pressing the point just below Blomkvist's eye. Blomkvist forced himself to meet Martin's gaze, insisting he didn't understand. He had thought Martin was the killer. Martin stared at him, then relaxed, pacing the room laughing. He explained that they had tried to bring Harriet into their world. She had been under his control, but she planned to tell Henrik. He had wanted to kill her, but he arrived too late, trapped on the mainland. The revelation hit Blomkvist like a physical blow. Martin didn't know what had happened to his sister. The overload of information was dizzying. Martin glanced at his phone, set it aside, and announced it was time to finish things. He intended to deal with Salander that night too. He produced a leather strap, fashioned it into a noose, and tightened it around Blomkvist's neck, forcing him to stand on tiptoe. He adjusted it, ensuring Blomkvist wouldn't suffocate too quickly. Then he stripped off Blomkvist's trousers and cut away his shirt, stepping back to observe his victim. Martin spoke of never having had a boy in his chamber before, except for his father. That had been his duty. He gripped the strap, pulling it tighter, leaning in, and then a cold voice cut through the room. Salander stood in the doorway, her voice flat and menacing. She had a monopoly on Blomkvist in this place. Martin turned, reaching for the pistol on the chair. Salander closed the distance in 3 swift strides, swinging a golf club. The iron caught him on the collarbone, and something cracked audibly. He howled in pain. "Do you like pain, creep?" she snarled. Her face was a mask of predatory fury, teeth bared, eyes black and glittering. She struck again, catching him in the ribs. He stumbled over the chair, the pistol skittering across the floor. She kicked it away. A third blow caught him on the hip as he tried to rise. A fourth between his shoulder blades. Blomkvist rasped her name, his vision swimming. His face was crimson, eyes bulging, tongue protruding. Salander saw the knife on the floor, glanced at Martin attempting to crawl away, and abandoned the golf club. She snatched the knife and began sawing at the leather strap. It took agonizing seconds before Blomkvist crumpled to the floor, the noose still tight around his neck. She worked her fingers under it, slipping the knife blade underneath, scoring his skin as she expanded the noose. At last it loosened, and Blomkvist drew a ragged, shaking breath. For a fleeting moment, his senses sharpened to an unbearable intensity. Every speck of dust, every breath, the smell of Salander's sweat and leather. Then the illusion shattered as blood rushed to his head. Salander turned to see Martin disappearing through the door. She grabbed the pistol, checked the magazine, and flicked off the safety. Her eyes found the handcuff keys on the table. She announced she was going after him and tossed the keys backhanded to the floor beside Blomkvist. He tried to shout for her to wait, but only a rasp emerged. She was already gone. She moved through the house, pistol ready, listening. No sound. She reached the kitchen just as she heard a car engine start in the courtyard. Taillights passed Henrik's house and turned toward the bridge. She ran, stuffing the pistol in her pocket, abandoning her helmet as she kick-started the motorcycle. Seconds later, she was crossing the bridge. At the roundabout leading to the E4, she had a 90-second head start. She braked, killed the engine, and listened. The sky was heavy with clouds. A hint of dawn glowed on the horizon. She heard an engine, glimpsed taillights on the E4 heading south. She kicked the bike into gear and raced under the viaduct, hitting 40 miles per hour through the curve. Accelerating to full speed, she pushed the lightweight machine to 90 miles per hour on the downhill ridge. After 2 minutes, she spotted his lights about 600 yards ahead. She began calculating, analyzing her options. She eased the throttle back, matching his pace at a steady 75. He vanished from sight through a series of bends, then emerged onto a long straight where she closed the gap to 200 yards. He must have caught her headlight in his mirror because he surged forward as they entered another curve. She accelerated, but the tight corners cost her ground. A truck's headlights appeared ahead. Martin saw them too and pushed his car faster, swerving into the oncoming lane. The truck swerved, its lights flashing wildly, but the collision was inevitable. The crash was devastating. Salander braked hard as the trailer began to jackknife across her lane. In the 2 seconds it took her to reach the wreck, she accelerated and steered onto the hard shoulder, missing the careening trailer by a few feet. Flames licked the front of the truck. She rode another 150 yards before stopping and turning back. The truck driver was climbing out of his cab. She accelerated again, turned left at Oakerby a mile south, and took the old parallel road north. From the rise, she could see the scene. 2 cars had stopped, flames boiling from Martin's car, wedged under the truck. A man was spraying a small extinguisher at the fire. Soon she was rolling across the bridge at low speed. She parked outside the cottage and walked back to Martin Vanger's house. Mikael was still struggling with the handcuffs, his numb fingers unable to grip the key. Salander unlocked them and held him as circulation returned to his hands. He asked about Martin in a hoarse whisper. She told him Martin was dead. He'd driven head-on into a truck a few miles south on the E4. Blomkvist stared at her, stunned by the brevity of the chase. He whispered that they needed to call the police, then broke into a coughing fit. She asked simply, "Why?" For 10 minutes he couldn't stand. Naked on the floor, he leaned against the wall, massaging his neck, fumbling with a water bottle. Salander waited, thinking, until his fingers began to work again. She told him to put his trousers on and began wiping fingerprints from the handcuffs, the knife, and the golf club using his shredded t-shirt. He asked what she was doing. She urged him to dress quickly. Dawn was approaching. He managed to pull on his boxers and jeans, his trainers. She stuffed his socks into her pocket and stopped him, asking what he'd touched in the basement. He thought back. Only the door and the keys. She wiped them clean, then the door handle and the switch, killing the light. She helped him up the stairs and left him in the passage while she returned the golf club to its place. When she came back, she carried a dark t-shirt that had belonged to Martin Vanger. She told him to put it on so no one would see his bare chest. Blomkvist was in shock, following her instructions without question. She led him out of the house, her grip steady on him all the way. Once inside the cottage, she stopped him and laid out their story. If anyone asked, they'd been out for a nighttime walk by the point, and they'd had sex there. He began to protest, but she cut him off, ordering him into the shower. She helped him undress and guided him to the bathroom. She made coffee and thick sandwiches while he showered. When he limped back into the kitchen, she studied his injuries. Bruises and scrapes covering his body, a dark red mark around his neck from the noose, a bloody gash on his left side from the knife. She told him to get into bed, then improvised bandages for the wound. She poured coffee and handed him a sandwich. He said he wasn't hungry. She insisted he eat, and he forced himself to take a bite, his throat too raw to swallow easily. She fetched tiger balm from her bag, ordered him to lie face down, and massaged his back and limbs with the liniment. When she turned him over and repeated the treatment, she warned him he'd be bruised for a while. He tried again to raise the issue of calling the police. She refused outright, her vehemence startling him. If he called them, she would leave. Martin Vanger was dead in a car accident, with witnesses. Let the police discover the torture chamber on their own. They would know nothing about it. He asked why. She ignored him, continuing to massage his aching thighs. He pressed the point, and she threatened to drag him back to Martin's grotto and chain him up again if he didn't stop. As she spoke, Blomkvist fell asleep, as sudden and complete as if he'd lost consciousness. Blomkvist jolted awake at dawn, his hands flying to his neck as if to tear away a phantom noose. Salander was there, gripping his wrists, holding him still until his eyes focused on her face. He mumbled something about her golf skills, then drifted back into unconsciousness. She stayed with him until his breathing steadied. While he slept, she had returned to Martin's basement to document the scene. Beyond the torture implements, she discovered a collection of violent pornography and Polaroid albums. No diary, but 2 A4 binders filled with passport photos and handwritten notes about women. She'd gathered them, along with Martin's Dell laptop from the hall table. By 6 a.m., after hours of examination, she lit a cigarette, the weight of what they'd found settling on her. They had come hunting a historical serial killer and uncovered something far worse. Martin had been killing women since the 60s, averaging 1 or 2 victims annually for the past 15 years. The killings were so methodical, so discreet, that no one had suspected a pattern. The binders revealed the truth. His victims were often immigrants, prostitutes, social outcasts, women who would not be missed. From her readings on sadistic psychology, Salander knew that such killers often collected souvenirs. Martin had created a death book, cataloging and grading his victims, describing their suffering, documenting everything with video and photographs. But she concluded that the hunt itself was his primary drive. His laptop contained a database of over 100 women, employees, waitresses, hotel receptionists, clerks, secretaries, any woman he'd ever encountered. He had killed only a fraction, but all were potential prey. The cataloging was obsessive, a consuming hobby. A small envelope in one of the binders yielded 2 faded Polaroids. A dark-haired girl with her torso bare, face turned away as if surprised, and another of her lying naked on a blue bedspread. Salander pocketed the envelope, then carried the binders to the wood stove and burned them. Later, under the cover of rain, she knelt by the bridge as if tying her shoe and dropped Martin's laptop into the water. At 7:30, Frodo arrived, his face ashen. Salander sat at the kitchen table, smoking and drinking coffee. He asked where Mikael was. She told him he was asleep. He sank heavily onto a chair. She poured him coffee. He delivered the news of Martin's death. She replied flatly that it was sad, then added that Martin had crashed. How annoying. Frodo stared at her, uncomprehending. She explained the official version. Martin had committed suicide, driven by stress and a floundering empire. Frodo looked ready to collapse. He hurried to the bedroom to check on Blomkvist, saw the bruises and the mark of the noose, and recoiled. Salander pulled him away, closing the door. She laid out the night's events in clipped, precise terms. Martin's chamber, the noose, her discovery in the archives, the connection to Gottfried and at least 7 murders. Frodo listened, his face draining of color. When she finished, he asked what they were going to do. She told him that was not for her to say. She had never set foot in Hedestad, she insisted. If her name appeared anywhere, she would deny everything. He didn't understand. She told him he didn't need to. He asked what he should do. She told him to leave her and Mikael out of it. The only thing he knew was that Martin had died in a car accident. He had no knowledge of the basement or the horrors it contained. She put the key on the table, giving him time before anyone else discovered the room. He argued they had to go to the police. She told him that was his decision alone. He insisted the truth couldn't be buried. She countered that the bodies were gone, though passports or IDs might remain, and videotapes might identify some victims. He didn't need to decide today. Frodo wavered, the weight of the company's fate pressing on him. If the truth came out, it would be the death blow for the Vanger Corporation, devastating countless families. Salander pointed out that Isabella Vanger would be the first to discover her son's hobby if she inherited. Frodo mentioned he had to see. She cut him off, urging him to stay away from the room that day. There were other matters to handle, telling Henrik, calling a board meeting. Frodo felt his world tilt. Here he was, an old attorney accustomed to solving problems, taking orders from a young woman who had seized control with a clarity he couldn't match. He asked about Harriet. Salander said they weren't finished yet, but he could tell Henrik that she thought they were going to solve it. Blomkvist woke to the 9 o'clock news, Martin's death leading the broadcast. The reports were sparse. The industrialist had inexplicably crossed into oncoming traffic at high speed alone in his car. Local radio focused on the company's precarious future, the weight of 3,000 Hedestad jobs hanging in the balance. A lunchtime wire service update painted a grim picture. A town in shock. A CEO dead. His predecessor seriously ill. No natural heir. The timing couldn't have been worse. He could have gone to the police, but Salander had already set events in motion. Each passing hour made that choice harder. He spent the morning in silence, watching rain streak the windows. By lunchtime, the weather cleared, and he sat in the garden with coffee, his collar turned up to hide the marks on his neck. Cars gathered outside Isabella's house as the family arrived to offer condolences. Salander watched without emotion. She asked how he was feeling. He admitted he was still in shock, reliving the helplessness, the certainty of death. He thanked her, placing a hand on her knee. She smiled crookedly, then chided him for tackling Martin alone. He countered that waiting for the police would have cost him his life. He wouldn't let Martin kill him. She asked why he didn't want to talk to the authorities. He said he never did. She pressed for a reason. He deflected, saying it was his business, and warned that going to the police would brand him as the journalist stripped naked by a serial killer. She let the subject drop. She raised the remaining problem, Harriet. Salander placed the 2 Polaroids on the table, explaining where she'd found them. Blomkvist studied them, uncertain but noting the resemblance in body shape and hair to the images he'd seen. They spent an hour piecing together the details, each independently identifying Martin as the missing link. Salander explained how she'd found him. She'd reviewed the surveillance footage, deduced something was wrong, and approached Martin's house from the shore, checking windows before climbing through an open balcony door. She'd moved cautiously, room by room, eventually finding the basement stairs. Martin had left the torture chamber door ajar, allowing her to see the situation clearly. Blomkvist asked how much of Martin's confession she'd heard. She'd arrived during his questioning about Harriet just before the noose. She'd left briefly to find a weapon. He told her Martin had no idea what had happened to Harriet. She questioned his belief, but he insisted Martin's confessions to other crimes were genuine. He'd wanted to impress him. But on Harriet, Martin had been as desperate as Henrik for answers. They traced the timeline. Gottfried responsible for the first series of murders from 1949 to 1965, bringing Martin into the fold. Salander pointed out that Gottfried had assaulted both his children. Blomkvist noted the pattern. Gottfried the teacher, Martin the pupil, Harriet their plaything. Salander observed that Gottfried had taught Martin to assault his sister, the Polaroids showing her turning away from the camera. Blomkvist speculated it started when Harriet was 14 in 1964. She had defended herself, couldn't accept it, and planned to tell Henrik. Martin had followed his father's lead, and together they'd formed a pact, trying to initiate Harriet into their world. Salander's eyes hardened, dismissing any sympathy for Martin. He'd had the same chance as anyone to choose differently. Blomkvist acknowledged the point, but noted the influence of upbringing. Gottfried had been beaten by his own father, a Nazi. Salander rejected the excuse outright. Abuse didn't give anyone the right to murder. People made their own choices. Blomkvist raised a hand to stop the argument, focusing on the facts. Martin was 17 when Gottfried died, and he continued the pattern, starting in Uppsala in February 1966. He speculated about Gottfried's motivations, some biblical gibberish, punishment and purification, but concluded it didn't matter. Gottfried was a serial killer who cloaked his actions in pseudo-religion. Martin was more organized, more systematic, and shrewder than his father, who left bodies that invited investigation. Salander noted that Martin built his house in the 70s. Blomkvist recalled Henrik mentioning 1978. Martin had likely ordered a soundproofed, windowless room with a steel door. He'd had that chamber for 25 years. The silence stretched as Blomkvist imagined the atrocities committed there. Salander had seen the videotapes. Blomkvist touched his neck unconsciously, thinking about Gottfried's hatred of women and his attempt to instill it in his son. Martin had said, We tried to talk to her, but she was just an ordinary cunt. She was planning to tell Henrik. Salander had heard that too. She noted it meant they knew what Harriet's aborted conversation with Henrik was about. Blomkvist questioned the chronology. They didn't know when Gottfried first raped his son, but he'd taken Martin to Uddevalla in 1962. He drowned in 1965. Before that, he and Martin had tried to talk to Harriet. Salander confirmed Gottfried assaulted Harriet as well. Blomkvist painted the picture. Gottfried the teacher, Martin the pupil, Harriet their plaything. Salander pointed at the Polaroids, noting Harriet's attempt to hide from the camera. Blomkvist suggested it started when she was 14, in 1964. She had defended herself, couldn't accept it, and that's what she was planning to tell Henrik. Martin followed his father's orders, and the pact formed, trying to draw Harriet into their twisted fold. The conversation turned analytical, dissecting the timeline of Harriet's torment. He recalled that Henrik had intervened in the winter of 1964, sensing the dysfunction in Harriet's home and mistakenly attributing it to the marital strife between her parents. His intention had been to provide her with a sanctuary for her studies. She pointed out that this well-meaning act had inadvertently created a significant barrier for Gottfried and Martin, making it far more difficult for them to access or control her. When he pressed for the location of the assaults, they both agreed it must have been the isolated cabin, the perfect setting for such horrors, where her father had ultimately met his banal, drunken end. He reasoned that while Gottfried had attempted to assault Harriet, he likely hadn't involved her in the murders themselves. He realized the theory had a flaw, a gap in the logic. Her obsessive notation of the victims' names and Bible verses didn't appear until the final year of her life, after Gottfried was already dead. He paused, trying to force the pieces to align. He suggested that she must have discovered the truth about her father's crimes, the incest and the serial murders, at some point along the way. They conceded they couldn't pinpoint when that discovery occurred, perhaps just before Gottfried's death, or later if she found incriminating journals or press clippings. Something had set her on his trail. He was certain, however, that her threat to expose the family secret wasn't about the murders. It was about Martin, the abuser who continued his father's legacy of torment. A whole year had passed before she took any action, a period of silent contemplation. He asked what anyone would do if they learned their father was a murderer who had been raping his own son. Her response was chilling in its calm finality. She would kill him. He remembered her face in that dark basement, a grim, joyless smile forming as he acknowledged that Harriet was different. She hadn't acted, and by the time she might have, fate had intervened. With Gottfried gone, her mother had sent Martin away to Uppsala, granting her a year of relative distance and peace, a reprieve she used to delve into the Bible. He proposed that her sudden religiosity wasn't a spiritual calling, but rather a desperate attempt to understand the dark legacy her father had left behind, a way to make sense of the horror. She had brooded over this knowledge for months, until the Children's Day celebration in 1966. On that day, she saw her brother in Hedestad, and the sight of him ignited a primal urge to flee to Henrik and confess the entire sordid truth. And then she vanished. After the discussion, they packed their belongings with a sense of urgency. He placed a call to Frodo, explaining they needed to leave for a while but insisting he speak with Henrik first. The strain in the lawyer's voice was palpable, and he worried about the old man's fragile state. Frodo assured him he had only relayed the news of Martin's car accident. The storm had returned with a vengeance as he parked at the hospital. He made a dash through the downpour, the thunder a low rumble overhead. He found Henrik dressed in a bathrobe by the window, a ghost of his former self but with a hint of color returning to his face. They shook hands, and he requested privacy from the attending nurse. The old man accused him of avoidance. He didn't deny it. The family was in turmoil. Everyone gathered at Isabella's house to mourn, and his presence would only be a provocation. When the conversation turned to Martin, the frail patriarch's sorrow was evident. He confronted his employer with a brutal question. After all these years of chasing a phantom, Was he truly prepared for the pain of the truth? The old man's eyes widened in grim realization that his nephew was somehow entangled in this dark history. But he held firm. He had to know that was the purpose of the whole endeavor. He promised he knew the outline of what happened to Harriet, but one final piece was missing. When Henrik demanded to hear it, he demurred, insisting he needed time to work it all out. He left the old man with a promise. He would return with the full story. They drove south through the relentless downpour, the rain so heavy he could barely see the asphalt. Seeking refuge, they pulled into a petrol station, waiting for the worst of the storm to pass. They arrived in Stockholm later that evening, and he dropped her off at the tunnelbana before heading to his unfamiliar apartment. He busied himself with housework, a mindless task to quiet his thoughts, while she went to see her contact in Sundbyberg. She returned late, methodically inspecting every corner of his space before she stood by the window, lost in thought, gazing out at the city lights. The quiet was broken only by the soft rustle of clothes as they undressed and slipped into a restless sleep. By noon the following day, they had landed at Gatwick, the English weather mirroring their own mood. He had booked them into a decent hotel near Hyde Park, a step up from the usual budget accommodations he suffered on his trips. Later that afternoon, they were standing at the bar when a young man approached. He was almost bald with a blonde beard, dressed in worn jeans and an oversized jacket. The exchange of code names, her Wasp, his Trinity, was a mere formality. The man's partner, Bob the dog, waited in a beat-up VW van around the corner, and they quickly piled into the back, taking seats on the folding chairs. As the van wove through London traffic, the exchange was brief, a confirmation that the job involved wiretapping and email interception. She gestured toward him, asking if the task was possible. The reply was a confident affirmation. Anita Vanger lived in a charming terrace house in St. Albans. They watched from the van as she arrived home, waited for her to settle, and finally approached. The woman who answered the door was a near mirror image of Cecilia. He introduced himself, invoking Henrik's name and confirming she knew of Martin's death. Her shift from mild curiosity to guarded wariness was immediate. She was aware of who he was, but her uncle's authority compelled her to open the door. He noticed a signed Zorn lithograph in the cozy room. He apologized for the intrusion, explaining he was in the area. When he asked if she'd be attending the funeral, she declined bluntly, citing a long-standing estrangement from Martin and a busy schedule. He took a different tactic, directly stating it was time for the truth about what happened to Harriet. She feigned ignorance. He countered, revealing he knew she was the confidant Harriet had turned to, and that he had photographic proof of her presence in Harriet's room on the day of the disappearance, contradicting her original testimony to the inspector. The threat was clear. Soon he would report to Henrik, and it would be better for her to speak first. Her reply was a curt, immediate demand for him to leave. He rose from his chair, the finality of her dismissal hanging in the air. He warned that this conversation was inevitable, that eventually she would have no choice but to speak. She countered with a flat refusal, stating there was nothing to say. He pressed on, observing that her move to London was a flight from two men, her father and Martin. This meant she knew the truth about Martin, and only one person could have confided in her. The question hung in the air. What had she done with that awful knowledge? The response was a door slammed in his face. A few yards away, hidden inside the van, she wore a satisfied smirk as she meticulously removed the tiny microphone from his shirt. She announced that their subject had been quick to panic, reaching for the phone almost immediately after slamming the door. The technician confirmed the call was routed to Australia and moved to trace the exact location. He was asked if he wanted to hear the recording. He nodded, his mind already racing through the implications of the time difference. The line connected after a long pause. A voice, hurried and anxious, delivered the news of Martin's death. The reply was a brief, chilling word that sounded like approval. The caller then explained the predicament. A journalist was in St. Albans, asking pointed questions about 1966. The response from the other end was a sharp, decisive command to end the conversation, to cease all contact, and to communicate only in writing. The call was terminated abruptly. His companion's assessment was a single sharp word of praise for the woman on the other end of the line. They returned to the hotel, and he arranged their travel onward. Soon, they had a confirmed booking on a flight to Melbourne, with a stopover in Singapore. The next morning, they wandered through the city, a rare moment of calm. They stopped for coffee, enjoying the rhythm of the foreign streets. By mid-afternoon, they were back at the hotel to collect their bags. As he settled the bill, she checked her phone and her face went slack. She had received an urgent message from her employer. He watched her move to a payphone in the lobby, and the instant she turned to him, he saw the awful news in her frozen expression. She delivered it without preamble. Her mother was dead, and she had to leave. The grief was so raw, it silenced him. He reached for her, a clumsy gesture of comfort, but she pushed him away, recoiling from the sympathy. They sat in the hotel bar, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. He offered to cancel the trip, to go back with her. She refused, her voice firm. The work was too important to abandon. They parted ways outside the hotel, each heading to a different airport, the chasm of separate journeys opening before them. The journey across the vast Australian landscape was a study in isolation. He chose to drive the remaining distance from Alice Springs rather than charter a plane, the red dirt road stretching endlessly ahead. At the airport, a contact from his companion's network had left a package containing crucial information. The number traced back to a sprawling agricultural empire called Cochrane Farm, a sheep station of immense scale. He reviewed the details. The millions of sheep, the billions in exports, the history of the Cochrane family. The property had passed to a Spencer Cochrane in 1972, and upon his death in 1994, the farm was managed by his widow. A grainy photograph showed a blonde woman shearing a sheep, her face partially obscured. A note confirmed the couple had married in Italy in 1971, and her name was Anita Cochrane. He spent the night in a dusty outpost, the kind of place that seemed to exist only to remind travelers of how far they were from anywhere. The local pub offered a simple meal of roast mutton, and he drank with the men, who all addressed him with the casual familiarity of the bush. Before he slept, he made a call to his editor in New York, his voice apologetic for the long silence. The news of Martin Vanger's death had clearly traveled fast, and his absence was a source of mounting frustration and confusion. He explained his location, the remoteness of his task, and promised it was nearly complete. The revelation that he was in the Australian outback was met with stunned silence. He reached his destination at noon, only to be told his quarry was 75 miles further west. By late afternoon, he found her at a remote sheep station, parked among a group of weathered ranchers. He asked for Anita Cochrane, and the group's attention shifted to a muscular, shirtless young man with a wide-brimmed hat who was clearly in charge. The man pointed him toward a distant location, but gave his rental car a dismissive look, offering a ride in his own robust Jeep instead. As they drove, the young man, Jeff, explained his role as Stud's manager, a kind of financial overseer of the sheep. The terrain grew treacherous, and he was grateful for the Jeep's capability. They descended into a ravine, and Jeff recounted the scale of the operation. Thousands of sheep in the district and tens of thousands across the country. Emerging onto a gentler landscape, they encountered a grim scene. Shots rang out, and he saw the carcasses of sheep and burning pyres. Ranch hands were systematically culling the flock due to a contagious epidemic. The sight of the sacrificial animals was an unwelcome echo of the horrors he had been investigating. Then he saw her. A woman with short blonde hair, her face streaked with sweat and dirt. The Jeep stopped, and he stepped out. In her native tongue, he identified himself and reminded her of a distant summer when she had been his babysitter. Recognition flickered in her eyes, a mixture of shock and dawning memory. The men around her, sensing her distress, tensed, ready to protect her. But she waved them off, a gesture of control, and met his gaze. He explained his purpose, insisting he was not an enemy. She led him to a canvas camp, a makeshift oasis in the harsh landscape. She washed the grime from her face and offered him a beer. The conversation began hesitantly, with questions about the slaughtered sheep, but soon turned to the reason for his presence. He delivered the news of her brother's death, and she confirmed she had already heard. He revealed how he had tracked her, explaining the wiretap and his own near-fatal encounter with Martin, showing her the angry red scar on his neck as proof of the violence that had nearly claimed him. Her eyes burned with a complex mix of emotions. She asked him to start from the beginning, and he spent the next hour recounting the entire story. His assignment from Henrik, the decades of investigation, and the photograph that had unraveled the mystery of her disappearance and its horrific aftermath. As the sun set and the men gathered around fires, they ate a simple meal in the encroaching darkness. He noticed Jeff hovering close, a watchful presence. When his story finally ended, she sat in silence for a long time, absorbing the weight of it all. When she spoke, she admitted a cold truth. She had been relieved when her father died, and she was glad Martin was gone. The story was almost complete, but one question still hung in the air. How did he know she was alive? He explained that once they understood the mechanics of the disappearance, the rest had followed logically. To vanish, she would have needed help, and Anita was the only possible accomplice. She had been her closest confidant, had spent the summer with her, and crucially, had just gotten her driver's license. He held her gaze, waiting for a reaction. She asked what he planned to do now. He answered without hesitation. Henrik deserved the truth. She pressed further, bringing up his profession. He dismissed her concern, admitting he had already broken so many ethical rules that one more transgression wouldn't matter. He tried to lighten the mood, but she remained serious, asking how many others knew. He listed the few people aware of her existence. She stared into the darkness, weighing her options, and he couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability, his eyes briefly noting the rifle nearby. He changed the subject, asking how she had ended up in Australia. She explained the escape. She had lain on the floor of Anita's car, covered by a blanket. She had gone to Anita on the island, desperate to flee, and her friend had never faltered. She recounted staying in Stockholm, using Anita's passport and money, and dyeing her hair blonde to assume her identity. She had spent years in an Italian convent, not as a nun, but as a paying guest seeking peace. Then she met Spencer Cochran, a recent Oxford graduate hitchhiking through Europe. They fell in love, married, and she became Anita Vanger legally. She had no regrets. He had been a wonderful man, and his death 8 years ago had left her the sole owner of the station. He questioned how she could have maintained the deception with two women using the same identity. She explained that the separation of countries and the simple fact that the Australian Anita was married and the London one was not was enough to keep the systems from connecting. The only risk would have been if the real Anita had wanted to marry, as her own marriage had to be registered in Swedish records. But she hadn't, a sacrifice made out of loyalty. He asked about Anita's presence in her room that day. She recalled that her fear of Martin had been a constant pressure, pushed aside only by his distance in Uppsala. But seeing him in Hedestad shattered that fragile peace, forcing her to confront the fact that she would never be safe. She had been paralyzed between the impulse to confess to Henrik and the urge to simply disappear. The accident on the bridge was a blur to her. She was consumed by her own crisis. It was only when she ran into Anita, staying with Gerda and Alexander, that she made her final decision. She holed up in Anita's room, and her friend retrieved her diary and some clothes. He observed that Anita couldn't resist peeking out at the chaos, but his real question was why she hadn't gone to Henrik for help. He was certain Henrik would have protected her, removing Martin from her life. She challenged him. He still didn't understand. He had been hinting at Gottfried's abuse of Martin, carefully avoiding her own role. He finally stated the conclusion directly. Gottfried had molested Martin and, he suspected, had also molested her. The word hung in the air. She buried her face in her hands, and her son, Jeff, was instantly at her side. She reassured him and, to his surprise, stood and embraced the young man, turning to introduce him as her oldest son. She had other children as well. With Jeff dismissed, she seemed to shed the weight of a lifetime of lies. She spoke of her acceptance that it was all over, that she had been waiting for this moment. The statute of limitations protected her, and she no longer cared what people thought. He was confused. She hadn't committed a crime. She looked at him, expecting him to understand. She recalled the desperate fear of a 16-year-old, the shame, the isolation. Anita knew about the sexual assaults, but not that her father was a serial killer. She had confessed only one crime to Anita, the one so horrible she couldn't even tell Henrik about it. He tried to absolve her, saying it wasn't her fault. She agreed that her father's actions were monstrous, but she was trapped. She had to maintain a facade of normalcy, always ensuring she wasn't alone with him. Her mother knew everything, but chose to ignore it. She was incapable of acknowledging the dysfunction in her life or anyone else's. He remarked that he had met Isabella and understood. She confirmed her mother's willful blindness and the strange absence of any real relationship between her parents, held together by inertia and fear. He said she had been through hell. She told him the full extent of it. Her father had raped her for a year, starting when she was 14. He would take her to his cabin, and Martin was often there. He forced both of them to do things with him, even holding her arms while Martin had his way with her. When her father died, Martin simply stepped into the role, expecting her submission. She had no choice but to obey, constantly maneuvering to avoid being alone with him. He insisted Henrik would have helped, but she cut him off. He still didn't understand. She leaned in and told him that all the cards were on the table. He would have to work out the rest. She got up to retrieve more beers. When she returned, he said a single name, Gottfried. She nodded. On that August night in 1965, her father had forced her to the cabin. He had been drinking, and when he failed to rape her, he flew into a rage, urinating on her. Then he boasted about the women he had killed, quoting from the Bible for an hour, a display of pure insanity. She didn't understand half of it, but she knew he was sick. Around midnight, he had a fit of rage, put a t-shirt around her neck, and choked her until she blacked out. He had been trying to kill her, and that night he had finally fully raped her. The memory of that night poured out of her, a torrent of horror he wished he could stop. She had managed to break free from her father's grip, leaping from the loft and fleeing naked into the darkness, her flight ending at the jetty by the water. He came staggering after her, drunk and enraged. She had been strong enough to shove him into the water, using an oar to hold him under until he stopped struggling. It hadn't taken long. The silence that followed her confession was absolute. Then she saw Martin. He had been watching, spying on the scene. His expression was a mixture of terror and a ghastly grin. From that moment, she was completely at his mercy. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back to the cabin, to her father's bed, where he tied her up and raped her while their father's body still floated in the water. She had been unable to resist. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed with shame for having pursued this truth. But she continued, her voice gaining strength. From that day on, she was his prisoner, paralyzed by fear and submission. The only thing that saved her sanity was the decision, whether by her mother's design or her uncle's, to send Martin away to Uppsala. It was a way to solve the problem, to remove him from her immediate life, and Martin was bitterly disappointed. For the next year, he was only home for the Christmas holiday, and she managed to avoid him, even accompanying Henrik on a trip to Copenhagen. During the summer, Anita was there, a constant shield against him. Until she saw him on Järnvägsgatan, she had been told he wouldn't be at the family gathering, but he was there, on the other side of the street, staring at her with a smile that felt like a nightmare. She had murdered her father, and she realized she would never be free of her brother. She had considered suicide, but chose instead to flee. She looked at him with a strange relief, the weight of the truth finally lifted. Now he knew everything. He collected her from her apartment and drove her to the crematorium, staying close throughout the sparse ceremony. They were joined only by a pastor until her employer slipped in, standing behind her with a hand on her shoulder, a gesture she acknowledged without turning. The service was a silent ordeal. She refused to engage with the pastor's attempts at consolation, her gaze unwavering and empty. When it ended, she left without a word. The two men exchanged a look of shared concern. Her employer warned him to watch over her, a responsibility he readily accepted. She was silent for most of the journey back north. Only after they had passed Uppsala did she ask about his trip. He recounted Harriet's story, the full, grim history. Her response was a single, harsh word of condemnation for the woman who had fled. She argued that Harriet's inaction in 1966 had allowed Martin's killing spree to continue for decades. He tried to explain Harriet's position. She knew of her father's crimes, but had no idea Martin was involved, and she had been fleeing a brother who had raped her and threatened to expose her own crime. She dismissed his reasoning as nonsense. The silence returned, heavy and unyielding. He dropped her at the turnoff, asking her to wait for him. Her questions were terse, edged with a coldness he didn't understand. When he tried to embrace her, she shoved him away violently. He stepped back, stating simply that he was her friend. Her response was a brutal, mocking question that hung in the air, reducing their connection to a transaction. He held her gaze for a long moment, then got back in the car. He told her that if she felt otherwise, she didn't need to be there when he returned. At the hospital, he found Henrik sitting up, dressed, preparing for his nephew's funeral. He learned that the old man had already been told about Martin and Gottfried's crimes. He delivered the news that he knew what had happened to Harriet. He paused, letting the moment stretch. She hadn't died. She was alive and wanted to see him. The revelation stunned both men. He explained that she was here, in Hedestad, and could be there within the hour. He recounted the entire story, from the beginning to the bitter end, with Henrik interrupting only with occasional questions. The old man sat in silence when it was over, his voice thick with sorrow, lamenting that she hadn't come to him all those years ago. He asked about the flowers, and he explained they were a silent message from Harriet, a way of saying she was alive and well without revealing herself. Anita had been the one to post them, using her travels to obscure their origin. Henrik wondered how he had known Anita was the helper. He pointed to the photograph of her in Harriet's window. Henrik's mind raced, considering the possibility of a different, darker truth. He smiled, explaining the simple logic. If Anita had been the killer, her body would have been found. The only logical conclusion was that she had helped Harriet escape. Did he want to see her? The answer was immediate and absolute. He found Harriet in the lobby, transformed from the sun-baked woman in the outback to an elegant figure in a gray jacket, her hair now brown. She took a deep breath before entering the room. The old man scrutinized her from head to toe, and she crossed the room to kiss him. He closed the door behind him, leaving them alone. Returning to the cottage, he found it empty. Her equipment and belongings were gone, leaving the space feeling hollow and alien. He couldn't face the task of packing, so he drove to the store, bought supplies, and sat in the garden, trying to read the papers without really seeing them. A taxi brought Isabella to the island, but she left quickly. Later, Frode woke him with news of the scene at the hospital. Isabella had barged in, furious at him and demanding Henrik end the obsession with Harriet. She hadn't even noticed the woman sitting next to Henrik until Harriet stood and identified herself. The shock had required medical attention. Isabella was now refusing to believe it was really her daughter, accusing him of bringing in an impostor. Frodo left to inform the rest of the family that Harriet had returned from the dead. She paused at the petrol station, the ride having done little to quell the storm inside her. The initial fury that had driven her from Hedeby had dissipated, leaving behind a confusing tangle of emotions she couldn't untangle. She thought about the Vanger clan, their insular world of secrets and power, and the disgust she felt at their casual use of her. They would never have acknowledged her existence under normal circumstances, yet they had no qualms about relying on her to unearth their most repellent truths. The memory of her mother's funeral was a raw wound. She would never get the answers she desperately needed. Her employer's silent support at the ceremony was a complication, a gesture that could easily become a demand for control. And the lawyer, Berman, remained a dark presence, neutralized for now, but still a threat. Her thoughts turned to him, the man who had stumbled into her life and somehow become central to it. She realized her anger wasn't really directed at him. He had simply been the target for a rage that was far broader and more profound. Their work together had been strangely painless. He didn't try to fix her or manage her life. She had been the one to initiate the physical intimacy, and it had been satisfying. Yet she still felt a confusing urge to lash out. As she sat in the garden, the familiar rattle of her motorcycle brought him to his feet. She parked, removed her helmet, and walked to the table, her expression unreadable. He expressed surprise that she wasn't in Stockholm. She had turned around in Uppsala, a long ride that had left her sore. He asked why. She was silent for a long time before admitting with visible reluctance that she liked his company. It was a confession that felt foreign on her lips. She added that working on the case with him had been interesting. He returned the sentiment, admitting he had never worked with such a brilliant researcher, despite her unorthodox methods. She offered a flat explanation. She understood computers and had a gift for absorbing text. He gently acknowledged her photographic memory. She confessed she didn't understand it, that it extended beyond technology to mechanics and astrophysics, and she felt like a freak. He countered that most people would envy such a talent, but she shut down the conversation. He changed the subject, asking if she was glad she came back. She was uncertain, thinking it might have been a mistake. He defined friendship as a matter of respect and trust, stating he wanted her trust. She responded with a blunt admission that she enjoyed sex with him. He tried to separate the two, saying he would choose friendship over sex if forced. She questioned his logic, pointing out his own long-standing relationship with his editor. He deflected, saying it was a history that predated their work. The conversation grew awkward, and she pressed him on the hypocrisy of his position. He explained he wouldn't discuss a friend behind their back. She countered that she still enjoyed the physical connection. He acknowledged the feeling, but raised the issue of their age difference, suggesting it wasn't a basis for something lasting. She dismissed his concern, stating that no one had mentioned anything lasting, and that at least he wasn't like the monsters they had just uncovered. She ended the conversation by announcing she was going to shower and then get into his bed, leaving him to choose his own sleeping arrangements if he had a problem with it. He lost the argument. The next morning, they shared a shower and breakfast in the garden. Later, Frode called about the funeral and a possible visit. He spent the afternoon packing up the papers from the investigation. Frode arrived late, still in his funeral suit, and they discussed the family's reaction. Harriet's reappearance had overshadowed Martin's death, and the media had picked up the story. The official explanation was that she had run away from home. He was impressed by the scale of her wealth. Frodo painted a picture of the family in chaos, with dozens of Vangers gathered in Hedestad, a mix of generations and factions, while the dark truth about Martin remained largely hidden. The lawyer explained that only a handful of people knew the full truth about Martin, and that the revelation had thrown the company into an unprecedented crisis. There was no clear successor, and the family was now embroiled in a bitter struggle over the inheritance, with Harriet's sudden return complicating matters further. He laughed at the absurdity of it all, but the lawyer remained grim. Isabella had collapsed at the funeral and was now hospitalized, but Harriet refused to see her. However, Anita was returning from London for a family meeting, the first such gathering in 25 years. When he asked who would take over as CEO, the lawyer dismissed Berger as a candidate. The plan was for Henrik to step in temporarily until a suitable replacement could be found, either from outside or within the family. He raised an eyebrow at the implication. Could they be serious about Harriet? The lawyer argued she was a highly competent businesswoman. He countered that she already had a company to run in Australia. The lawyer pointed out her son Jeff was managing things in her absence. He scoffed, remembering Jeff as a sheep station manager, but the lawyer revealed Jeff had degrees in economics and law from prestigious universities. He reconsidered the young man he had met. The lawyer insisted Harriet could be the perfect CEO with the right team, though he conceded she lacked direct experience in their specific industry. The underlying problem, Martin's basement, loomed over everything. The lawyer admitted they couldn't reveal the truth without destroying Harriet, a decision he was glad he didn't have to make. He snapped, insisting they couldn't simply bury the fact that Martin was a serial killer. The lawyer grew visibly uncomfortable and delivered a new message. Henrik considered the contract fulfilled, releasing him from any further obligations and allowing him to return to Stockholm. He saw through it immediately. Henrik wanted him to disappear. The lawyer denied it, but when he pressed, he confirmed Henrik no longer wanted him to write the family history. A letter was pushed across the table. The contents were a plea, a desperate appeal from an old man who had never begged before, asking him to refrain from publishing the truth about Martin and Gottfried. It was a choice between evils, a plea to protect Harriet from the devastation of a media campaign, and a warning that the revelation could destroy the company and thousands of jobs. The letter offered compensation for his silence. He was furious, accusing Henrik of trying to buy his silence and manipulate him emotionally. The lawyer pleaded that everything had changed with Harriet's reappearance. He argued that while he wouldn't expose Harriet, someone had to speak for the women Martin had killed. The lawyer looked helpless. The young woman, who had been silent, finally spoke, her voice low and sharp. She asked if anyone was going to try to silence her. She declared that if Martin were alive, she would have exposed him without hesitation. She was satisfied with the solution, she said, because nothing could undo the harm he had done. But then she turned to him and posed a devastating moral question. Was he going to compound the original crime by publicizing Harriet's trauma? It was a choice between two evils. He couldn't meet her gaze. She stated she wasn't a journalist. The lawyer asked what she wanted. She laid out her terms. Identify Martin's victims from his videotapes and compensate their families, and have the Vanger Corporation donate an annual sum to women's crisis centers. The lawyer weighed the demand and agreed. She asked if he could live with it. He felt only despair. His entire professional life had been about uncovering hidden truths, and now he was complicit in a cover-up. He had criticized his colleagues for failing to publish the truth, yet here he was negotiating a deal to bury the most macabre story he had ever encountered. After a long silence, he nodded in assent. The lawyer confirmed the deal and mentioned Henrik's offer of compensation. He dismissed it with a curt command to leave, explaining he was too furious to continue the conversation. The lawyer hesitated, revealing there was one more message, one he wouldn't like. Henrik had insisted he deliver it tonight. The lawyer confessed the hardest part of his job. Henrik had never expected him to succeed. He had used the report on him, played on his isolation, offered good money, and used the right bait. He realized the bait had been Wennerström. He asked if Henrik had been bluffing. The lawyer confirmed he hadn't been. The information on Wennerström was genuine. He insisted that Henrik would follow through on his promise, arranging an interview to publicly expose Wennerström's past financial crimes. The details, he explained, involved unauthorized currency speculation and a cover-up that had led to his dismissal. He asked if Wennerström had profited personally. The lawyer confirmed he had, taking a significant sum that became the seed money for his empire, and they had documentation to prove it. Henrik was prepared to back the accusations publicly, but there was a catch. He slammed his fist on the table, pointing out the fatal flaw. The information was worthless. It was all ancient history, a closed book. The lawyer argued it would confirm Wennerström's character. He countered that it would only be a minor annoyance, easily deflected by a press release dismissing Henrik as a jealous has-been. Even if Wennerström couldn't prove his innocence, he could create enough confusion to bury the story. He accused the lawyer of conning him. The lawyer denied the intention, but he blamed himself for grasping at straws. Henrik, he realized, was a master manipulator who had simply told him what he wanted to hear. He ordered the lawyer to leave. The young woman was left alone, uncertain whether to comfort him or give him space. He made the decision for her, grabbing his jacket and slamming the door. She waited restlessly, cleaning the kitchen in a futile attempt to occupy herself. She checked the window constantly, then finally went out to search for him. She checked the marina, the paths along the water, Martin's dark and abandoned house, the rocks at the point. Nothing. She went to the church. Still no sign. Finally, she took her motorcycle and a flashlight, following the overgrown road to Gottfried's cabin. He wasn't there. She was about to turn back when she saw his silhouette on the jetty where Harriet Vanger had drowned her father. She sighed with relief. He heard her approach and turned. She sat down without a word. He broke the silence, apologizing for needing to be alone. She understood. He lit a cigarette and put an arm around her, something she would normally have recoiled from. He confessed his despair. He knew his price now. They had forsaken the victims, and the truth would be buried. She offered no comfort. He admitted his editor was right. He would have done more good by taking a holiday and then tackling Wennerstrom. She countered that his intervention had stopped Martin Vanger. They sat in silence before he suggested they go home. He fell asleep quickly, but she lay awake, listening to him breathe. She went to the kitchen, smoking and brooding. The con had been predictable. It was in the nature of people like Vanger and Frodo. But whose problem was it? At 2:30 in the morning, she made a decision. She woke him and demanded he sit up. She asked a blunt question. Why hadn't he defended himself at his trial? He protested, the sleep still heavy in his voice. But she persisted, and he admitted the truth. He had no defense because the information was wrong. She pressed him, revealing she had read his emails and knew he had avoided discussing the substance of the affair. He argued he couldn't let the real story out because it would damage his credibility further. She invoked his own lecture on trust, and he reluctantly gave in. He washed his face, made coffee, and told her the story. He explained how a chance meeting with an old school friend had first put him on the trail of Wennerstrom's fraud. She asked if the friend had lied. He was adamant. The friend had told the truth, and he had verified every detail with documents and interviews. He had a solid, damaging story. Then things went wrong. Someone tipped off Wennerstrom, and the threats began. Anonymous calls, harassment of his editor, and a physical attack that left him bruised. They couldn't understand why the reaction was so violent. Then they made a breakthrough. A source from within Wennerstrom's circle, terrified, provided explosive details. The Minos money had been used for illegal arms deals in Yugoslavia. The source provided documents and a photograph, and it was solid, blockbuster material. They published it, and it was a fake. The documents were forgeries, the photograph a montage. Wennerstrom's lawyers easily dismantled the story. She was fascinated by the precision of the trap. He admitted it was a clever manipulation, and they had no proof that Wennerstrom was behind it. Mikael sat up, the abrupt motion pulling him from the drowsy edge of sleep. He clicked the lamp back on, its small bulb cutting a sharp wedge of light across the dark room, and stared at her. Her face held a glint of something he hadn't expected, a faint, almost guilty mischief, a look that suggested she had just revealed she'd been holding a royal flush and was waiting for him to realize his own hand had just been trumped. He asked what she meant, and she told him that when she'd finished the report for Frodo, the lawyer had tacked on an extra, unofficial assignment to understand what had really happened during the Wennerstrom trial. It was a task she'd barely begun when Frodo suddenly killed the investigation, likely because he'd already hooked Mikael with Vanger's far more compelling offer. But Salander, a creature who loathed leaving loose ends dangling, had been unable to let it go. Having a few empty weeks when Armansky had nothing for her, she'd continued her digging into Wennerstrom, not as a job, but as an intellectual obsession, a private game she played for her own amusement. As she delivered this information, her words hit him with the force of a physical blow. She admitted she'd done all of this simply because she didn't like leaving things unresolved. The casual, almost reckless nature of her confession stunned him. He was struck by the sheer scope of her audacity, the fact that she'd been sitting on a mountain of explosive data for months without a hint of what she possessed. For a long moment he simply stared at her, trying to process the scale of what she was implying. She stated plainly that she had a complete copy of Winterström's hard drive on her computer. The entirety of his digital life, every email, every transaction, every incriminating document he'd ever saved. She had the evidence he needed. The first few days back in Stockholm were a blur of paper. Boxes of Salander's printouts covered every surface of Blomkvist's apartment, and he spent hours hunched over them, tracing the tendrils of Winterström's empire. The sheer volume was dizzying. An option deal in London, a currency transaction through a Paris agent, a Gibraltar postbox company, a sudden surge in a New York account. Then came the mysteries. A Chilean trading firm registered half a decade ago with a paltry sum and no discernible activity, one of dozens of such shells scattered across a dozen nations. The computer offered no window into Winterström's intentions. The trail stopped at the edge of a digital cliff. Salander shrugged off the unknowns, certain that much of this encrypted subterfuge would remain forever impenetrable. To her, Winterström's empire wasn't a straightforward structure, but a living, breathing organism. A labyrinth of cross-owned enterprises, accounts, funds, and securities that seemed to breed and feed on itself. They suspected even Winterström himself couldn't grasp the full scope, that his financial machine had achieved a kind of terrible autonomy. Yet a pattern emerged, a hint of structure, a hall of mirrors where companies owned each other's assets, making any real valuation a matter of guesswork, with estimates ranging from 100 billion to 400 billion kronor, depending on the method. The question lingered. If assets were owned by entities that owned each other, what was the true worth of anything? Blomkvist had a more immediate question, one born of pure awe. He asked Salander to explain step by step how she'd infiltrated Winterström's machine. She described a device devised by a friend of hers, a reclusive genius who went by the moniker Plague. The trick was a small cuff attached to Winterström's broadband cable, intercepting his data stream before it ever reached his firewall. Every byte he received was subtly altered, injected with tiny fragments of code, harmless at first, but accumulating over hours or days into a complete program embedded in his browser. When the final piece clicked into place, his system would freeze, forcing a restart. That reboot installed the true payload, a counterfeit version of Internet Explorer, identical to the original but with a hidden mission. It took control of his firewall, scanned his hard drive, and silently transmitted a complete mirror image to their server, bit by bit. Then came the hostile takeover phase, which made Winterström's machine, on the next boot, merely a remote terminal connected to their copy of his drive. He'd think he was working locally, but every keystroke was visible to them in real time. Blomkvist absorbed this with a resigned smile, then asked why she'd kept it from him. Her response was maddeningly simple. He'd never asked. If she'd never met him, she'd have sat on the knowledge while his magazine collapsed. When he pressed further, she replied with infuriating logic that no one had ever hired her to expose Winterström. And besides, she'd told him in her own way. He let it drop, turning back to the 10 CDs she'd burned, a digital archive of Winterström's entire corporate existence. A few days later, a 3 a.m. call from Christer Malm jolted him awake. Malm explained that Henry Cortez had spotted their former managing editor, John Dahlman, at a bar in Central Station, deep in conversation with Christer Söder, a journalist from Monopoly Financial Magazine, a publication owned by Winterström. Blomkvist sat up, his exhaustion evaporating. Malm mentioned that a similar leak had occurred before, and the pieces began to click into place. He told Malm to do nothing, that he'd handle it, then asked Salander if she was ready for a late-night excursion. They slipped into the darkened Millennium offices. Salander cracked Dahlman's desktop password in minutes and copied his files. His laptop was elsewhere, but she located a hidden Hotmail account, a secondary channel. A few more minutes of work, and the entire year's correspondence was theirs. The evidence was damning. Dahlman had been feeding Winterström's magazine a steady stream of internal information for months, leaking story plans and editorial vulnerabilities. They left the office and slept for a few hours. In the morning, Blomkvist called Malm with the news. Malm's fury was immediate, ready to fire Dahlman on the spot. Blomkvist stopped him cold, instructing him to wait. They would use this, exploit the leak rather than plug it. He asked if Dahlman was still away, and Malm confirmed he'd return Monday. Blomkvist then asked how many staff were in the office that day, his mind already spinning a counter-strategy. Malm confirmed that roughly half the staff were present, and Blomkvist instructed him to call an emergency meeting for 2 o'clock that afternoon, keeping the purpose deliberately vague. He told Malm he was on his way. By the time Blomkvist arrived, 6 people had gathered around the conference table. Malm looked worn down from recent weeks, while young Henry Cortez radiated the unmistakable glow of someone newly in love, a state reserved for the very young. Monica Nilsson, by contrast, sat with a brittle edge to her posture. She'd been with the magazine long enough to recognize the signs of a crisis, and the secrecy of the meeting grated on her nerves. Part-timer Ingela Oskarsson, who managed subscribers, seemed as perpetually harried as ever, a state she'd been in since becoming a mother. Freelancer Lotta Karim, back from holiday, shifted in her chair, and even Sonny Magnusson, the ad salesman who should have been on vacation, had been coaxed in for the occasion. Blomkvist opened with a warm greeting and an apology for his extended absence. Then, without preamble, he announced that they were there to determine the magazine's future, a declaration he and Malm had not yet discussed with Erica, though he assured them he spoke with her authority. The silence that followed was thick, each person waiting for the other shoe to drop. He acknowledged the brutal year they'd endured, expressing genuine surprise that no one had jumped ship. He chalked it up to either madness or loyalty, and told them he was about to lay all his cards on the table. Nilsson cut in, voicing aloud what everyone was thinking. His phrasing sounded like a prelude to closure. Blomkvist seized on her words, telling her she was exactly right. When Erica returned, he explained, she would summon them all for a somber meeting to announce the magazine would fold at Christmas and they would all be out of work. A wave of alarm swept through the room. Even Malm felt his stomach drop. Then Blomkvist's broad smile broke through the tension, signaling the setup. He revealed that their managing editor, Jan Dahlman, had been feeding information to Wennerström, explaining sudden losses and why advertisers had mysteriously pulled out. The revelation, while shocking, was hardly a surprise to a staff who'd never warmed to Dahlman. Blomkvist silenced the murmurs and told them he was sharing this because he trusted them completely. The plan was to let Wennerström believe the magazine was collapsing, and it would be their job to sell that lie. Cortez asked the obvious question: what was the actual situation? Blomkvist admitted that, on the surface, Millennium looked doomed. But it wasn't. The magazine was healthier than it had been in a year, and he swore on it. He would vanish again for roughly 2 months, returning near the end of October with a story that would crush Wennerström. When pressed for details, he dodged, promising that the payoff would be sweet enough to serve as their Christmas roast. The mood shifted, cautious optimism replacing dread, though Blomkvist felt a twinge of doubt. Would he trust himself if he were in their place? Apparently his credibility still held. He outlined the rules: nothing written, nothing in emails, because Dahlman's reach might extend to their private correspondence. The strategy would be conducted orally, face-to-face. If anyone needed to vent or strategize, they were to visit Malm at home, quietly. He scrawled "no email" on the whiteboard for emphasis. Second, he wanted them to stage internal conflict, complaining about him whenever Dahlman was near without overplaying it. Malm and Erica were to manufacture a serious disagreement. Third, Erica's job would be to suggest that the Vanger agreement had fallen apart due to Henrik's illness and Martin's death, when in fact the support was solid as ever. When Nilsson pressed for confirmation, he insisted the Vanger Corporation would protect Millennium at all costs. In a few weeks, Erica would call a mock layoff meeting. The only actual departure would be Dahlman. Magnusson asked if he truly believed the ruse would work. Blomkvist expressed absolute certainty, then asked him to fabricate monthly reports showing declining ad sales and falling subscriptions. Nilsson, catching the spirit, wondered whether to keep the act internal or leak it. Blomkvist urged containment. Any external leak would trace back to Dahlman, and later they could dismiss it all as rumor. If Dahlman fed a deliberately foolish story to the press, so much the better. They spent an hour scripting their roles, laughing as they divvied up the pretense. Afterward, Blomkvist pulled Malm aside for coffee. He stressed how crucial it was that Malm pick up Erika at the airport and brief her before she could act on impulse, knowing her instinct would be to confront Dahlman immediately. That couldn't happen. They couldn't tip off Wennerström. He also demanded that Erika avoid email until she was equipped with encryption software, and that the entire office install PGP under the guise of a routine network audit. Malm agreed, then asked what Blomkvist was actually working on. The answer was blunt. Wennerström. When Malm pressed for specifics, Blomkvist refused, claiming the details were too sensitive. Malm's expression clouded. After years of trust, did this mean Blomkvist didn't trust him? Blomkvist laughed, assuring him that wasn't the case, but admitted he was involved in legally dubious research, using the same unethical tools as their enemy. He wanted no one at Millennium tainted by association. Malm grew uneasy, but Blomkvist urged calm, promising the story would be enormous. Malm warned that Erika would demand answers. Blomkvist thought for a moment, then smiled, a small, complicated smile, and told Malm to remind Erika that she'd cut him out of the loop when she signed the Vanger deal behind his back. He was, after all, just a freelancer now, with no obligation to report to anyone. He would give her the story if she played along, but first option was all she'd get. Malm laughed, predicting she'd be furious. Blomkvist knew he'd been evasive. He was deliberately avoiding Erika, even though reaching out was the obvious move. He'd lifted his phone a dozen times, only to lower it again. The truth was, he couldn't face her. The cover-up in Hedestad had compromised him professionally in ways he couldn't explain without lying, and lying to Erika was unthinkable. He simply lacked the emotional bandwidth to handle that confrontation while also dismantling Wennerström. So he postponed, switched off his phone, and retreated further into isolation. He knew it was only a matter of time before the reckoning came. Blomkvist stressed the urgency. Malm had to meet Erika at the airport and brief her before she could act on impulse. He knew her well enough to predict that her first instinct would be to confront Dahlman directly, but that would tip off Wennerström and give him time to bury the evidence. He also insisted that Erika stay off email until she'd installed PGP encryption, and that the entire office adopt the software under the guise of a routine network inspection. Natural. Unremarkable. Malm agreed, then pressed Blomkvist for details about his current project. Blomkvist answered with a single word. Wennerström. When Malm pushed further, Blomkvist refused, saying it had to remain secret for now. Malm's discomfort was palpable. After years of trust, he asked if Blomkvist doubted him. Blomkvist laughed it off, assuring him of his trust, but admitted he was treading in legally murky waters, using methods as dubious as their enemies, and he wanted no one else at the magazine entangled. Malm grew uneasy, but Blomkvist urged him to stay calm and promised the story would be massive. Malm warned that Erika would demand to know what he was working on. Blomkvist thought for a moment, then smiled, instructing Malm to remind Erika that she'd sidelined him when she signed the Vanger deal without his input. He was just a freelancer now, with no obligation to keep her informed, but he'd give her first dibs if she played along. Malm laughed, predicting she'd explode. Blomkvist knew he wasn't being entirely straight with Malm. He was deliberately dodging Erika, even though reaching out was the obvious move. He'd picked up his phone a dozen times, only to set it down again. The problem was that he couldn't meet her eyes. What happened in Hedestad, the cover-up he'd participated in, was a professional betrayal he couldn't explain without lying, and lying to Erika was unthinkable. He just didn't have the strength to face that reckoning while also dismantling Wennerström. So he kept delaying, turning off his phone and withdrawing further into isolation. He knew it couldn't last. After the editorial meeting, he packed 2 boxes of Salander's printouts and the data CDs and drove to his cabin on Sandem, which he hadn't visited in over a year. He stocked up on supplies, locked the door, and began writing, losing himself in the work from dawn until exhaustion overtook him. The days blurred together. The marina was still busy with boats and vacationers, but he barely registered them. His only breaks were short walks, quick runs to the store, and the momentary ritual of buying newspapers. Salander visited and found him unshaven, hollow-eyed, but focused. She liked the cabin immediately, its simplicity, its proximity to the water. The space was small, no more than 15 by 18 feet, but cleverly designed with a sleeping loft and a bed wide enough for two. The kitchen table doubled as his desk, facing a large window that looked out over the jetty. She knew he'd built it himself. Her earlier investigation had turned up a friend's email praising his handiwork. It was clean and Spartan, exactly the kind of retreat he'd need. After 2 hours, she managed to pull him away from his work. He shaved, took her on a tour of the island in the rain, and they retreated to the inn. He explained what he was writing, and she handed him an updated CD from Wennerström's computer. Later, she drew him up to the loft and they escaped into each other. She woke late to find him hunched over his computer again. She watched him from the loft for a long time, feeling an unfamiliar contentment. She returned to Stockholm for a job for Armansky, spending 11 days on it, then came back. The stack of pages beside his computer had grown. This time she stayed 4 weeks. They settled into a rhythm, waking at 8, breakfast, an hour together, then him working until late afternoon when they'd take a walk and talk. Salander passed her days in the loft, reading or browsing the internet through Blomkvist's connection, careful not to disturb his concentration. They ate late, and only then would she pull him away from his work, steering him upstairs and demanding his full attention. For her, it felt like the first real holiday of her life. An encrypted email from Berger arrived with news. Dahlman had formally resigned and would join Monopoly Financial Magazine in 3 weeks. She'd followed Blomkvist's instructions, keeping silent while the staff played their parts with theatrical enthusiasm. Henry and Lotta had even staged a screaming match, throwing things, and Dahlman seemed oblivious to the charade. Blomkvist replied with dry humor, wishing Dahlman well and suggesting they lock up the silverware. Berger shot back, desperate and frustrated. She had no managing editor 2 weeks before deadline, and her star reporter was holed up in Sandem, refusing to engage. She was on her knees, begging him to come in. He told her to hold out a few more weeks, then promised a December issue unlike anything they'd ever done, a 40-page monster. She reacted with shock, then asked if he was insane. He pressed on, laying out a list of logistical demands. Register a publishing company, secure an ISBN, have Krister design a logo, find a cheap printer, and they'd need capital for the first print run. She replied with sarcastic compliance, offering to dance naked at Slusplan if he needed it, then asked what to do about Dahlman. He instructed her to let him go immediately, hinting that Monopoly wouldn't survive long anyway, and to hire a new managing editor. When she insisted they'd always hired together, he assured her they'd agree on whoever she chose. The goal was to destroy Wennerström, and he just needed to finish in peace. In early October, Salander spotted an online obituary in the Hedestad Courier. Isabella Vanger had died after a short illness, survived by her daughter Harriet, recently returned from Australia. She passed the news to Blomkvist. Another encrypted email from Berger followed. Harriet Vanger had appeared unannounced at the office, elegant and composed, to announce she'd be taking Martin's place on the Millennium Board. She was polite, friendly, and confirmed the Vanger Corporation's commitment to the agreement. Berger, caught off guard, admitted she felt unmoored. Blomkvist had forbidden her from visiting Sandem, and she had no idea what he was working on, only that it would sink Wennerström. She'd confessed her frustration to Harriet, who asked if she doubted him, then reassured her that Blomkvist was resourceful and innovative. Berger pressed for details about Hedestad, feeling like an idiot, but Harriet deflected, asking if Blomkvist really hadn't told her anything. She offered to tell the story herself someday if he couldn't, and asked if she could trust Berger. Berger, still reeling, admitted she liked Harriet, but was desperate for answers, and Krister had noticed a strange mark on Blomkvist's neck. Blomkvist replied, Acknowledging the Harriet story was too awful to discuss, but insisted Harriet was trustworthy and deserved respect. She would never harm the magazine. The next day, an email from Harriet herself arrived. She apologized for not saying goodbye, described the chaos of the Vanger Corporation, and confirmed her role on the board. She'd met Berger and was surprised Blomkvist hadn't told her the truth. She wanted his friendship and offered help if needed. Blomkvist responded, explaining he was now focused on his real work and would keep her posted before publication. He was fine with her board position, but couldn't yet face telling Erika the full story. Henrik had wanted it buried, and he needed distance first. Salander, meanwhile, was engrossed in her own reading. When Blomkvist muttered aloud about a horrifying detail he'd found, Wennerström's affair with a young waitress, the pregnancy, the coercion by a thug who held her underwater until she agreed to an abortion, Salander's mood darkened. She took the CDs and spent days combing through Wennerström's correspondence, a new idea forming in her mind. She couldn't shake it, wondering why it hadn't occurred to her earlier. In late October, Blomkvist shut down his computer mid-morning, climbed to the loft, and handed her his finished work. Then he collapsed into sleep. She woke him that evening with her critique. Just after 2 a.m., he made his final backup. The next day, he closed the shutters and locked the cabin. Salander's holiday was over. They returned to Stockholm together. As the Vaxholm ferry cut through the gray water, Blomkvist broached the difficult subject over paper cups of coffee. He needed to decide how much to tell Erika, since she'd demand to know the source before publishing anything. Salander, who'd never met Berger, felt a vague unease at the thought. She was a disturbance, an unknown variable. When Blomkvist explained that he'd been avoiding Berger all summer and that she knew nothing about Hedestad, Salander asked what Berger knew of her. Nothing, he admitted, and he couldn't lie to Erika about the source. Salander weighed the consequences, then reluctantly agreed to let him introduce her. They docked at the Grand Hotel, and Blomkvist called. Berger was in the middle of lunch with Malene Eriksson, a potential new managing editor. Eriksson, a seasoned temp who'd never landed a permanent role, had been skeptical about the rumors of Millennium's troubles. Berger smiled them away. When Eriksson noted that her predecessor was heading to Wennerström's magazine, Berger acknowledged the conflict. Wennerström didn't like anyone associated with Millennium, and Dahlman's move was essentially a reward for his services. She asked if Eriksson was still interested. Eriksson agreed, and they were finalizing her start date when Blomkvist called. Berger let herself into his apartment, the first face-to-face meeting since midsummer. She found a thin girl in a leather jacket on the sofa, feet on the coffee table, at first glance barely 15 until their eyes met. Blomkvist appeared, thinner and haggard, with a pleading look that avoided her gaze. She noticed a faint red line across his neck. He apologized for being impossible, introduced her to Lisbeth Salander, and promised to explain later. Salander sized up Berger's elegance and decided within seconds they'd never be friends. The meeting stretched to 5 hours. Berger canceled 2 appointments, read portions of the manuscript, and felt her world tilt. The claims were staggering. She had to know how he'd obtained the material. Blomkvist unpacked boxes of source documents, and it took time to convince her that Salander, silent throughout, had hacked Wennerström's computer and those of his associates. Berger's first instinct was that illegally obtained material couldn't be used. Blomkvist countered. They didn't have to reveal how they got it. A confidential source with access to the hard drive was enough. When the reality sank in, Berger felt the weight of the weapon in her hands, exhausted and overwhelmed. She finally asked what had happened in Hedestad. Blomkvist deflected, asking about Harriet Vanger. Berger described their meetings, the board session, the wine. He then said he couldn't yet talk about those months. He was begging her not to ask, and she'd never seen that look in his eyes. When she pressed, he admitted it was worse than she could imagine, and asked if Harriet could tell the story instead. Berger pointed at the mark on his neck. He told her Salander had saved his life. Her eyes widened as she stared at the silent girl. He finished. Salander was their source, and they needed to come to an agreement. Berger sat, processing, then rose and crossed to Salander, wrapping her arms around the girl. Salander squirmed like a trapped animal. The investigation consumed Salander for weeks. She'd sequestered herself in her apartment, ignoring Armansky's calls, spending 12 or more hours daily hunched over her computer, and brooding through the rest of her waking hours on the same gnawing problem. The idea had first flickered to life during her last days at Sandham, and it had grown into a fixation she couldn't shake. She'd traced Winterström's digital architecture in exhaustive detail, cross-referencing every transaction across his labyrinth of options, bonds, accounts, and shell companies. The financial pundits valued his empire as high as 900 billion kroner, but she knew that was fantasy. His real worth was closer to 90 or 100 billion. Still immense, still built on fraud so systemic it had become indistinguishable from business itself. She saw the pattern clearly now. 3 solid anchors, Swedish assets, an American firm, a New York bank, served as the legitimate foundation. The real criminal machinery lived in the post office box companies scattered across Gibraltar, Cyprus, Macau, and elsewhere, where Winterström laundered money from Colombian cartels and Russian enterprises, acting as a clearinghouse for weapons and other unorthodox trades. A single anonymous Cayman Islands account, personally controlled by Winterström, skimmed a fraction of a percent from every deal. She traced one small transaction from Japan to Singapore to Luxembourg to the Caymans, feeling as though she were riding the impulses through cyberspace. A late-night email, easily read despite its encryption because she was already inside his system, showed Winterström's growing unease. Berger had stopped pushing back on ads, and he sensed something brewing. He'd heard Blomkvist was working at Sandem, seen him at the editorial offices, and now wanted an advance copy of the next issue. She smiled at his concern. Nothing dramatic. Let him worry. By 5:30 a.m., she'd consumed 5 Cokes and was running on pure adrenaline. She wrapped herself in a blanket and let her mind race through a catalog of memories. Her mother, her sister, Mimi, Holger Palmgren, the Evil Fingers, Armansky, the job, Harriet and Martin Vanger, the golf club, Bjurman. Every detail she couldn't forget even if she tried. She wondered if Bjurman would ever undress again without explaining the tattoos on his stomach. And then she thought of Mikael Blomkvist. She saw him as a good person, maybe too good. Naive, forgiving, always searching for explanations for others' behavior, never grasping that predators understood only one language. She felt an awkward protectiveness toward him. She fell asleep on the sofa and woke at 9 with a stiff neck, crawling to bed for more rest. Meanwhile, Berger was in her element, thrilled by the scoop. She and Blomkvist were polishing the final article when Salander called with a warning. Winterström had requested an advance copy, a clear sign of mounting paranoia. Blomkvist's mind raced to the printer, the only weak point if the editorial offices were secure. He told Berger to switch printers immediately and contact Armansky for nighttime security. Then he met Salander at Café Bar on Hornsgatan. She looked serious, and she got straight to the point. She needed to borrow 120,000 kronor for 6 weeks, an investment opportunity she couldn't pass up. He offered to split the Vanger fee with her instead, but she refused. She wanted nothing from him except a birthday present. She gave a cryptic answer when he pressed for her birthday. He agreed to lend her the money. That evening she flew to Zurich as Irene Nesser, equipped with a blonde wig and a Norwegian passport obtained through Plague's contacts, half her borrowed funds already spent. She locked herself in her hotel room, stripped off her clothes, and lay staring at the ceiling of a space that cost 1,600 kronor a night. A hollow emptiness settled in her chest. She'd already burned through half of Blomkvist's loan, and even with her own savings added, the budget was tight. She stopped thinking and fell asleep almost instantly. At just past 5, she woke, showered, and methodically covered the tattoo on her neck with thick concealer. A beauty salon at a more expensive hotel opened at 6:30. She secured an appointment, bought another blonde wig in a pageboy style, and submitted to a manicure that added pink nails to her chewed fingers, along with false lashes, powder, rouge, and lipstick. 8,000 kroner gone. She paid with a Monica Scholl's credit card, backed by a British passport in that name. At Camille's house of fashion, she emerged transformed. Black boots, a sand-colored skirt and blouse, black tights, a waist-length jacket, a beret, all designer. A leather briefcase and small Samsonite suitcase completed the ensemble, along with discreet gold earrings and a chain. Another 44,000 kroner. In the mirror, she saw a bust line that made her pause. Latex breasts acquired in Copenhagen from a shop catering to transvestites. For the first time, she looked like someone else entirely. She walked to the Zimmertal Hotel, booked a small suite for 22,000 kroner a night, and tipped the bellboy generously. The view of Lake Zurich meant nothing to her, but the stranger in the mirror held her attention for 5 minutes. Monica Scholl's, with a pageboy wig and more makeup than Salander had ever worn. She looked different. Breakfast in the bar was 2 coffees and a bagel with jam. 210 kroner. At 10, she called a modem uplink in Hawaii, punching in codes to activate a program she'd written. It triggered a chain. Honolulu to a Dutch ISP to Wennerstrom's mirrored hard drive, taking control of the display of his thousands of accounts. She'd noticed he checked one specific account twice a week. The program would show normal fluctuations if he looked, and would report any transfers as completed. But the real changes would only exist on the mirrored drive. She switched off her phone when she heard the confirmation tones. Across the street at Bankhauser General, she met Herr Wagner, the general manager. She posed for the surveillance camera, dropped a pen from the Zimmertal as a prop, and recited 16-digit clearing codes from memory. He assumed she was a spoiled heiress or a mistress. For a 4% commission, he was happy to help. She spent the morning transferring funds from the Cayman Islands account. Back at the Zimmertal, she shed the Monica Scholl's persona, keeping only the latex breasts, and reappeared as Irene Nesser with shoulder-length blonde hair and stiletto boots. At Bank Dorfman, she met Herr Hasselmann, opened 5 numbered accounts linked to a Gibraltar shell company, and converted 50 million kroner worth of bonds into deposits. The transactions took longer than expected, pushing her schedule behind. She returned to the Matterhorn Hotel, established her presence, and retired early with a headache. At 5, while European banks closed, she used her power book to empty the numbered accounts, dispersing the funds in small payments to fictional companies worldwide, which eventually flowed back to a different Cayman Islands account. She transferred nearly 1 million kroner to a credit card linked to Wasp Enterprises in Gibraltar. Then Monica Scholl's re-emerged, walked to the Zimmertal, and headed to her room. She donned her combat uniform, touched up her makeup, and descended for a lavish fish dinner with vintage wine, leaving extravagant tips that ensured the staff remembered her. She allowed herself to be picked up by a young Italian, shared champagne, and let him squeeze her latex breast without detection. As midnight approached, she guided him to his room. The moment her companion stepped into the bathroom, she moved with cold precision. She poured a final glass of wine, then unfolded a small piece of paper and tipped the crushed sleeping tablet into the deep red liquid. When he returned, they toasted, and within a minute he slumped onto the bed in a boneless heap. She worked quickly, loosening his tie, pulling off his shoes, and drawing the cover over him. She wiped the wine bottle clean, then carried the glasses to the bathroom, washed them, and wiped them dry before slipping back to her own room. At 6 the next morning, Monica Scholl's had breakfast in her room. By 6:55, she had checked out. Before she left, she spent 5 minutes methodically wiping every surface she had touched: door handles, wardrobe, toilet, telephone. The room was left without a trace of her presence. Shortly after her wake-up call at 8:30, Irene Nesser checked out of the Matterhorn. She took a taxi to the railway station, storing her luggage in a locker. Then, over the next several hours, she moved through 9 private banks, distributing a portion of the Cayman Islands bonds. By 3 in the afternoon, she had converted about 10% of them into cash, depositing the funds across 30 numbered accounts. The remaining bonds she bundled and secured in a safe deposit box. She knew she would need to return to Zurich for more trips, but there was no rush. At 4:30, she took a taxi to the airport. In the ladies' room, she methodically destroyed Monica Scholz's passport, cutting it into tiny pieces and flushing them away. She did the same with the credit card, scattering the fragments across 5 different bins. The scissors followed. After September 11th, carrying sharp objects through security was an unnecessary risk. She boarded Lufthansa flight GD890 to Oslo, then took the airport bus to the train station. In the ladies' room there, she stripped off every remaining trace of Monica Scholz, the wig, the designer clothes, stuffing them into plastic bags and depositing them in separate trash containers around the station. The empty Samsonite suitcase went into an unlocked locker. The gold chain and earrings, too easily traced, disappeared down a drain on a street outside the station. For a moment, she hesitated, then decided to keep the latex breasts, a small risk, but a calculated one. With time pressing, she grabbed a quick hamburger, transferring the contents of the luxury briefcase to her travel bag. The briefcase itself she left behind, abandoned under the table. She bought a latte to go and sprinted for the night train to Stockholm, slipping through the doors just as they closed. She had booked a private sleeping berth. Once inside, she locked the compartment door and felt the first wave of calm she had experienced in 2 days. She cracked the window, ignoring the no-smoking rule, and stood sipping her coffee as the train rolled out of Oslo. Running through her mental checklist, she found nothing overlooked until a small frown crossed her face. She dug through her jacket pockets and pulled out the complimentary pen from the Zimmertal Hotel. She studied it for several minutes, then tossed it out the window. 15 minutes later, she climbed into bed and fell asleep. On the last Thursday of November, Millennium's 46-page special report landed like a detonator. The byline belonged to Mikael Blomkvist and Erika Berger. For the first few hours, the media hesitated. The memory of Blomkvist's libel conviction and his apparent dismissal from the magazine still lingered, and now the same journalist was back with even more explosive allegations. Some details seemed too outlandish to be true. The Swedish press held back, wary. That evening, TV4's She program changed everything. An 11-minute segment laid out the accusations with brutal clarity. Berger had met with the host days earlier, offering an advance exclusive. The broadcast scooped the state-run channels, which didn't catch up until the 9 o'clock news. By then, the TT Wire service had sent out its first cautious bulletin. The headline was measured, "Convicted journalist accuses financier of serious crime." But its reach was immediate. A conservative morning newspaper and a dozen regional papers scrambled to reset their front pages. One liberal newspaper's editor-in-chief dismissed the story outright in an editorial written before TV4's broadcast. At a dinner party that evening, he waved off his secretary's urgent calls, saying that if there were any truth to the claims, his own financial reporters would have uncovered it long ago. His editorial, dismissing the allegations as a personal vendetta and sloppy journalism, would stand as the single dissenting voice in the national debate. That night, Millennium's offices were packed. Only Berger and the new managing editor were scheduled to field calls, but by 10 o'clock the entire staff had stayed, joined by 4 former employees and a handful of regular freelancers. At midnight, Malm popped a bottle of champagne. Then an old contact sent over an advance copy of an evening paper that had devoted 16 pages to the scandal under the headline "The Financial Mafia." When the morning papers hit the stands the next day, the media frenzy was unlike anything seen in years. The new managing editor, Eriksson, began to suspect she had landed in exactly the right place. Over the following week, the Stockholm Stock Exchange reeled as securities fraud. Police launched an investigation. Prosecutors were brought in, and panic selling swept the market. Within 2 days, the Minister of Commerce made a public statement on the affair. The media didn't swallow Millennium's claims without skepticism. The revelations were too serious for that, but this time the magazine had irrefutable evidence. Wennerström's own emails and hard drive contents, complete with balance sheets from secret accounts in the Cayman Islands and elsewhere, along with agreements and incriminating documents that no careful criminal would have left intact. If the case held up in appeal, It would be the largest financial collapse since the Kroger crash of 1932. The Gotha Bank and Truster scandals paled in comparison. No one dared estimate how many laws had been broken. For the first time in Swedish financial reporting, words like organized crime, mafia, and gangster empire came into use. Wennerström and his network emerged as a band of operatives. Blomkvist vanished from public view in those early days. He ignored his emails and kept his phone off. Berger became the public face of Millennium, handling every interview with a practiced, polished ease. She answered questions about the source with a simple refusal to comment. When pressed about the previous year's disastrous exposé, she offered only suggestive, elliptical remarks, enough to fuel a rumor that quickly became legend, that Blomkvist had refused to defend himself and accepted prison and fines to protect his source. He was compared to American journalists who had done the same. The flattery embarrassed him, but he didn't correct it. The consensus was clear. The source had to be someone inside Wennerström's inner circle. Speculation swirled around dissatisfied colleagues, lawyers, even Wennerström's troubled daughter. Neither Blomkvist nor Berger added a word. By the third day of the frenzy, Berger allowed herself a satisfied smile. An evening paper had run the headline, "Millennium's Revenge," accompanied by a flattering portrait of the magazine and its staff. The article crowned her the queen of investigative journalism, a title that boosted the magazine's standing and stirred whispers about a major journalism prize. 5 days after the initial explosion, Blomkvist's book, The Mafia Banker, hit the shelves. Written in frantic haste during those intense autumn weeks at Sandem, under a veil of absolute secrecy, it was printed by a small outfit in Morgongova. It marked the first release under Millennium's own publishing imprint, and its dedication, "To Sally, who showed me the benefits of the sport of golf," was characteristically cryptic. The book was a substantial volume, 608 pages in paperback. The first print run of 2,000 copies was almost certainly a financial loss, yet it sold out within days. Berger immediately ordered 10,000 more. Reviewers noted that Blomkvist had held nothing back this time. 2/3 of the book consisted of appendices, direct reproductions of the documentation lifted from Wennerström's computer. Simultaneously, Millennium made the full texts available as downloadable PDFs on their website. Blomkvist's calculated absence was a deliberate part of the media strategy. Every newspaper was hunting for him, and he remained invisible until the book's release, when he granted an exclusive interview to TV4's She program, once again beating the state-run channels to the punch. The questions, however, were far from flattering. He watched the video of his appearance later with particular satisfaction. The interview aired live at the exact moment the Stockholm Stock Exchange was in freefall, and the host asked what responsibility Millennium bore for Sweden's economic collapse. He dismissed the premise outright, and his bluntness threw her off script. She pressed him, pointing to the largest single drop in the exchange's history. How could he call that nonsense? He drew a sharp distinction between the real economy of goods and services and the speculative fantasy of the stock market. Ericsson's phones, Volvo's cars, the chickens from Scan, the shipments from Kiruna to Skövde. Those were Sweden's economy, and they were no weaker than they had been a week earlier. The stock exchange, he argued, was something else entirely, a realm of fleeting valuations with no connection to reality. When she asked if the crash didn't matter, he answered with weary resignation. No, it didn't matter at all. It only meant that speculators were shifting their holdings abroad, and that some journalist should expose them as traitors. Then she made the mistake of asking the question he had been waiting for. Did the media bear no responsibility? He seized the opening, pointing out that for 20 years, financial reporters had failed to scrutinize Wennerström, instead building his prestige with fawning, uncritical portraits. If they had done their jobs, he said, the country would not be in this situation. Berger would later reflect that Blomkvist's calm, reasoned appearance on television marked the true turning point. The media had been covering the story for a week, but only when he presented his case on screen did they fully accept that it was real. His demeanor set the course of the narrative. From that moment, the Wennerstrom affair began to migrate from the financial pages to the crime desks. Crime reporters, who rarely touched financial scandals except when they involved organized crime, were now drawn into the story. One evening paper even took Blomkvist's argument seriously, running a 2-page spread on the brokerage houses and their leaders, accusing them of selling out the country. The paper invited every broker to comment. All declined. Share trading dropped sharply that day, and some brokers, eager to appear patriotic, began to buck the trend. Blomkvist laughed out loud. The pressure mounted until the inner circles of Swedish finance broke their own code of silence. Retired industrialists and bank presidents appeared on television, scrambling to distance themselves from Wennerstrom. Almost unanimously, they concluded that he had never truly been a real industrialist, never truly accepted into the club. Some dismissed him as a simple working-class boy from Norrland, whose success had gone to his head. Others framed his actions as a personal tragedy. A few claimed they had always had their doubts about his boastfulness and pretension. In the weeks that followed, as Millennium's documentation was scrutinized, the labyrinth of Wennerstrom's obscure companies began to unravel. The investigation connected his empire to international organized crime, illegal arms dealing, money laundering for South American drug cartels, prostitution in New York, and even the child sex trade in Mexico. One of his Cyprus-registered companies caused a particular stir when it was linked to an attempt to buy enriched uranium on the black market in Ukraine. His vast network of shell companies seemed to surface everywhere, tied to every kind of shady enterprise. Berger considered the book the finest thing Blomkvist had ever written. Its style was uneven, and in places the prose was rough. There had been no time for polishing, but its raw fury was unmistakable, and readers could not ignore it. During the Santa Lucia holiday, Blomkvist, Berger, and Malm took the staff out for a celebratory evening. By chance, Blomkvist ran into his old adversary, the former financial reporter William Borg, outside Kvarnen. Borg was with a young woman, visibly drunk, who looked about Salander's age. The contempt Blomkvist felt for Borg was unmistakable in the air between them. Berger cut the tension short, taking Blomkvist by the arm and steering him inside. Later, he made a quiet decision. When the time came, he would ask Salander to dig into Borg's background, just for his own peace of mind. Throughout the storm, Wennerstrom himself remained largely invisible. On the day Millennium published, he had been forced to address the allegations at a press conference originally called for another purpose. He dismissed the claims as fabricated and pointed to Blomkvist's recent conviction. After that, only his lawyer spoke to the press. 2 days after Blomkvist's book appeared, rumors began to circulate that Wennerstrom had fled the country. The evening papers used the word. By the second week, when the securities fraud police tried to reach him, he was gone. In mid-December, the police confirmed he was formally wanted, and on New Year's Eve, an international all-points bulletin was issued. That same day, one of his advisors was arrested at Arlanda, attempting to board a flight to London. Weeks later, a Swedish tourist reported spotting Wennerstrom getting into a car in Bridgetown, Barbados. The tourist provided a photograph, distant and grainy, showing a man in sunglasses, an open white shirt, and light slacks. The identification was uncertain, but the evening papers sent stringers to pursue the lead. They found nothing. After 6 months, the hunt was officially called off. Then Wennerstrom was discovered dead in a Marbella apartment, where he had been living under the name Victor Fleming. He had been shot 3 times in the head at close range. The Spanish police theorized that he had surprised a burglar. The news did not surprise Salander. She had her own suspicions that his death was connected to his sudden inability to access the funds in a certain Cayman Islands account, money he may have urgently needed to settle debts in Colombia. If anyone had asked Salander to track Wennerstrom, she could have provided his location on any given day. She had followed his flight across a dozen countries through the internet, observing the growing desperation in his emails. Even Blomkvist, she suspected, would never have guessed that the fugitive billionaire would be foolish enough to carry the very computer that had been so thoroughly compromised. After 6 months, She grew tired of the pursuit. The question lingering was how far her own involvement should extend. Wennerström was clearly a monstrous figure, but he was not her personal enemy, and she had no desire to act against him directly. She could have tipped off Blomkvist, but he would likely have turned it into another story. She could have called the police, but there was a real chance Wennerström would catch wind and vanish again. Besides, she had a firm principle against speaking to the authorities. Yet there were other debts that needed settling. She thought of the waitress, the one who had been pregnant, whose head had been forced underwater in her own bath. 4 days before Wennerström's body was discovered, she made her decision. She turned on her mobile and called a lawyer in Miami, someone Wennerström seemed especially eager to avoid. She spoke to a secretary, leaving only a cryptic message, the name Wennerström, and an address in Marbella, nothing more. When a dramatic news report about Wennerström's death came on, she switched off the television halfway through. She made coffee and prepared herself a simple sandwich. Meanwhile, Berger and Malm handled the annual Christmas preparations, while Blomkvist sat in Erica's chair, drinking mulled wine and watching. The staff and regular freelancers would receive shoulder bags with the new Millennium Publishing logo. After wrapping the presents, they settled in to write and stamp some 200 holiday cards to send to printing companies, photographers, and media contacts. Blomkvist resisted the urge for a long time, but finally he gave in. He took the last card and wrote a brief message of seasonal cheer and gratitude, signing his name and addressing it to John Adalman at the Monopoly Financial Magazine offices. When he returned home that evening, a postal slip was waiting. The next morning he picked up the package and opened it at the office. Inside was a mosquito-repellent stick and a bottle of aquavit, along with a card suggesting a meeting at Arholma on Midsummer Eve. It was signed by Robert Lindbergh. The Millennium offices were traditionally closed the week before Christmas, but this year was different. The strain on the small staff had been immense, and international journalists kept calling. On the day before Christmas Eve, Blomkvist happened across an article in the Financial Times. It summarized the findings of an international banking commission hastily convened to examine the Wennerström collapse. The commission was working on the theory that Wennerström had been tipped off at the last moment about the impending disclosures. His account at the Bank of Kroenfeld in the Cayman Islands, holding $260 million, roughly 2.5 billion Swedish kronor, had been emptied the day before Millennium's exposé appeared. The funds had been moved through a series of accounts, accessible only through clearing codes controlled by Wennerström himself. They had ended up in Switzerland, where a female associate converted them into anonymous private bonds. All the codes were in order. Europol had launched a search for the woman who had used a stolen British passport under the name Monica Scholes, described as having lived luxuriously at a Zurich hotel. A surveillance image showed a short woman with a blonde pageboy wig, prominent breasts, and fashionable designer clothes and jewelry. Blomkvist studied the picture, first casually, then with growing suspicion. He reached for a magnifying glass to examine the grainy newspaper image more closely. After several minutes, he set the paper down, speechless. Then he began to laugh, so uncontrollably that Malm stuck his head in to see what was happening. On Christmas Eve morning, Blomkvist traveled to Arsta to see his ex-wife and daughter Pernilla and exchange gifts. Pernilla received the computer she wanted, bought jointly by her parents. Blomkvist received a tie from Monica and a detective novel from his daughter. The mood was brighter than the previous Christmas, buoyed by the media drama surrounding Millennium. They had lunch together. Blomkvist stole glances at Pernilla. He hadn't seen her since her visit to Hedestad, and he realized he had never discussed her fascination with the sect in Skellefteå with her mother. He couldn't tell them that her knowledge of the Bible had helped him solve the mystery of Harriet Vanger's disappearance. He hadn't spoken to her about it at all. He felt, not for the first time, that he was failing as a father. After lunch, he kissed her goodbye and met Salander at Slussen. They headed out to Sandhem, having seen little of each other since the Millennium story broke. They arrived late on Christmas Eve and stayed through the holidays. Throughout their time together, Salander felt an uneasy awareness of Blomkvist's gaze, especially when she repaid the loan with a check for 120,000 kronor. They took a walk to Trovel and back, had Christmas dinner at the inn, and returned to the cabin to light the wood stove, put on music, and fall into bed together. In the quiet moments between, Salander tried to untangle her own feelings. She had no issue with Blomkvist as a lover. The physical attraction was clear, and he never tried to manage her. The problem was that she couldn't interpret her own emotions. She hadn't let anyone this close since before puberty. He had a way of breaching her defenses, drawing her into conversations about personal matters, even though she deflected most of his questions. She spoke about herself more than she ever had with anyone else, and it frightened her, left her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Yet when she looked at him sleeping, listening to his breathing, she felt a trust she had never known. She was certain he would never use what he knew against her. It wasn't in his nature. The one thing they never discussed was their relationship. She didn't dare, and he never raised it. On the morning of the second day, she came to a terrifying realization. She was in love for the first time in her life. His age didn't bother her. His sudden fame, even the Newsweek cover, was just noise. But this wasn't a fantasy. It would have to end eventually. She couldn't see how it could work. What could he possibly need her for? Perhaps she was just a way to pass the time while he waited for someone whose life wasn't a wreck. She understood now that love was the moment when your heart felt like it might burst. When he woke late that morning, she had already made coffee and bought breakfast rolls. He joined her at the table and immediately sensed a shift in her demeanor. She was more distant. When he asked if something was wrong, she gave him a blank, uncomprehending look. On the first day between Christmas and New Year's, Blomkvist took the train to Hedestad. Frodo met him at the station and quietly congratulated him on the media success. It was his first visit since August, nearly a year since his initial arrival. They exchanged pleasantries, but much remained unspoken, and Blomkvist felt the weight of it. The financial arrangements were already prepared and took only minutes. Frodo offered to deposit the money in a foreign account, but Blomkvist insisted on a legitimate payment to his company. He couldn't afford any other arrangement, he said curtly when Frodo pressed. The visit wasn't purely financial. He had left clothes and personal belongings in the cottage when he and Salander had fled Hedeby. Vanger was still recovering, home and under the care of a private nurse who strictly limited his activity. He had also caught a cold over the holidays and was confined to bed. The nurse, he grumbled, was expensive. Blomkvist knew the old man could easily afford it, given the fortunes he had written off his taxes over the years. The old man gave him a sullen look that dissolved into laughter. He admitted that Blomkvist had been worth every krona, claiming he had always known it. Blomkvist confessed that he himself had never expected to solve the mystery. Vanger made it clear he had no intention of offering thanks, and Blomkvist acknowledged that he hadn't come for that, only to say he considered the job finished. Vanger's lips curled as he pointed out that the work wasn't truly complete. The agreed-upon family chronicle remained unwritten. Blomkvist agreed, but explained he couldn't write it. He couldn't leave out the central horror of recent decades. How could he craft a chapter about Martin's tenure as CEO while pretending ignorance of what lay in that basement? Yet he also couldn't tell the story without destroying Harriet's life again. Vanger said he understood the dilemma and was grateful for the decision. Blomkvist responded with bitter irony, noting that he had been corrupted and that he intended to destroy all his notes and recordings. Vanger disagreed with the assessment. He hadn't been corrupted, simply forced to choose between his role as a journalist and his role as a human being. He added that he could never have bought Blomkvist's silence, and he was certain the story would have been exposed if Harriet had been implicated or if Vanger himself had been a fool. Blomkvist said nothing. Vanger then explained that Cecilia had been told the whole story. He and Frodo wouldn't be around much longer, and Harriet would need family support. Cecilia would take an active role on the board, joining Harriet in running the firm. When asked how Cecilia had taken the news, Vanger admitted she had been deeply shaken and had fled abroad for a time. He had feared she might not return, but she had come back. Martin had been one of the few family members she had always gotten along with, and learning the truth about him had been devastating. She also knew now what Blomkvist had done for the family. Blomkvist dismissed the gratitude with a shrug, then asked how it felt to be CEO again. Vanger said it was only temporary, and he wished he were younger. He worked only 3 hours a day, holding all meetings in that room, with Frode back as his enforcer. Blomkvist remarked that the junior executives must be terrified. He admitted it had taken him a while to realize that Frode was more than just a sweet old financial advisor. He was a problem solver. Vanger confirmed it, but added that all decisions were made with Harriet, who handled the actual work in the office. She had inherited both her brother's and her mother's shares, giving her control of about 1/3 of the corporation. When Blomkvist asked if that was enough, Vanger admitted he wasn't sure. Berger was trying to trip her up, and Alexander had allied himself with him, seeing an opportunity. Harold was dying of cancer, and his 7% would pass to his children. Cecilia and Anita would side with Harriet, giving them roughly 45% control. Such a voting bloc had never existed in the family before. Harriet would succeed Vanger as CEO in February, a role she wouldn't want, but one that was necessary for bringing in new partners and new energy. There was also potential for collaboration with her Australian company. Harriet was in London, missing Blomkvist's visit, but eager to see him. He said he'd see her at the January board meeting. He added that he would never discuss the events of the 60s with anyone except Erika Berger, and he wasn't sure why she needed to know. Vanger insisted she did. Blomkvist then warned that everything Harriet did from now on could end up in the magazine. The Vanger Corporation wouldn't get a free pass. Vanger said he would pass along the warning. Blomkvist left as Vanger began to doze. He packed his belongings into 2 suitcases. As he closed the cottage door for the last time, he paused, then walked to Cecilia's house and knocked. No answer. He tore a page from his calendar, wrote a brief farewell and a plea for forgiveness, and slipped it into her letterbox. An electric Christmas candle glowed in the kitchen window of Martin's empty house. He caught the last train back to Stockholm. During the holidays, Salander shut herself off completely. She ignored her phone and computer, spending 2 days scrubbing her apartment clean. Old pizza boxes and newspapers were hauled out, 6 black bags and 20 paper sacks of accumulated debris. She felt like she was starting a new life, even considering buying a new place. For now, her home was cleaner than it had ever been. Then she sat paralyzed with longing. She wanted Blomkvist to appear at her door, but what then? To lift her, hold her, take her to bed? No, she just wanted his company, to hear him say he liked her for who she was, that she mattered in his world. She wanted a gesture of love, not just companionship. She felt like she was losing her mind. She had no faith in herself. Blomkvist moved in a world of respectable people with orderly lives, people who shaped headlines and appeared on television. Why would he need her? Her greatest fear, deep and consuming, was that people would mock her feelings. All her carefully built confidence seemed to crumble. After hours of steeling herself, she decided she had to see him, to tell him how she felt. Anything else was unbearable. She needed an excuse to knock on his door. She remembered a vintage metal sign she'd seen in a junk shop, an embossed image of Elvis, perfect for the cabin. It cost 700 kroner after she haggled on principle. Wrapped and under her arm, she headed toward Bellmansgatan. At Hornsgatan, she glanced toward Cafe Bar and saw Blomkvist emerging with Berger. He said something that made her laugh, and she wrapped her arm around his waist, kissing his cheek. They turned down Brenkirkegatan. Their body language was unmistakable. The pain hit her with such force that she froze mid-stride. Part of her wanted to chase after them, to use the sharp edge of the metal sign against Berger. Instead, she stood still as a storm of thoughts raged. She weighed the consequences. Finally, she calmed. She called herself a pathetic fool out loud, turned around, and went home to her newly spotless apartment. As she passed Zinkensdamm, it began to snow. She tossed the Elvis sign into a dumpster. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end. Some stories are satisfying because they solve a mystery. Others stay with us because they leave us thinking about people, choices, and the quiet cost of seeking the truth. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo belongs to the second kind. Long after the final chapter, its themes continue to resonate. It asks uncomfortable questions about power, justice, trauma, and the courage it takes to confront darkness. Lisbeth Salander's journey, in particular, has become one of modern fiction's most enduring portraits of resilience. Someone shaped by unimaginable hardship, yet unwilling to surrender her sense of right and wrong. The story's impact extended far beyond the page through two acclaimed film adaptations. In 2009, director Niels Arden Oplev introduced audiences to Noomi Rapace's powerful performance as Lisbeth Salander, alongside Mikael Blomkvist as Mikael Blomkvist. 2 years later, David Fincher offered his own interpretation with Rooney Mara and Daniel Craig, bringing his signature atmosphere and meticulous attention to detail to the Millennium universe. While both films remain remarkably faithful to the novel's central mystery, each takes a different approach. The Swedish adaptation embraces the story's emotional realism, while Fincher's version trims several investigative subplots and supporting characters to create a leaner, more psychological thriller without losing the heart of Larsson's narrative. Behind the camera, Fincher assembled an exceptional creative team. Cinematographer Jeff Cronenweth filled every frame with cold, restrained beauty, while Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross composed an unforgettable score whose uneasy rhythms became as memorable as the mystery itself. Rooney Mara underwent an extraordinary transformation for the role, changing her appearance dramatically and immersing herself so completely in Lisbeth's world that her performance earned an Academy Award nomination. The production paid obsessive attention to authenticity. Many scenes were filmed in Sweden during winter to preserve the novel's stark atmosphere, and even documents, photographs, and case files that appeared only briefly on screen were carefully created as fully detailed props, small touches that reflected David Fincher's relentless pursuit of realism. If this retelling sparked your curiosity, I truly encourage you to experience the original novel. Its slower pace, richer character development, and deeper investigative threads offer an even more rewarding journey. If you enjoyed spending this time together, I'd love to know what stayed with you most. Was it a character, a revelation, or an idea that refused to let go? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. If you'd like to explore more unforgettable stories like this, subscribing is a wonderful way to support these cinematic retellings. And if someone you know appreciates stories that linger long after they're over, consider sharing this one with them. Until next time, may every great story remind you that the search for truth is never really about finding answers. It's about discovering what those answers reveal within us.